so musical. In the club you scream. God like gaze, you're so beautiful, but you're not for me. I can't sleep lately. I'm just trying to find peace. Classic melodies. I just wanna be free. I'm sorry, darling, I can't breathe. There's no room for us. There's no room for us. I said, darling, can you see? There's no room for us. There's no room. Now our lives are changing. Promises keep slipping. And I always knew it wasn't you. It wasn't you. Now our lives are changing. Promises keep slipping. And I always knew it wasn't you. It wasn't you. And she said, boys hot here coming from a mile away. Not as sleek as you think. DMs early in the AMs. I'm not Becky from the street. All this time, baby, our love was so deep. You can't sleep lately, but what about me? I'm sorry, darling, I can't breathe. There's no room for us. There's no room for us. I said, darling, can you see? There's no room for us. There's no room. Now our lives are changing. Promises keep slipping. And I always knew it wasn't you. It wasn't you. Now our lives are changing. Promises keep slipping. And I always knew it wasn't you. It wasn't you.
Desert hills and lonely places, heavy still without your traces, holding on to every breath we wasted, tender for your soft embraces. it's all over. Believe it, I'm on your side. Don't you see it here in my eyes? Believe me, I'm on your side. On your side. Yeah, whether you're living on the run, sitting safe at home, crying out your lungs, honey, don't you know? Say the word, I'll be there, there to make it right. Ain't a thing in the world that can keep me tight. Say the word, I'll be there, there to make it right. Yeah, baby, I'm on your side. I'm on yours. My arms are open wide, believe it.
The APT Championship 2025 is proudly presented to you by the Asian Poker Tour, generously supported by our valued partner, Chinese Texas Hold'em Poker Association Taipei, CTP, title sponsor, Natural 8, valued partner, GG Poker, and supported by Copag, the official card sponsor of the Asian Poker Tour.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Or less than 17 minutes. Less than 17 minutes before the read.
And welcome to the Asian Poker Tour Championship Main Event, Day 4. This is what it's all been leading up to. We are down to just 34 players. Started with 671, chasing the dream of that $1.2 million up top, and being crowned the first ever winner of the APT Championship. $10,000 was the buy-in, and it comes down to this. 34 players going down to 9 today and the final table tomorrow. This is not the one to miss, folks. Thank you for joining us. Vidar Singhal in the booth with Sam Insole. Sam, it's been a year leading up to this. I can hardly believe we're here, and now our final 34 contenders battling it out on the floor.
Yes, Vidar, and just up on your screen here, we do have the past champions from this event. some big names, Calvin Lee, Roman Hrabats, and we're going to have another one join them just tomorrow. As, like you said, we're playing down to the final table today. Nobody will be locking up a six-figure score. However, up to about $80,000 will be our final pay jump for today. And I think it's going to be a long one. What do you think? What are your thoughts on this, Padir?
I mean, this is the grind phase. Think about, I think we started day 2 with 330 odd players or so. We work our way down to like 130. I mean, you're talking about eliminating 2/3 of the field with some of them going home with no money at all. Now you've locked up 27,000 already. The dream is real. So every decision counts. I think people will take their time, make the best possible plays, and I cannot wait to see what they have to offer.
Like you're saying, the dream is real. If you just take away the chip stacks for a second, just think 34 players, that's 3% chance at a first place prize of $1.2 million. I know it doesn't work out to that, but with the chip leader here, Hao Shan Huang, 2.7 million in chips, does have the best shot at this. Alexandru hot on his heels with 2.7 million. And look at that gap between second and third place, a 1 million chip deficit. That's 20 starting stacks. It's no small chunk of change. However, these players are still all top 10, even down there with 1.2 million. Jun Hao Wu, an APT regular. Any other big names that stick out to you?
Well, I am familiar with the Indian players. They seem to be essentially tied in chip stacks. Ankit Ahuja, a grinder for MTTs globally. Nishant Sharma, famous for winning main events. That's like his specialty. Turns out at the $10,000 level, he can do that as well. Of course, moving up to some of the higher stacks, Dominic Nietzsche on our stream yesterday. Neng Zhao, he's a menace. Started day 3, about tied for the chip lead, and was just so aggressive, so active, and mind you, lots of banter as well. So hopefully on our feature table, looking forward to seeing what these players have to offer. Don't forget, we are playing 90-minute levels. So yes, your chip count is the most crucial part, but there's plenty of time to try and stack up. 90-minute levels is a whole different ball game than what most people are used to.
And, coming in, we're about average stack of 60 big blinds. That is so much play, and I'm shocked to see us come down to 34 remaining with 64 big blinds. But here are the APT all-time money list. Of course, Joseph Cheong leading the way, 2.3 million. I think he did have a $1 million score at APT in the old era, which was something like a 500K buy-in or something with 13 runners, only first place getting paid, which he took down. But Abraham Seaspan is the first player to cross 1 million just in new era winnings. A very impressive feat. No stranger to final tables at our main event. Of course, Lester Edok, one of the big... And look at Calvin Lee, somersaulting his way up there to 5th place already with 2 Superstar Championship and a Challenge win. Punat Punsri also crossing that $1 million mark with Tanasorn Sailor, his fellow countryman, just hot on his heels. It's been a very fun ride up until now. This entire year has been just record smashed, prize pools getting bigger, and now here we are playing for $1.2 million today and into tomorrow.
Well, I was thinking, Sam, as we were going through the list of APT all-time winners, what happens after the main event? Somebody could be walking away with 1.2 million. We have that up top. Any deals withstanding, you're talking about catapulting up to that APT list, and that's because, of course, this is the one and only APT Championship. Of course, we have also already announced the schedule for 2026. APT Championship returns pretty much the same date next year. Love seeing the support that we had to scale this high. Obviously, hope to scale further ones with everyone's support. Have been loving our viewers as well. They're really invested, I feel, in the journey some of these players are going through as we come to day 4 and eventually the final table. Would love to hear who people are supporting out there over the course of the day. Feature tables, meaning we keep rotating every 90 minutes, a break after every 90 minutes. This is my favorite part. I have a feeling by the end of the day, we'll know everyone in the field.
I think so. We're very close to the final 4 tables, just 2 eliminations left to go. There are a couple short stacks, so we could see that fall off within the first 15 to 30 minutes. I know the pressure's on. I know you just got here, and you're just looking to hang on, but sometimes you do have to take that spot. You're locked up 27,000, but there's 1.2 up top. That is such a large chunk of change for just 33 eliminations. So I think you've really just got to put your foot down, try to double up, and make that deep run get into that final table and lock yourself up a 6-figure score.
Personally, I find this the most difficult part of a multi-table tournament to navigate. We're talking about going from 34 to 9 players without too many pay jumps to consider. 97,000 in USD for 9th place, 27,000 locked up. As you correctly mentioned, it's all about that 1.2 million score. So making decisions, keeping the pay jumps in mind versus the up top, versus the value of surviving. Of course, the ICM math comes into play. ICM jail sometimes comes into play. Plenty of players will find themselves there. Looking forward to seeing how the essentially co-chip leaders of the tournament are hoping to put pressure. The Taiwanese local,
Yes.
of course, and the Lithuanian legend and legend in the making, Alexandru. So what do you expect from these two, apart from the fact that they are, of course, eyeing the top prize already?
Yeah, so we did get to witness some of their plays yesterday. I feel like the Lithuanian is just really going after it. We saw him opening Queen 5 suited in mid position, flatting 3 bets with that hand, just going after everyone. Hao Xuan Hung playing a lot more straightforward, just trying to pick good spots, trying to leverage his stack in a more cautious way. So it'll be interesting to see who is going to become our clear chip leader today, and it could just be somebody else in the field as well. You know, so much variance coming in tournaments as the day progresses.
I think the clash of playing styles has been my favorite part. The diversity never ceases to amaze me. Love that the local contingent is doing so well, constantly staying in the majority of the players remaining. Love that some of our chat viewers do tell us the statistics, but you can go look them up as well, apt.poker. Check out all the tables, check out all the flags, see what we have done here, brought together the poker world here in Taipei. So on our remaining 34 entries, I do find that there is a clash of how countries play sometimes, how regions play, apart from player playing styles. And I'm most excited to see how that manifests itself when the stakes are so high. You know, we've had a lot of home game style tournaments. We've had our side events. There's huge events happening out there on the floor as well today. The 15K USD buy-in amongst others. But this is what it's all been about, and I cannot wait. I am just buzzing to go, my man.
So going back to that, where you're saying the stakes are very high, we have some satellite winners still in the field as low as $350, and you've now locked up $27,000. You've essentially 100x your money, just about. So for them,
and if they win, they're going to
I can't do that math.
10,000x. Oh, okay.
27,270. Yes, around there, 10,000x your money. We had about 110 satellite entries into this event, so. You know, a lot of these players did min cash, which is not essentially a min cash when you think about it. We had satellites all the way from $90 for our live series, some $1,700 ones, and, you know, Matas, one of those, the $1,700 satellite entry, has now made himself into a 1.5 million stack, which is good for about 5th or 6th place, and he played extremely well yesterday. Did get a lot of notable hands, picking up aces and kings, is working out very well for him, but just played very well. Everyone was aggressive. Everyone was fighting. It was quite different from the start of the day, where the pace of play was a bit more ambitious, but players were really looking to pick their spots against maybe some weaker opponents. But when you sit down at a table and everybody has 7 figures in their hand and mob, you need to start squeezing EV out of as many spots as possible, no matter how uncomfortable it makes you feel.
That's a great point. I do want to bring up one element of multi-table tournament poker, especially over multi-day tournaments, that maybe people don't think about. We release the seed draw as quickly as we can for the next day. Tons and tons of time for research, which I'm sure these players have done over the course of the night. And here we go. We will be kicking off with Henry and Kyle introducing the day.
It was slow as expected, but it's not something that bothers me that much. Every bubble of any major event, it ends up like that, you know. And I was just more amazed that of the ridiculous hands that led up to the bubble finally bursting. Like I heard there was one that was like ace 4 against aces, and the guy flopped trip 4s, you know. So
yeah.
so it's obviously for everybody still with a healthy stack. doesn't really matter for us, but for the guys that are sweating, you know, with a really short stack, it must be frustrating for them. So.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about the bubble specifically,
Yeah,
pretty relaxing. I had no chips, so I was just exercising my right to fold. So.
What was the toughest moment of that stage of the stone bubble?
Since the hand forehand started, I was just even with one stack at the table, so basically not much pressure because I was one of the top stacks. The pressure should be mostly on the middle stacks and the short stacks. But for me, I was playing a lot of hands, decent amount. I wasn't folding much. So yeah, not much pressure in the bubble.
Going deeper into the tournament, what's the strategy for you now?
So I still have like a pretty good stack, 2.5 average or something. So it's gonna be like, the problem is I have a bigger stack on my left as well. So that kind of changed things a bit. I gotta just play solid and just hope to catch cards, catch flops, and just hope for the best.
Last question, but not least, if you were able to win that 1.2 million US prize, what would you do with it?
I already thought about this quite a lot.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
And I would actually open up my own buffet.
To be honest, I guess I'm just spending on family, like the wife and kids. They've been very supportive of me, you know, traveling, going away for weeks at a time, never complaining. So obviously thank them in any way I can. Take them for a nice holiday, buy them stuff, and just treat them well.
I'm becoming a father in a few months, so I'm sure I'll spend it on the baby.
You know what? Right now I'm in a mode where I'm just like, I'm really interested in these tournaments right now, and so I probably wouldn't take a break. I'd probably just find what the next one is and jump right in.
Aces have been cracked to burst the bubble of the APT Championship Main Event.
Pure bubble hand for $6 million in prize money. Ace of spades, ace of diamonds, called by queen of clubs, 5 of hearts. I see a 6 in the window, queen. 6 of diamonds, 8 of diamonds, queen of spades. All right, aces are still leading the queens. Let's see the turn card. 5! It is the 5 of spades. Queens and 5s now leading the aces. River. A deuce of diamonds is going to eliminate the aces. Congratulations to the remaining 95. You have cashed in the largest main event in APT history and the largest freeze out in the last 10 years.
Despite the bubble bursting midway through the day, the pace of play never slowed down. We kicked off today with a 5-bet bluff with ace-10 suited.
Is he grabbing raising chips?
Go on, do it just for us in the booth. Yes.
Wow, let's go. Deshuan Pan with the 5-bet. And snap calls?
Here we go. Queen, Jack, 9. We are blessed with a flop. But, ooh, that's a very big bet. 100K.
460,000 in the middle.
A very quick check from Pan. The jam. He is bluffing with the best of it, but you got to give him heart. Can you imagine sitting here trying to bluff off pocket aces or pocket kings?
And now we've lost 99 players just over the course of a single day of poker.
Sam, speaking of that 5-bet bluff, he is one of our satellite winners.
Yeah? How much is he in for?
He bought in for just $350 and now has locked up at least $27,000 going into day 4.
The Germans make up 3 of our most notable players returning to day 4. Dominic Nietzsche, Martin Sedlak, as well as Martin Finger.
So how has the APT main event been for you so far?
Oh, it's been great, honestly. The structure is amazing. I remember on day 1 we played like blind 700, then 800, then 900. You don't really find that anywhere else. Yeah, even now we play 90 minutes per level. Very pleasant experience. Good to be in the money now, you know, things ease a little bit.
Our players will return to day 4 where they play down to the final table of the largest main event in Asian Poker Tour history.
Well, massive welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to day 4 coverage of this APT Championship Main Event in Taipei. We're down to the final 34 players, just 3 spots away from our next page up. And of course, the plan of action today is to get, hopefully, down to the final table where tomorrow the players will be returning, battling out for that top prize of nearly $1.2 million. Firstly, I just want to give a massive round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to all of the players. If we could get a clap going. Woo! Well done, everybody. And yeah, Carl, what have you got for us, man?
Oh my God, it's so exciting to be in the final 34, playing down to that final table where nearly everybody will lock up about $100,000 just for making it to the final table alone. And out of these 34 players, we still see a lot of people who qualified from satellites, including at least one person who I believe qualified from a step one for just $350.
Wow.
So they've already locked up 27 grand just for being here. That's
Pretty
already
sick.
an astonishing cash.
Pretty sick ROI.
Yes, definitely.
Tyler, my man, I don't want to delay the players any further. I don't want to delay the staff any further. Ladies and gents, good luck. And Tyler, please.
Yes, tournament dealers, please shuffle up and deal. 10,000 small, 20,000 big, 20,000 big blind ante. Good luck.
Thank you so much, Tyler and Henry and Kyle, who will, of course, be joining us in the booth over the course of the day. There is our feature table. This is who we will be kicking off with. We have 7 players based on the number of players remaining. Keep shuffling and readjusting as needed.
And as we can see, you know, the table's getting tougher and tougher as the play progresses, as the money ramps up. We have Alexandru Papazian, who was really just going after everybody yesterday. He's going to be our second in chips, however, chip leader at the table, 2.7 million in chips. And second in chips after that, it will be Xiao Nang with 1.6. So how do you think that the dynamics are going to be on our feature table?
Yeah, I think it's interesting that we have both Do Hang Na and Xiao Ning. You know, these players have had massive chip stacks over the course of this tournament. They've had a taste of what it's like to be the bully, be the captain, be the chip leader. Now they have to perhaps adjust to what Alexandru has to bring, and bring he shall with the king, queen of diamonds to kick things off. As we get this hand underway, Sam, I just cannot help but think back to the brutal bubble that we witnessed yesterday. I mean, we've seen all kinds of hand-for-hands, but in the $10,000 APT main event, somehow we see the sickest beats. The stone bubble, first off, being broken because Queen 5-0 decides to just go after it for piles of pressure.
Yeah.
And you wake up with a healthy min cash and more stack of 20 bigs plus with aces. The poker gods force you to get it in there. Queen on the flop and 5 on the turn. I mean, tournament poker can be cruel.
Most certainly, Vidir. Martin Sedlak, another regular at APT, has won himself a high roller against one of his fellow countrymen, Rishi Mehra.
That's right, he was out there in the main as well, I believe.
Yes, I think he busted very early day one, unfortunately. Rishi's had quite a good run at APT since that Taipei stop just late last year. Second in a high roller, some big final tables, some pretty good online results as well.
2 Martins out there, Martin Sedlak and Martin Finger. We will be cutting to the outer tables as much as we can. Meanwhile, you can follow along on the website. Our excellent live reporting team will make sure you don't miss a thing, especially now that we're down to 4 or 5 tables. The keen eyes will be watching for any exciting pots. On the feature table further, you see Zhao from China, almost 1 million in chips. And Junhao Wu, you mentioned him, Sam, APT regular, crossed, I believe it's 2 million. Yeah, 2 million in earnings from Singapore. He's getting after it with the suited ace-3. Appreciate all the info Justin is providing in chat already. Love the country breakdowns as always. 5 players from Taiwan still maintaining the majority in terms of, or rather the lead I should say, in terms of contenders. 4 from South Korea, very impressive. 3 from Australia, perhaps no surprise. The Australians regulars at the APT at every buy-in level. 3 from Germany, 2 from India, 2 from Malaysia, 2 from the Philippines, 2 from Romania. Singaporeans, 2 apart from Chun, as we mentioned. Gerald Sim is out there. 2 from the US, same from Vietnam. Another one from Israel. I believe that was it, I think, Ori? I'll just look up his name. Pardon me, I'm forgetting. But actually resides in Taiwan, so, you know, half local, we'll say. One from Japan, one from Lithuania, that's Matas, and one from the UK.
A risky bet from June. Can face some check raises, could get uncomfortable, but looking to use that nut flush draw. Take down a pot uncontested. $134 big blind stack with our shortest stack being 42. These are some very interesting table dynamics. Nobody's got too much of a risk premium as they're over that 40 big blind sort of hump. So, like, you can still defend, say you're 10-7 off, go play it post flop, because you're not really going to be at too much risk to go, for these players to go bet jam every single time.
The end of day chip counts were fascinating to see, thanks to the structure and just the nature of tournament poker. There were only 4 stacks, as confirmed by Justin, under 20 big blinds. And, you know, let's say you're sort of 50-50 to find doubles. I mean, it could be pretty quickly that we don't even have any short stacks to go after. We're just playing a 34-man sit and go for 1.2 million up top.
Exactly. Be 1 pip too weak for Martin Sedlak, especially with the chip leader to his left, maybe even 2 pips too wide, considering how aggressive Alexandru is.
He seems on a mission, man.
Certainly does. 65,000 is the raise. I've seen some 3-bets with hands like this, small blind versus big blind, before. Oh, the low offsuit King X, some of the offsuit 7X as well. But just a flat with King Deuce. Seems a little wide. However, we do go to this flop, ace 6-3, 2 diamonds and a club. Alexandru moving into the lead with middle pair.
This one might just bloat.
Yeah, King of Diamonds, that key card, Vidir.
Got a C1 in position. King high so often would be best. And what do you know? King on the turn. Incredible to look up some of these players. Xiao Wen Zhao joining us from China. 123,000 on his Hen and Norman live earnings. His largest cash is 34,000. Could soon be exceeded.
Nice check. Play some pot control. Hit the 7 of Hearts river. Does Papazian want to get the showdown? Does he think his 6 doesn't have showdown? Does he think he has better bluffs? A lot of things to consider.
7 is a good card for Xiao Wen in case Papazian does decide to check. Allows him to value bet safely, and also there's the leveling element to it. You know, it feels like you could be turning diamonds, repping a straight, repping a thin value bet. Lots of possibilities.
Papazian does face a bet. He has a really nice combo to go for a bluff raise, but I think the biggest question to ask is, does he ever play 5-4 this way? Because if not, then he can just fold. But, oh, that's tiny. This is really, really asking to be check raised. Papazian is a sicko. He may do it. I could just see him rifling like 350,000 in here. At the same time, does 5-4 play this way? What do you think, Badir? Do you think that checks the turn? Or does it continue barreling most of the time?
Checks the turn or checks the river. It's quite a story to tell. It's a very, very, very slim story to tell, and whenever you do that, it's a bit risky. Would have worked.
Maybe 7 would be better, because you can have pocket 7s and ace 7 that play this way quite frequently.
Ah, interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe 7-5. But yeah, certainly, you know, flatting queen 5 suited to a 3-bet. You got to have some level of sickness inside you to really go after your opponents like that. Keep them honest.
Some of the moves we've seen on the feature table alone and the stories we've heard from the outer tables astound me. The massive buy-in, not letting people curtail themselves. In fact, I think it's evoking way more action than I ever imagined. 5 bets, 6 bets on the stream. The 5-bet with the ace-10 suited. The play that happened after on the queen-jack-9 flop that you guys broke down so well in our new segment. Michael Soisa and yourself.
That's very, very fun. We will have Punat Punsri joining us for that segment today. So folks, if you do have any questions for Punat, you want to chuck them in chat, I'll keep a little list of them, and we can ask him later. But El Juliana is saying that Symbolis is still in the tournament. His name is funny for us Spanish speakers. Could you elaborate on that a bit? Oh no, King Jack off to the small blind. Pretty strong hand in the small blind, and Junhao Wu, 91%. You don't see that often pre-flop in No Limit Hold'em with the kings.
Phil Hellmuth used to say this, and people used to mock him. He'd say, "I limped strong." Now, he was talking about full ring, to be fair, where it's a bit more unconventional. Zhao did limp the King Jack off. It's essentially a hidden premium, small versus big. And now with the classic ISO sizing, 3.5 pigs, it's just going to call rough shape heading to this board. And you have to be kidding me. The case king appears. The 3% next to his hand is for runner flush chop. And this is going to get costly.
The only saving grace is that there are three hearts out there, and another could roll off. However, we see like the jack of clubs on the turn. I mean, I don't see how Xiao doesn't lose most of his stack, if not all of it. Ah, I see. El Julianis.
Jun starts with the 2 big blind continue. Does have the board seemingly on lock. Could have gone bigger, in my opinion, not just to be results oriented facing top pair, but do you want to start extracting from the hearts in case the action does get killed?
This is going to be a very key turn card for Chao's tournament life, for his deep run. And there it is, a 5 of hearts. It's going to help him out a lot. This turn will go check quite often. This spot's actually quite interesting. With a lot of your sets and 2 pairs, they like to just pot it here, and they sort of form up your bluff portion of your range along with that ace of hearts to go with it.
Interesting.
And then you also have full houses on some runouts as well, so your opponent can't just...
Semi-bluff, basically.
Essentially, yeah. And then you fire in some queen 6 of spades just for good measure.
But as you said, it does go check very often, especially given the stage of the tournament. Both players hating life. Xiao doesn't know that the 5 of hearts actually favored him. He's probably thinking the opposite at the moment.
Anything from check to 25K seems okay. This spot from Xiao. 30K. Essentially the same thing. How spicy does Jun Hao Wu want to get?
I mean, getting immense odds. You're certainly winning most of the time.
I mean, like, I'm thinking if he wants to raise, and does he ever think there's value in that? It's tough to get called by worse, though. So, yep, there's the call.
I mean, Sam, we often talk about turning pairs into bluffs and how that's sort of like the first graduation to higher limits. You'll see, you know, higher caliber players do it more and more. Turning top set into a bluff is...
Oh, I wasn't talking about a bluff. I was purely talking about seeing if he could raise against, you know, a non-believing pocket nines with without a heart.
Oh, you were talking about going that 10.
Because the lead was so small, so if he was ever thinking of value betting kings when check two, it's essentially the same spot.
That's interesting, yeah. And a raise there would end up being a merge, right? It would get some better hands to fold the smaller flushes sometimes. And depending on the right combos, maybe, of course, worse hands to call, like the non-believers.
I don't think he's going to fold a heart. It depends how big he goes, but...
Little deucey? Little deuce of hearts?
I don't see him having just the deuce of hearts pre-flop. You know, ace deuce off, perhaps? That will be a straight, though. I don't know, tough one, but I think just call and don't waste your brain cells. It's early in the morning. You've got another 10 hours of play today.
Yeah.
Just flicking the call.
Don't waste your brain cells is the new meta, folks. I like how you're thinking. It's constantly juicing up every situation.
Yeah.
I like how Basketball Maven in chat is thinking as well. All in, he says. 4 hearts on the board. You have none. All in. Ace on the button. Fair enough open. Bit of tension in the air coming in today, Kyle, considering the outer tables are down to just 4. Early in the morning here, all things considered, for poker. 11:15 a.m. was the start of the day for these players. You know, just a couple of days ago, the entire red space was packed. Every table active with the main event. Now we have a lot of features, but it's crazy to see how the field is whittled down.
How long do you think until we get our first elimination, Fidder?
That's an interesting question. The shortest stack was
26 big blinds coming into today, which is
wow,
remarkable.
Yeah, it could be a while. Could be a while. I think a few orbits, barring any coolers. So, you know, an hour maybe? 30 minutes to an hour. I mean, every elimination is just such heartbreak. So close yet so far. That is the nature, of course, of the beast. But with this structure, I think you should be a little less likely to try and just get things in there. 7 or 8 handed, 90-minute levels, and slow increments.
Yeah, well, I think we're going to see the big stacks continue to get bigger. You know, barring some disasters. I think the structure is quite good for them as well, as players, you know, like you said, could just be a bit more conservative, waiting to pick their spots. And, you know, that's just a recipe for an aggressive big stack to continue to grow their big stack.
Take a look at the website and the various table draws. Can end up pretty crucial, of course. Martin Sedlak has to sit tight with the chip leader on his left. Would have devised strategies accordingly. Alexandru just aggressively eyeing Martin as he does open the ace-4 of clubs. Martin approaching a million himself, APT regular, as Sam mentioned, thinking back to, it was Taipei where he won the high roller, so he's a Mega Lion winner, which means he is in contention to be the first to win 2 Mega Lions, and this is the mega of all lions, the APT Championship Main Event Gold Lion.
And I gotta say for Martin, when he's opening an early position, I think it's a big relief every time his neighbor folds.
Yeah.
Especially if bottom of range opens. He is gonna spike middle pair on the King 4 deuce. His opponent left with basically nothing. Just backdoor spades.
Take a quick look at Zhao, by the way. He seems a bit bored. Wants more action. Very, very entertaining presence on our feature table yesterday to kick off coverage. Did get into a bit of controversy as well. Was using sort of this old school technique, and I'm explicitly not calling it an angle. I do not think it was that. Right on the bubble, kept reaching for chips, started intimidating the shorter stacks as though he's gonna raise every pot. You know, just keeping things light, then being the chip leader on the table. Tons of banter with the person on his left when he was in the small blind. Lots of fun showdowns, lots of battles.
Yep.
Very curious to see what he has to say with this cohort. And here we go. Do Hang Na, chip leader coming into day 3.
I mean, from Martin's perspective, this doesn't make a lot of sense. Do Hang Na doesn't really have too much 4x or deuce 6 to be raising. King X is not looking to raise this deep against an under the gun open. Like even King Queen is probably just flat calling. So yeah, Martin just gonna call. Imagine Do Hang Na needs a spade to continue barreling. Let's see if he gets one. Could spice it up a bit. Jack of clubs on the turn. No additional equity for Do Hang Na.
This is just orbit 1. People just wanting to set the stakes and make their presence felt. Just check.
I suppose Do Hang Na is the only person that can have bottom and middle set. Martin said, like, most likely folding 4s and deuces, the +1 position.
Especially with Alexander on his left. We are 7-handed for what it's worth, and the king is a very favorable card for Martin to see.
I wonder if he tries to get some value, or if he thinks that Do Hang Na has too many hands, like 5s, 6s, 7s.
That's assuming Do Hang checks, by the way. Do you think he's ready to give it up?
On this river, I think he has to. It's so hard to make a hand that, like, 9s fold now. Look, he's reaching bitter.
Theory be damned.
9s are feeling so comfortable at this point.
I absolutely agree. I mean, how could you ever fold a pair in this spot, especially one that's higher than 4s? It's gone fairly hefty. It's bet 2/3. Martin has 3rd pair to the board. Top card is tripped up, so reduces the chance. But Do Hang is repping a weak king.
I suppose so.
Check raise the flop, check the turn. FT value bet on the river.
That seems like the only hand that would make sense. I think sets would continue barreling.
All right, you could have a weak king.
Maybe he had something like King Jack that was going for a check raise on the turn. But I think that you just go bet jam. You can still get the money in comfortably with check raise, bet jam. So I don't think there's too much need to get fancy. So probably, yeah, like maybe a King 10 that went for a very thin raise on the flop. Thought, oh, if I keep betting here, I'm only going to get called by better. Checks the turn, reaches the king. But yeah, Martin's going to pay it. Sorry, Martin's going to make the call, and he is going to win this pot. What just happened? Oh, yeah. Do Hang Na just mucked. Okay. Oof. I thought Martin misread Do-Hang's hand and folded.
Right. You don't need to show your hand if your opponent decides not to show theirs, although you can always ask them to flip the cards over. You have paid, as you said, Sam, for the right.
What's that? I don't know how much.
There you have it, Do-Hang now. Made some moves within the first orbit, down to 26 bigs. He's a bit of a roller coaster player. I remember reading an update where he essentially, on the bubble, I think piled in maybe like 60 bigs as a bluff.
It does sound like him. He was involved in the 5-bet pot on the bubble, or near the bubble. Calling a 5-bet with King Jack suited in position. He also found a really nice check raise 3 ways with just top pair. Did run into something better, but the river bailed him out. But, you know, he came to play. And
I saw that hand, another one that you and Michael analyzed. Really cool hand. Yeah.
Yes.
Ace-10 check raise, right? Yeah, that was really cool.
No, King 10 did. Ace 10 called, and then
King 10 check raise, yeah. And the king came on the river.
Yeah.
I mean, he's an action player. What can we say? Saw it on the feature table. Did read it in the live updates. That's how you get the chip lead coming into some days. Made a move there. Didn't work out this time, but 26 bigs is plenty. Yeah, very splashy. Another good word for Justin. Aces everywhere. Do-Hang just folded one. Ace 3 suited now for Zhao. He's had one orbit without being involved. This is way up in his defending range. I think he was coming along 100% of the time. He seems very frisky, just raring to go. And I get it. Why not?
Quite a connected board. Interesting to see if Martin goes for a bet, and if he does, will he size up on this board?
I think he's going to go for a bet.
The gun in the gun range is just so strong. Just small. Makes sense with an ace-king type holding.
Got to feel out your opponent. Just settling in. These two likely haven't had a chance to play against each other.
Nang with a backdoor nut flush draw and ace high. Not looking to go anywhere. Is ahead of some king 10, king jacks. Price is fair, he says. Does not turn any additional equity. Has just dropped now to 6%. Really going to have to find a way to win the hand if he wants these chips to come and add to his 1.5 million stack. Oh, look at that, Vidur. We did just lose a player, so down to 33. One player away from the final 4 tables.
GG, sir, wherever you were. Take a look at the live reports and find out in a minute. And it is, sir, because we did lose the last woman in the field. I believe 45th place or so. Sumire Hori from Japan. Amazing presence at our feature table.
Look how connected this board is, Vidur. It's hard to imagine ace-king is ever good here. Like, how many unpaired hands are there? 7-8 is a straight. Jack-8 is a straight, so you beat Jack-7. King-Jack's also a straight. There's just so few unpaired hands that aren't straights.
Absolutely. Martin has a king of hearts, by the way, so all the king heart combos.
Yeah, like those king deuce, king 3, king 4s. Nice find from Ning Xiao. And a quick fold from Martin. Not much you can do there with ace-king high. Like, how can you hero call? Maybe he's bluffing with like 7-5.
Yeah. There's just no way.
But 34th place was Jun Boom Chun of South Korea. First elimination of the day. GG to you, sir.
So I think we're finally one orbit in, and what an exciting orbit it's been. Bluff check raises. River bluff takedowns. People are settling in. Long way to go. As Henry's been saying all tournament, it's a marathon, not a sprint. That being said, Sam, we often say, you can't win the tournament on day one, you can't win the tournament on day two, can't really win the tournament on day three either. You can set yourself up pretty well to win the tournament on day four.
Yes, I'd have to agree.
That is the goal today, to set yourself up to win the tournament.
When I woke up this morning, I did catch the last GG stream and saw a player coming in with 40 million in chips, where the average stack for the rest of the players was something like 2 to 3 million.
Nice.
You know, those are the setups that you want coming into the final table.
Any idea if they shipped?
I only caught maybe an hour of it, but you know, when everyone is on 7, 8 blinds and you have 130, and 9th place was like 120K with first place being 1.2 mil, so quite similar to us. You know, that's the spot that I hope that we get to see on the final table, because, you know, big stack on a final table is the most fun thing in poker, I have to say. These two are going to collide again. Ning Xiao with the 9-8 of hearts in the small blind versus Sedlak's pocket fours.
We often say ICM jail, right? When you're just stuck, you have to wait out other stacks. What's the opposite? What's ICM heaven? What's the opposite of jail?
Freedom?
Yeah. ICM, yeah, okay. The ICM garden.
By the way, he didn't say anything. I was just like mucking around with you. Yeah?
Xiao's still very talkative.
I told you, he loves the blind battle. He's actually in the worst spot for his style because he's in seat 8 on our table. Tough to
think
have
he's
too much
been,
banter.
It's been at the Martin Cabral University.
Oh yeah.
Table talk.
It is spreading. It is spreading. Style of play. 8 gives the best hand to Zhao. And here's a Martin who is the polar opposite of Martin Cabral. Very quiet, very stoic, very impressive composure and demeanor of Martin Sedlak. I do miss the long hair though. That was a vibe.
Yes, it was.
He looks maybe 6 years younger with this haircut, but the intense stare and the posture still remains. Relatively easy check call considering the board. Super dry. 6 of hearts remains a rainbow. Nice Badoogie board. 8 high Badoogie.
Tough to find bluffs for Martin Sedlak. You know, these pocket pairs could become attractive bluffs. Otherwise, you know, you've really only got 5, 7, which you might not even raise pre-flop. Could be struggling for bluffs on this board. Now, all the natural ones come from sort of that medium part of the deck, which is typically check back in the big blind. But check, check. 5 of hearts on the river.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about what his ISO range is in the big. I would expect some queen rags to be in there, jack rags.
Yeah, like queen 3 off, jack 4 off, but they don't. I'm not sure if they have enough equity or if they're just happy to check.
That's interesting, yeah. You don't think they might double barrel?
They just don't really have a way to improve.
I just see an ace and I figure, let's start repping.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if I just want a way to improve versus an ace. Just that 10% of hitting a set, be very disguised. Who knows, you know, if you just triple off here for your entire stack, can ace jack really hang on?
Yeah, at this stage. 32 spots away from $1.2 million. I'm not sure what can hang on. That being said, we have been seeing people truly take a stand across the multiple days. They're not letting the money, the moment get to them. Playing fantastic poker. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Shao. Busting out the tunes.
I like it. He sounds pretty good, actually.
What do you think? Better than Dylan Foster?
You know, it's hip-hop versus folk music. There's no right answer.
Yeah. Dylan's very creative with his songs. He, I think he just makes them up on the fly. Another pocket pair entering the mix. This time, Junhao Wu with a +1 open. Suited, semi-connected hand in the big blind for the chip leader at the table. Hasn't been too active due to card distribution on our first orbit. We'll find another chance to enter the pot.
Yeah, I like that move. The roll towards the dealer of multiple chips.
How about bottom setter?
That's a nice little gift from the poker gods early in the day.
It'd be a little bit nicer if Papazian could have flopped himself a little something.
Not even a spade on the board.
Yeah, 3 backdoor flush draws out there. He couldn't even catch one.
3 backdoor flush draws out there. Wait a second, isn't this his second set? The Kings, running hot.
Yes.
Nine hands in, you flop 2 sets. Wonder what you're thinking.
I mean, got paid very little on both of them.
Okay, but you know what? Is this the day? Today's the day to flop sets for these 33 gentlemen.
You know, getting chips pushed your way on day 4. Gotta be a great feeling.
I believe Lin from Taiwan hasn't had much of a chance to get involved. Card distribution, as you said, Sam. Wasn't on our feature table yesterday. Had a rough go of it, if I remember correctly, but super impressive to be this deep, especially considering the sicko is still out there. 270,000 on his hand and mob. Very impressive, broadly speaking, but running hot as well, having a good 2025. He's definitely snug compared to these players, and I think that's one of the clash of playing styles I was talking about. You know, as you start to go after it, we saw those check raises were there. I think having sort of a tight, aggressive playing style might work well as well. Alexandru's had enough. It's like, I'm the chip leader. Time to be chip leading. Queen 10 suited. 8.8 bigs. Huge 3-bet.
Yeah, quite large. They are very, very deep. I was talking to Michael earlier, and he likes very big sizings out of position.
Yeah.
He was talking like, you know, I go like 10, 11.5 bigs here. You know, that's, you know, there's not much out there.
I heard him say that as
at
well.
risk, yeah.
Yeah, like a premium to being out of position, almost.
Yeah, but obviously a very studied, very accomplished player.
Michael Soiza, that is.
Yes. Does very well on live camera as well.
I agree. I'm worried. He's coming for us. Singapore number 2. That's John versus Romania number 1, Alexandru.
I'm surprised Singapore's all-time money list is so low. I understand there really isn't too much of a poker scene in Singapore, but very wealthy country, surrounded by all these Asian countries that do have these events. You know, top 10, C-Spin's also in there. Bao, his good friend, is third. And Kenneth Kiwi Kiang first with just 4.3 million. It seems low considering...
For first place,
yeah. Considering you just go over to Malaysia.
I think it's growing, and if I had to guess, I don't know enough. I think probably more for cash game scene.
Yeah, I think so.
Ace-6 of clubs. Zhao's comfortable. Loves playing post-flop. Opens it up in the hijack. Not afraid of any sickos behind him. These two in the frame, for instance. Queen 10 suited for Martin Sedlak. This is interesting. Yeah, it's too good to fold. Comes along with a call. Got to be worried about Alexander squeezing. I think Zhao doesn't have the tightest reputation broadly, perhaps not on this table either. Martin, of course, was risking the chip leader taking the spot, but the 950 wasn't good enough. 6 high board. Pretty good outcome once you open Ace-6.
That's a very interesting point that Justin brought up. Papazian is known as Stake Addict online, and just looking here, so live earnings are tracked by earnings, which is non-inclusive of buy-ins. This man is up $14 million on PokerStars. That's pure profit, and you know, online being significantly tougher as well. Let's check his GG as well.
How long is that over?
Take a look in a sec. Looks like he's down 35,000 on GG.
That doesn't seem right. Probably not tracked.
Oh, is this perhaps... Oh, this is Taiwanese dollars. 14 million Taiwanese. Over 13,000 games. So you can typically play maybe like 500 tournaments a week. So yeah, another $500,000 online.
This is interesting. He's played it as a check call. Sort of a protection in terms of his check call range with the Ace-6 open.
I don't mind it. He's in a very rough position, has identified that this is going to be a very tough board for him. So, you know, beefing up your check call range is quite important in these spots, and Zhao correctly identifying this is a bad spot. He wants to keep the pot small.
Just in terms of the meta too, I do think when I have really tough, famously aggressive opponents, especially to my left, I like having a strong check call range, you know, reducing that likelihood that they go after it on future hands.
I mean, like, your equity on this board must be so low, especially out of position. So any chip you do invest, you're going to get a pretty poor return on. So keeping the pot small does make sense with a lot of your range. And now he's got to feel like he's got the best hand. You know, 2 flush draws on the turn, very hard to trap. I suppose Mark could have something like 7s, 8s, perhaps 9s that can check back the turn.
Seems unlikely. It seems just so much more tempting to go for that small turn bet. We were coming up with names for it yesterday. The TSA pre-check, the rain check, try to get showdown on the river, but as it happens, Martin just had waved the white flag on the turn, gives it up.
Zhao back to the singing. I love it. He's quite the character.
Wonder if he'll sing if he loses a hand as well.
I imagine he does.
Different song though, right?
Do you think he's got more than one?
There's got to be a scooping chips song and a missing chips song, surely.
A missing chips song.
That is the feature. Take a look at the field remaining. Down to 31. 33rd place was Joseph Sandev from Australia. Another Malaysian bites the dust in the form of Ben Liu in 32nd place. So 4 tables now, the one you're looking at, and 3 outer tables as we whittle it down to most likely just the final table at the end of the day. I say most likely, it seems likely actually, that we're down to 9 considering the blinds. The only exception would be if there's some sort of a final table bubble situation, you know, where making the final table of this inaugural marquee APT Championship main event, I think does have some stakes beyond money. Could play a role.
I mean, it's so prestigious to sit there, send your friends, send your family at home. Hey, I'm going to be on the final table as $1.2 million for first. Better than a 10% shot at it. 2 very similar looking hands. Xiao suited and position. The other Xiao, though, with the betting lead.
Lin has been barely involved in this table thus far. Now gets the discount and the king-queen on the big blind, so pretty straightforward to come along. Great equity as well against the same hands, and there you go. King on the flop.
2 diamonds as well for Xiao Wen Xiao.
You know he's tempted, but multi-way. This would be pretty ambitious to fire c-bet into the king 6-5, 2 diamonds.
Ambition might be his middle name, Vidur, as he is going to fire. 40K. Now, it's a spot where if you do give up the betting lead, you essentially have no way to win the hand. You can't check call a bet. Maybe he wants to barrel on a queen or a jack. Maybe a 10.
He just wants to win the pot, you know, Sam. Whatever it takes. Wants to sing his song.
So no diamonds for Chi. I wonder if he goes for a raise in this spot. It's multi-way, you don't mind knocking out some equity.
I would be surprised to see that. Yeah, he just leans a bit more towards sack preservation, keeping pots small, not being in the toughest of spots. You can't blame him. King, queen off, pretty standard to just call there, I'm sure. In theory also, it's a lot of mixing. But he's going to be in trouble because we have 3 diamonds on the board. Zhao has a nut flush. Xiao Wen Zhao, that is. I think the ace-10-0 can realize that they don't have much scope anymore with 2 callers on the flop. Taking a look at stacks, considering the wetness of the board and the fact that we're multi-way, is there ever a case for going pretty big here, you know, going like 80%, 80%? Try to get in stacks somehow?
I think multi-way is just a bit too greedy. I don't really like trapping with this stack depth. There's a lot of river cards that could roll off, like the king of diamonds. You know, now you do lose to some hands, and it's going to be very tough to get value. You know, you've got 2 players that could potentially have a hand that feel compelled to call the turn.
That was very interesting. I mean, basically trying to take the variance of finding a brick on the river, something like maybe the 10 of spades, you know?
Then it just looks so suspicious when you raise.
Yeah, and Lin could have a very strong hand in the big blind. I mean, we're talking smaller flushes. That would be the dream, of course, but all kinds of straights and 2 pairs. one of the most connected cards to the flop rolled off on the turn.
Yeah, you know, 7-8 got there.
Very, very tricky check. Essentially has backfired.
And now might only just get this 80K, if even that. It's a very small bet on the river.
He's betting into 2 people, paired board, 4 diamonds. How good do trips look here? Lin has to be wondering, is he ever doing this with King Jack, no flush? If not, yeah, he can let it go. Comment from John in chat. Certainly appreciate it. Saying that I'm being results oriented. Can see the cards and the fact that Lin would have called with a king. Yeah, to a certain extent. I mean, nobody knows if 4th diamond is coming, but it could come.
At the same time,
15% of
big
the time.
blind called after button called. He has to have something, right? He's not floating here with Queen Jack of spades.
Yeah.
So at least one of these players has to have something. So in this multi-way spot, it's very different than heads up.
It would be interesting to just think about the range there, right? And I think 2 pairs, potential straights, will form a pretty big chunk of the range you can get any calls from on the turn. So, in my opinion, time to start building. And especially at this stage of the tournament, you know, the value of just somehow coolering your opponent and getting in stacks.
I was so much behind, right?
Yeah.
But look at this. Martin Sedlak picking up the aces. This time he wants his neighbor to give him some action.
That sounds wrong somehow.
The Frankie C protein bar.
Alexandru might be 1 pip too low or 1 pip too high. I'm not sure to get involved. Either way, that's the King 10 go. Queen 10.
In EP, probably looking at like King, Queen off.
Yeah, or the King 7, the old King 7. You know,
maybe
2 pips
suited,
lower.
yeah.
Suited, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Oh
Ace,
no.
King. We have a cooler brewing, and it is squarely in the favor of Martin Sedlak. Do Hang Na tried to fire a bluff, did not work out. The slight dent to his stack means he's looking at 25 bigs. I just don't see how they don't find their way into the middle. That gray chip is 100K. So he's 3-betted, as you would expect.
I think Martin is can very easily call this. It's 7 big blinds, so once he calls the 100K, there's gonna be 310 out there. They're going to a pot of 1 SPR. With aces, you are so comfortable playing post flop with 1 SPR.
Mind you, the pot they just played resulted in Do Hang not showing his hand.
Yes.
Which means he was bluffing, and
you want to keep that ace-3 offsuit in there.
Yeah, keeping that into account. So there are flops where Do Hang can get away from it. Queen 10-5 is not the purest in terms of an escape hatch. 357K in his stack, 310K in the middle.
Does have up to 16% equity now in the form of 3 jacks. So did gain a little bit. Probably doesn't have to worry about queens or 10s. Ace queen he blocks. King queen suited blocked as well.
Picks up 100K and then checks. Chat was talking about some of the live delts coming from Do Hang in the last hand. I think that was a bunch of them. This signals ordinarily, unless you're balancing, a lot of weakness. Martin is relatively nutted with the under-repped aces.
70.
And he goes small. I really do think that live read played a role. He knows Do Hang is not trapping, so he wants to keep a wider portion of his range. interested with the 70K bet. And Do-Hang might be tempted to peel one or to check raise jam as well. There we go.
There it is.
He doesn't know how thin he's drawing. He probably thought aces and kings were live as well with some fold equity. None of that will be had. It will come down to 3 jacks.
Have face. You're dead, now you have hope.
I like that, Zhao. Very nice thing to say. Says you were dead pre-flop, now you have hope with the 3 jacks.
I don't know. The river will be like a funny one. Like,
9 changes nothing. It is an absolute cooler.
it is big one.
And that's that. Do-Hang Na eliminated. Lose the man from South Korea. Day 3 chip leader. Entertained us plenty on the feature table and otherwise. Truly, truly hard to take a beat like this. Sometimes it's just your time to go, but fantastic performance. Finishes in 31st place.
Yeah, you know, we watched him play early yesterday coming into the first level as the chip leader and played it so well, was very fearless. Does have a runner-up finish in a main event, in a bracelet event in Rosvadas. So no stranger to these big events, these large field tournaments. And has made a very deep run, so congratulations. Now we're down to the final 30.
Maybe the smallest of silver linings. He made the pay jump. Everybody now guaranteed 31,000 USD. 3x on the buy-in, locked already. How far can we take it?
In 9-8 offsuit on the button. Xiao will defend. No stranger to playing out of the blinds. 10-8-7. This is going to be a fun flop, folks. Top pair gut shot for Xiao in the big blind. Open ender with middle pair for Lin. Lin not looking to play some pot control, does want to fire at this 35,000 already.
The correct line would be 10,000, 20,000.
Now over to Xiao. Not unreasonable to just check raise this right away, especially if you think your opponent's going to be c-betting this board too much. Looks like he's just going to call for now. This pot is now up to 170,000. Five of clubs on the turn. Doesn't change much. Lin not done firing. At this point, one has to wonder, does he think he's bluffing or value betting? 125K entering the pot.
He's buying a check on the river.
You know, maybe this is a bet that just gets like 10-3 of spades to fold, and then gets like queen jack of diamonds to call.
Emerge.
Yeah. Obviously, Jack 10, way too strong. We'll make the call. His pot's over 400,000 already, Vidur. And 2 bricks in a row after such a connected flop. I imagine this goes check, check. Can you see anything else happening on the river, Vidur?
No, I think that's what Lin was going for as well with the turn bet. You know, sort of the old school approach as well. 2 flush draws out there. You got to charge your opponent something if you think you're likely ahead, if your range is ahead. So with the 8-9, can't blame him for thinking most of the time he has the best of it. The sizing was, you know, a bit confusing. He's essentially value owned himself on the turn, but overall manages to avoid anything too disastrous.
好好 full bottom 了，你不要搞我，你又打不赢啊！
I think Ning is going to be a real contender to reach our final table. He's playing well. He looks relaxed. Looks comfortable.
One of the Aussies still left out there. Always bantering, as we see here.
我拿差一点的牌，直接就群里3枪了，这里，对吧？
Main event, the blinds are going up. 10,000, 20,000, 20,000 for big blind empty.
Not sure if you guys can hear it on the stream, but some announcements for the mini main event. We had 4 flights for that. That's one of the big events of the day. Do have championship events left, folk, including those we're covering on the stream, and the High Roller Championship perhaps is the highlight. We will be going down to the winner tomorrow, but we do have a $15,000 buy in High Roller this time around on tie day.
This John joins our table first hand, has 6s and a decision. Facing an under the gun raise, thinks better of it. He is quite short, just down to 10 big blinds. Has made our final table once before for a 3rd place finish in Manila. Long range steal gets through for Alexandru.
I remember that final table. Fun one. Always good to have a local. Remind me, Sam, isn't that when we were heads up with like 120 bigs and lasted like 20 minutes?
I think that was the one, yeah.
John was the man with the Queen 5 on the stone bubble, apparently. Justin reminding us. So, you know, tells you his mindset. Taking the edge, going after it. Well-known Filipino pro. 400K on his hand and mob. What a difference a deep run in this event can make. Henry and I kept talking about how legends will be made, and considering the field, you know, in terms of notable names, plenty of them on our table. Martin Sedlak comes to mind, Alexandru, but you know, the Hall of Famers dropped out, as does happen in main events, as does happen in poker. So new legends will be made. You'll always be remembered for running deeper, shipping an event like this. Also, I think important to note how many careers can be made. I mean, just off the final table alone. And maybe the glory and publicity. You're talking about launching so many careers to the extent somebody's qualified from a satellite.
I'm bad.
I think we had 2 Step 1 Sati qualifiers coming in. That was the $350 one. I believe we had... let me go back to Justin helping us here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think they're all pros, but we did have 4 Step 2 qualifiers who are still around in this field of 30. That's a $1,700 satellite. So it's crazy what a bankroll boost like this can do.
I mean, it just really propels you to be able to play these stakes quite comfortably and really take your shot at moving your game up to the next level. Martin might find a flat or a 3-bet from time to time. Not this time, he says. This may allow Alexandria to exercise one of these options as well. There's the call, and Xiao in the big blind with pocket nines will just flat. Queen Jack 3, top 2 for Jun Haowu. He is running hot today. 2 sets, now flopping top 2. Alexandra does have himself a gut shot with the backdoor flush draw.
Top 2 on Queen Jack 3 Rainbow is basically a set, so I'm counting that as 3.
$45K bet. How does Alexandria proceed? $110,000 is announced. Very small raise. Jun Hao may finally makes a little bit. One of his strong hands, barring a 10 turn.
A shocking amount of equity for Alexandru, given some of the folded cards. Backdoor plus the gut shot, thanks to some of the other removal, coming to 24%. Runner, runner, 2 pair as well, I guess. There is the first runner, so kings and 10s now.
You know, it's a tough one for Alexandru. If he does turn the 10, it's kind of tough to get value, as Ace-King does make up a good portion of Jun Haowu's under the gun range. 16 combos of Ace-King offsuit.
The classic King 9 stress. Queen Jack 10.
Yes.
Be having Ace-King. Alexandru deciding 3 is not the ideal card to barrel. Doesn't change much the board texture from the flop in terms of Jun Hao's ability to continue. This looks really strong. Sizing as well, 120 into 360.
I was thinking the opposite, Federa. I was thinking this is one of those bet to get to showdown with a hand, maybe like Queen 10.
Oh, right, the pre-checks?
Yeah.
Buying the cheap check? That's interesting, yeah.
But this also could just be queens or jacks that don't feel the need to go bigger. The hand's so locked up.
Yeah, I should rephrase. What I meant was it doesn't look very bluffy.
Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine King 10 just checking back.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's a bluff.
Alexandru is going to flow out of position with just King High. It's the deuce of hearts on the river. 600K out there. What is his plan? How does he win the hand now? The lead makes sense. It really doesn't.
I mean, he's losing to some bluffs that'll check behind, like the King 10. Blocks the 9, making the 10-9 even less likely. There is a world where he still wins the hand, because Queen Jack is almost mandatory value bet. I'll take away the almost. It is a mandatory value bet, and does Alexandru have plans to get frisky? Well, the sizing is just massive. Any friskiness will have to come with a triangle, and I just don't think this is the spot to do it with this holding.
Yeah, at this point, you're just repping quads. Maybe jacks. that didn't want to 3-bet an under-the-gun player. There's some potential for queens flatting as well. They began the hand something like 50, 60 blinds effective, but he's just going to get out of there.
Yeah, don't put good money after bat. Don't let your mistakes cascade. Made a loose turn call, but decides Jun is strong enough. Still up there, but both Jun and Neng catching up to Alexandru up top of the chip count. The newcomer, John pardon me, how do you say his name again?
John Constiniano.
Constiniano. From the Philippines. Expect some moves from him shortly.
He's not one to let himself get short. You know, he's going to try and take a stand, try and double up, make a deep run. He's a very aggressive player, fearless.
Oh, it's Constiniano.
Yes.
Just noticed that. Keep thinking Constantine in my head.
Ah, right.
Great movie, by the way.
Throwback. Yeah, very, very fun.
Bit of a throwback.
I didn't watch that one until maybe a couple years ago. I wasn't allowed to when I was a kid.
Wait, because it was very devilly?
Yeah, something like that.
Interesting.
Some violence or something. It's quite young when it came out. Alexandru, look at him.
Relentless. Just lost a hefty pot, but going after it with the Queen 9-0. And what do you do in Martin's shoes? You know he's attacking you.
He's way too deep to jam this in. Calling makes a lot of sense out of position with pocket pairs. They just perform so well post-flop, you know where you're at.
Yeah, especially the small ones, you're getting the odds to just set mine, really. Let's see if we have another set. This has been the table of sets so far. No set. No queen, no 9 either. 5s remain best. Pretty favorable board as well.
Quite a good board to continue out of position with the 5s. Only one over, and it's just the jack.
Mind you, pretty good board to fire a C-bet also.
For sure, your opponent's unlikely to hit, and you can just fold out, you know, king 10 of clubs, just like that. Queen 10, some ace highs, potentially.
It's interesting that in that hand with Dohan, with the ace-4, when Martin sort of held on against the check raise, he didn't have to show.
Yeah.
It actually would have given the table a decent amount of information about how sticky someone is, right?
That is correct, yes. Here we go, Martin Sedlak, not looking to get pushed around just yet. Will make the call. And that's not a good turn card. Alexandru's going to barrel this one at a high frequency. Martin now losing to a lot of combos. You know, even some bluffs have now just improved, like that king 9 offsuit.
I mean, you see Martin's situation here, and it does make me wonder, I mean, what is the way to navigate this hand so that you don't end up in this ugly spot? He's going to be facing what seems like a hefty turn barrel. Yeah, the King of Hearts, not an ideal card, but most cards not ideal. He has to let it go.
It's fair.
Where's the solver strategy to play this in a way that you're just not absolutely on the back foot? I mean,
sometimes I think you just are, and you have to be comfortable in these tough spots, out of position, uncomfortable with a pocket pair that can't really improve. And you just have to learn how to navigate these spots, and I think Martin did that very well this hand.
Yeah, you just have to fold knowing, you know, you're not going to be correct most of the time, but the king favors them too much. The situation favors them too much. What's the point of solvers, Sam? I thought they were going to solve everything. Come up with some nodes to get out of the situation.
That's just going to have to be street poker at that point.
Yeah, street poker gets you out. Nice little check raise there on the turn with no ability to improve or no reason whatsoever.
Yes.
Would have got the job done. So, what do you know, solvers? Street it up sometimes.
Maybe no, I might just flat the gut shot in position. We saw him flat one out of position.
All right, let's not make it his thing.
Yeah, that is a tough player who can flat a gut shot out of position. You know, the stickier they are, the harder they are to play.
What you're saying is absolutely true. Funnily enough, a discussion I was having just yesterday with some pros, and does this seem right? Do we have an all-in?
Yes.
And a call? Oh, let me just pause on that then, because John Castellano is going to be at risk. The Queen 4 taking 10 big blind stack. I think this is pretty borderline, but Jun has just so many chips. He went for it. Queen 4 probably just around the cutoff for a 10 big blind shove.
Yeah, probably prefer limp the Queen 4. I'm pretty happy to limp fold a chunky hand like this, but thinks he can just apply the pressure to John.
She certainly can. John probably playing the range. Wakes up with an ace. As we head to the flop. Needs to dodge a queen and a 4. King 8-8 is safe. Seems very comfortable given the situation. I can only imagine how my nerves would be, but that's why he's there and I'm here. A deuce changes nothing really. Oh, look at the out, Sam. Trying to 2. That would have been a tough one to catch, so John Castellano doubles up. 20 bigs. Peeled down to 29, which means an update from Justin in the chat. 30th place Benjamin Wu from the US. I know it feels like if we just keep dropping at this rate, we'll be down to the final table in no time, but that's not how it's going to go. Nice update from our friend Kai on the live reporting team. He just messaged me letting me know that when we get down to the final 16, we will align the live reporting with our coverage. So the delay will be sorted out. That'll be fun for all those of you who follow along in the chat. No spoilers once we get down to 16, which is always cool. Do appreciate any of you who do go to our website as well. Check out all the info and the live reporting. The team doing an amazing job. It takes so much work. In case you've never been down to an APT or any huge series where they do have a live reporters, just take my word for it. It is a very difficult job. You're actually standing around eyeballing players, stacks, hands, trying to get histories if you miss something. Shout out to the whole team. Jack 7 is being opened.
Here we go. Hijack versus button. This feels more like a call just to keep Alexandru's bottom of range in there. Jun Hao seems to agree. You know, early position, I think it's a little bit different. But you're gonna have position to every single player in the hand. And I mean, look how wide Alexandru's opening. You want to keep those hands in until you see the Jack 6-3 rainbow.
Do you, Sam? Do you? Must be nice. The Jack 7 open, the Jack 6-3 rainbow board. Half the chip lead, open season. There's a world where he gets super tricky, but best to just start putting some chips into the middle. Another jack, the check mark. Jun did peel one in position. 2 overs, back towards, but this board is pretty ugly now. Sam, I do want to point out 2 eliminations back to back. Up top, you can see 27 remaining.
Yeah, that means we're getting $35,000 for a payout now.
Alexandru found a beautiful check, a way for him to make more chips in this spot. It's worked to the tune of 75,000 thus far. Jun targeting most obviously the ace highs in terms of getting better hands to fold. Could have understood a check back as well. I just feel like ace highs are unlikely to bluff the river if you do check back that turn. So you do get to showdown. And then if you do face a bet on the river, you have a bit of a bluff catcher since ace highs aren't bluffing. All that being said, nice deception by Alexandru. Worked on the turn. Can he get another street with his trapping?
His hand kind of feels like a 6 or a pocket pair at this point.
Or if Jun has been watching the stream, could be much, much wider than that, considering the check calls we saw.
Could just be, you know, 7-5. Jun's gonna fire at 300K. I don't think there's too much value in raising from Alexandru's shoes unless he thinks Jun is really gonna, you know, call a check raise with 10s.
I mean, you're almost converting your hand into a bluff if you check raise.
Yeah, there's the call. Gonna get some very good news. Look at this. He's up to 3.1 million. Is most likely our chip leader of the tournament. Came in second in chips, just hot on the heels of Huang. Now up to 3.1 million in chips. Well played hand from Papazian, extracting max value from King High.
That was special.
Justin, are you saying Mantos also has a 3 million stack? I mean, those two players, you know, second and first on the respective all-time money lists for their countries. Both incredibly tough players.
Crazy update from the outer tables, Sam. So first off, you did see pretty classic GTO Wizard ace 4 suited 4-bet jam 20 bigs get eliminated by the pocket jacks by Aditya Agarwal. I actually met Ankit Ahuja, who's still out there in the field. He mentioned that Aditya mentioned to him, Ankit that is, that it was a misstep. You're not supposed to listen to GTO Wizard in that spot given the nature of the tournament. So check out this hand. Mongsu Lee opens from middle position. Ankit Ahuja 3-bets in the cutoff. Lee 4-bets it. And Ankit piles it in for 848,000.
45 blinds.
With ace 4 suited.
Yeah.
He snaps it with the kings and Ankit goes runner straight.
I think he flops a flush.
Oh, you're right. He just flops the nut flush.
Yeah. And then runners a straight as well, just for good measure.
And that takes Lee down to 150,000. A brutal bad beat from an overplayed ace 4 suited. I mean, gotta respect the 5-bet GTO Wizard. Pile it in, but really unfortunate for Lee there.
Very few players are capable of 5-bet bluffing 45 blinds. Like, even Kings is feeling a little bit uncomfortable with the situation. But
talking about being 25 spots away from winning the APT main.
Yes.
You have to find it within you. So we have a tiny stack, that means, out there in the form of Lee. Oh, Lee qualified for $350 as well. He is our step 1 qualifier. But Well, I believe he's not out of it yet. Just saw John Costaniano go from 200K to 400K.
Clubs versus clubs. Queen 10 deuce, not a club in sight. Got a shot straight draw for Xiao. Martin Sedlak with bottom pair. Both players catching just a little bit of a piece.
Looking like a standard check call. An intense stare down first, apparently. Could be thinking of ways to end the hand right here, but he decides to just fold.
I think the bet was just too big. You went for about 50%. I think your bottom pairs are already indifferent versus that size. So if you think your opponent's not bluffing enough, pretty reasonable to just let it go. No, I think 35% you must call, but nice sizing up with the King 9.
Getting a pair to fold with a C-bet. That's impressive. Gilbert pointing out what you mentioned, Sam, the 100x ROI on the $350 step 1 qualifier. So I did put you on the spot earlier, but what is the actual math on the ROI for winning, you think?
For the $90 one?
So 1.2 million, so you'd be, I think, 40,000?
Yeah, I think so. 40,000x.
The old 40,000x? 40,000 ROI?
460.
That's insane. John with the ace-queen offsuit in the hijack bumps things up. 45,000. Xiao with the queen jack of diamonds on the button. You know, if the blinds were quite short, you could definitely consider a reshove in this spot. But with the presence of these two large stacks behind him, I think he's going to have to make his hand a bit more straightforward.
You know what I mean? Yep.
Yeah, there's the call, 45,000.
Correction, 4,000 ROI. Okay. Situation should get tense. Here we go.
Here we go, Papazian with the squeeze. And it's huge, 12 big blinds out of the big blind. It's really not leaving room for bluffs because he's committed versus John with this size. You know, Xiao just has to get out there. They're most likely going to chop this up.
Nothing other than chop one.
He doesn't want to chop pause what John is saying. What a sicko.
Baller.
Well, let's see. All four suits are live.
What did you have? Asking. What did you have? Queen Jack. Off.
You gotta put in the little lie there, right? Queen Jack off, he says.
And one club. That's not. See, maybe win. So maybe he have slightly better outs.
2 diamonds appear on the flop. John Nico saying no chop is now the only one at risk.
He's fine. 2 diamonds folded already. There we go.
Well played,
John
guys.
Costagnano strikes me as a person who runs it once. Oh, Henry got a brutal insult in the chat yesterday.
What was that?
Said, Henry, you sound like a person who claps when you hit when you go ITM.
You've got to click for back there, right?
Oh boy.
I don't know. What's that? It's too early.
I piled on. I think it looks like someone who claps when the plane lands as well.
Oh right. That's very popular in some countries.
Too deep. So he jams and you click forward? No.
It's looking like that was the last hand before the break. Yes, indeed. We will be staying on the same feature table as there will be a redraw at table 24 players. So we're going to be returning with the same cast of characters. I hope you folks have enjoyed that table. What any closing thoughts, Vidir?
Thought it was a fantastic way to start the day. The card distribution, you know, all the sets we were talking about, did oblige to get us some poker entertainment, but it's more so the players absolutely going after it. Did just see that last hand with Alexander, but this time he had a hand. Most of the time he's just splashing, trying to increase his chip lead, and it has worked thus far. We did lose a decent number of players. Sad to see the dreams crushed as we make our way towards the final table. Those will be the payouts on your screen. Almost 100K for being on the final table, climbing all the way up to the astounding $1.2 million. You know what to do. 10-minute break. We will be back for another 90-minute level here, day 4 at the main event. See you after the break.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Hi, Given. I understand this is your first time coming to Taiwan.
Yes.
How do you like it?
So far, it's been amazing. The few days I've been here, I've had an amazing time. I'm thankful for the APT to invite me to come out.
This place is we call night market, which is very popular all over the Taiwan. So we're gonna take you go to get some traditional Taiwan food.
Okay.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. Let's go.
I don't want to give you something too strong in the beginning.
Okay.
Otherwise, you're gonna like stop eat anything. So let's go for Taiwan beer.
Taiwan beer, okay.
Yeah. For you, one for me. Cheers. Should we order some stinky tofu for Kevin? Okay. Can you use the chopstick?
No, that's definitely spoon guy. You want to see me use chopsticks? Okay. All right. Well, yeah, we gotta do that.
We will put in the third one.
Okay.
Third one. Then use your this finger. Just hold it. Yeah, you get it.
Okay. Let me. You want to see me try this?
Yeah.
Yeah. Be careful.
Wow.
There we go.
You did a good job.
Thank him. Yep. That's the tofu, the stinky tofu. It doesn't smell stinky, but I can smell something for sure.
This one is veg with the oyster with the egg mixed together, then put a sauce.
Okay. All right. I'll just. There we go.
So, tofu go to fries with the kimchi with the sauce. You want me to show you first?
Yes, please do.
Okay. So normally we eat this one, and we will put kimchi in the middle. It just like smell something, but actually put in your mouth, it's very tasty.
Here we go. It's not as bad as I thought. It doesn't smell. This doesn't smell bad, which is good. I just wish I could give it a better description because I don't have one. It should taste like something, and I just can't think of what it is.
It tastes like sticky tofu.
There you go. There you go. Pork rice, oyster omelet, stinky tofu. Pork rice, number one, by a mile. Then oyster omelet, very tasty. Stinky tofu, not as tasty as the other two, but it's okay. Cheers.
Cheers.
My impressions of the APT, in the few days I've been here, having so many tables running, having over 100 tables running at Red Space in Taipei, it's a little crowded, but it seems like everything's being run really well. The tournament staff has been great. In the region, APT is definitely the #1 tournament brand. If APT continues to progress, they will be in the same conversation as the WSOP. We have to head them out. We definitely are aware of. There's a group of players that are we call them flag hunters, and they basically travel all over the world to get that flag. It's sort of like people who collect coins, people who collect stamps, people who collect 10-mile flags. So, and I think there's definitely a group of players that like to travel and play poker. So, the flag hunter leaderboard is definitely a way for people to sort of do two things at once. They can see other cultures, see other countries, play poker, hopefully cash, and then just collect as many flags as they can.
I want to make you more close with the Taiwan's culture, so I would like to teach you Taiwan song.
Okay.
我爱台美，台美爱我。
我爱台美，
台美爱我。
So it's basically the reverse.
我爱台美，台美爱我。
我台美爱台美我。I hope I'm close. I hope I'm close.
我爱台美，台美爱我。
我爱台美，台美爱我。There you go. See, enough times I was going to get this right.
Do you want to know what?
Yes, I would like to know.
So, 我 means me. I means love. 台妹 means Taiwanese girl. I love Taiwanese girl.
Okay.
And the last word is 台妹爱我. The Taiwanese girl love me.
Oh, okay. I'll see if I can get one that will love me. For sure. 我爱台妹，台妹爱我。
Welcome
Welcome to the final day of the APT Championship Mystery Bounty event sponsored by Natural 8. 94 players, 94 bounties, but only one of them contains the grand prize mystery bounty of 1.5 million Taiwan dollars. Let's go bounty hunting.
Feel money, pick the bounty, any bounty. 有没有100万在里面？有没有100万在里面？
Where is the big one?
哎，给他 answer 嘞。
One time. Now you have a chance to see a 7. Easy, easy. Good. Yeah. 40,000.
80,000. I believe. One more zero. 50.
Okay, 500,000.
That's like it's a 50. I told you. Oh, it's a 30K. Oh my God, I feel it. I feel it. 50. 8前面放心。哇！哎呀，耶 ，nice。I don't know what. It's a 50. So, how do you feel now?
Very happy.
Is it your first APT bounty, right?
It's actually my first time making the money in a mystery bounty. My second ever mystery bounty tournament. I feel great. I won the 2 biggest bounties in the tournament and a lot of smaller ones, the trophy and the main event seat. So very happy.
Very challenging. What a day to be golfing, for sure. Total score was 13. Group 1. Team event, lucky draw, get some good players, carry out heavy ass and win a trophy. Worth freezing and suffering. Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Asian Poker Tour Championship Series live from Taipei. This is the main event coverage, the $10,000 freeze out. We are already in the money. The 4th day of this tournament, less than 30 players remain, and everyone has locked up over $30,000. My name is Pocket Kyles, and I'm joined in the booth by the legendary Henry Kilbane. Henry, welcome back.
Thank you, man. Thank you for the kind words and introduction. I don't know, man. I feel like I was thinking about it this morning, and I think today is the day where last night the players have got some rest. They've bagged for day 4. Day 4 in itself is just such a massive milestone, right? Like, how many people can say that they've made day 4 of a tournament? And I think today is the day where your mind can start playing games on you. You've gone to bed, you know, you're like, you start dreaming of that top prize. It's within reach. I think every single person in this field, it's crossed their mind at some point that, okay, I'm here for day 4. We're playing down to the final table. Like, I am within striking distance of going home with 1.2 million.
Oh, yeah. Even the shortest stack came into today with a little bit of visions of holding that trophy and a $1 million cash prize. And it's just astonishing. The fact that we have a prize pool of 6.2 million absolutely shattering that $5 million guarantee, and almost $1.2 million for first place is incredible.
It's so cool.
Yeah.
It really is cool,
And
man.
I can't believe we're already down to the final 25 players. The average big blinds of this entire tournament have been astonishingly high.
Yeah.
And even yesterday for the bubble play, we predicted everything to slow right down, and it hasn't really. There's been a couple lapses where the bust outs would start to freeze up a bit, but we were seeing a lot of action from even the bigger stacks. I mean, you know, famously yesterday, that 5-bet bluff from our $350 satellite winner. That was before the bubble burst as well. I don't really know. I couldn't really find too much of his records online, but Pan getting in for 350, hasn't even locked up anything yet. That min cash would have been incredibly huge compared to a $350 buy-in.
That's very true, and I think it just goes to show that, like, just because someone's satellited in doesn't mean that they're going to be pushed around, doesn't mean that they're, like, you know, quote-unquote slouch. They're going to try and put you in tough spots, and it's one of the things I really love about the Asian Poker Tour is we try and defer to, like, the Hendon mob, and we'll see someone with, like, 50K in cashes.
Yeah.
But we don't know how much experience they've got online. We don't know, you know, the backstory. So
well, that's just it, and we definitely have to be mistaken sometimes. There's only so much we can rely on with, like, you know, kind of the par for the course Hendon mob results.
Yeah.
But in today's poker, online is, you know, often more than half of the experience these days. People are playing online way more than they're playing live. It's just more accessible, easier to get in your tournament experience online.
So looking at some of the bust outs from today, so we came back with 34. It was Jun Biem Chun, bust out first. Most recent elimination, 26th place just before the break, was Kwang Soo Lee of South Korea. So 25 left, all guaranteed, just shy of 1.1 million Taiwanese dollars. And then when we have one more elimination, we will be doing the final three-table redraw.
Yeah. That's why we still have the same feature table after this break. I'm sure the commentators previously filled you in on that. Why we haven't changed it up yet, it's because with one more elimination, there's a whole redraw, so no point in changing the table, making everybody move just to have all the tables shift again shortly after. Also, speaking of Hendon mob results, right there, seat 1, you just saw him on your screen. Martin Sedlak, having locked up $35,000 in this tournament, will officially be crossing the $1 million threshold on his Hendon mob as of this page up specifically.
You really wanted to say that this
Right?
morning. I'm so happy you're getting the opportunity to say it now.
Yeah, we were doing that intro. Unfortunately, just sometimes things run behind. It's live, it's on the fly. And I was like, oh, Martin's right here. Let's give him a quick, how are you going to feel? You're just 2 page jumps away.
Yeah.
And then next thing you know, and you, by the way, expert timing on throwing it over to Tyler for shuffle up and deal. I saw 3 seconds on the clock when he said, Tyler, all right, give it away.
Nice.
I was like, wow, that was perfectly timed. Work of a true expert in the field. But here we are, 25 remain. There is a pay jump for the top 23. Just a couple eliminations, one after the redraw. That's a $5,000 pay jump we're looking at.
Yeah, the pay jumps from here on out getting somewhat meaningful. I mean, I guess if you're a regular 10K grinder, then perhaps not. But for people that have satellited in, as you pointed out, pretty meaningful.
Yeah. And I mean, that's the beauty of main events, which, you know, you don't normally see them outside of a few select iconic series being a 10K buy-in or 10K freeze out. So normally this, like, level of buy-in is reserved for high roller events and very kind of exclusive crushers type fields. But when you put a big guarantee, you call it a freeze out. Well, you don't call it, you make it a freeze out, and you, I don't know, you just attract all sorts of poker players from all sorts of skill levels, people that aren't even rolled for a 10K. I mean, I know I had a couple friends that entered this who I don't think were rolled for a 10K, and RIP to their main event efforts, but...
They just, like, bought in for 10K straight up, or they satellited in?
I mean, I know one friend that that definitely bought in for 10K straight.
Wow.
Tried to fire the satellites, was unsuccessful, and decided, you know what, I'm here to play the main. And it's...
I love it.
And they wanted 100% of their action, I believe.
Wow.
Too, so it's, yeah, unfortunately, though, they weren't in the best of spirits, I think, following the result. It was a little bit of a shot taking, but...
Yeah, trust me, I've been there, man.
Yeah, but, you know, I think very well-rounded person. They're just happy to. They realize that they had the opportunity to throw away that much money. I guess
Fair.
You
That's
know,
one way to frame it.
Can be grateful for that. Xiao wins. Xiao with King 5 versus Jun with A7 suited in the big blind. Both players flopping a piece of it. Jun with the nut flush draw, and of course the backdoor straights. One of them coming in on the turn. Turns into an open ender.
Is this just too many outs? I
Yeah.
mean, 15 outs that are live, which is pretty absurd. He would typically have 20.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to see a non-made hand on the turn nearly have 50% equity.
I do wonder if Jun wants to, in position, just try and take it down here, and if he doesn't, he just has so much equity, as you pointed out, even against a pair of 5s, has nearly 50% equity. Any 8, 7, 3, ace, spade.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what's the best kind of bluff on the turn, Henry? It's the bluff that gets through on the river for more value.
The old semi-bluff.
Right? You don't need them to fold the turn. You're getting that money in there because you're going to make them fold river. Get some extra value from that bluff. You don't need to take it down yet. Just set it up. And if you hit, I mean, I don't know. That's just luck then. That's just poker.
Do enjoy getting there on the river, and then all of a sudden you've gone from bluff to value.
Right? You go, man, I was ready to just go for it here. I guess I just, guaranteed this pot now. Just got to figure out how to... Might as well still make it look bluffy. Just go for it all. People... There's always that human element of poker where you think, nobody's ever calling here, but then every once in a while someone levels themselves into thinking they wouldn't go for this much value with such a nutted hand. It's just too much,
One of my favorite things to see is the old hero call gone wrong.
Yeah.
So I see that reason. People level themselves into thinking, my third pair, Third pair's good here. Could have a bluff. Zhao, who was very impressive yesterday with not only his mechanical understanding of game theory, but his speech play was really impressive. Managed to level, an opponent into making a mistake. And also, he seems very willing to kind of bring Kenny street poker style to the game, which I think in these fields is probably working out really well for him, hence the 2.1 million chip stack.
Love to see it.
John Nico, the man who burst the bubble with that Queen 5 cracking pocket aces all in pre-flop. Still in the mix.
Now everyone remembers their bad beats. I'm sure the bubble boy is not going to stop telling that story for years to come.
Yeah.
But how long do you think Constantiniano remembers his suck-out story?
Yeah, I mean, that's quite a memorable one, especially when it came with an $18,000 or nearly $19,000 guaranteed paycheck.
It's pretty big, but everyone, just has a tendency to forget the hands that they got lucky on a little bit more easily than the hands that they got unlucky on. So I wonder how quickly that will fade away compared to being the one to lose with aces.
I agree. I think I would like to think that I'm not guilty of that, but if I zoom out at the bigger picture, I can definitely remember more really painful, beats.
Yeah.
Than I can big pots that I won.
Right, and it's sample size is large enough, they should be relatively equal, but
yeah,
I don't think anyone can remember more suckouts than bad beats.
I don't get why everyone's scared of that place. Maybe I haven't went to the town, but I just go around the casino area. It's not that bad, I don't know. Yeah. As long as you go to the proper place. Yeah.
Alexandru's done well, came in second in chips, chipped up nicely. A name that I'm familiar with on GG Poker is the Alexandru, Typically see him running deep in some of the bigger buy-in tournaments over there. Glad to see him venturing out to the live arena.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, you got to make a little bit of that hybrid switch. There's just, I think, so much value in live tournaments where, yeah, you can't really realize your equity super easily, and it's one hell of a grind to put in the volume for live tournaments, both just like physically as well. But I think because of all those things, you know, you always find live poker just tends to be a bit softer, and I think that's the way it always will be because of how inconvenient it is to grind it, and because of how appealing it is to recreational players who don't just want to lose their money on a computer screen. If they're gonna fork up the cash and take a shot at something, you want to have the experience.
I agree. I think you need different skill sets for live compared to online. I think live you need to be really dialed into like tendencies and just like game flow, being willing to just try and pick up on any kind of live read, any information that your opponent's given away physically. Whereas I think online you need to have a deep technical understanding of the game theory.
Yeah.
Just like really solid foundations in terms of, you know, ranges and all of that stuff. Not to say that that's not important in live, because of course it is, especially once you get down to the later stages of the tournament and you're playing against really technically sound players. But I do agree with you. I think in, you know, day one, level one, where you just have like a bunch of wealthy businessmen firing this 10K, you know, like, pay attention.
Yeah. Oh, and I mean, in a field as large as most main event fields are, you usually do see a few of those outliers run deep in the tournament. So it's not uncommon to even get down to a final table with a couple people who are receiving unexpectedly life-changing money and who are maybe nowhere near as studied as, you know, a good chunk of the table would be.
Wow, Zhao with the table talk before Alexandra's even opened, as he is in the big blind, but it's not going to matter because Pazian has tens. Zhao went with the blades. It's going to be tough. I mean, what, we're sub 40? Sub 40 effective.
Goes a bit larger.
Yeah, I was about to say it is a bit on the large size, especially given that it was a +1 open. I think, you know, I'm very happy with like 125K here, just a little 2.5x.
Yeah.
But we're kind of coming into this blind. I'm not sure what the dynamic up until this point was.
Yeah, and it's surprisingly, I've noticed, not even at just this table, not just these opponents, but a few other people sizing up in spots that I wouldn't be sure why exactly. Like a little bit of this early position, sometimes early versus early. And I wonder if it's just they find that their calling range doesn't change too much when they size up a bit, when they're holding these really strong hands. And if they're going to get some more value from it, it's not going to really affect their opponent's not going to adjust to the sizing difference, then look at this. You get to bloat a pot a little bit with aces. And if it's going to work, it's going to work.
That's always a good question to ask yourself, right? Like, what is the maximum my opponent's going to pay when you are top of range and value heavy?
And
talking to top of range, how about top set on a very dry ace queen 8?
All right, just missing that set over set would have been perfect for Zhao, but still incredibly happy. Gets the large 3-bet in pre-flop.
There you go. There you go. If he just so happens to have the 8-7 suited, then let him.
Yeah.
Pazian, a real experienced Romanian talent, 2-time bracelet winner, European Poker Tour high roller champion. His largest live cash, nearly $1.4 million.
Wow, very impressive. And now sitting just short of $3 million in chips.
been a while since he's had a 6-figure score. His last one coming back in 2021, so that was when he took down the Crazy 8's online bracelet.
Right, and that was COVID time, so I guess Hendon Mob was switching over, you know, the World Series of Poker to the online streets because we couldn't really gather thousands of people in a room at that time.
Yeah, it's so funny. He's won that bracelet twice. He won the online edition on GG for 241,000. He won the live edition in July of 2017 for $888,888.
Amazing.
That's
love
great.
it.
I love that. I bet second prize was like 400K as well. Yeah, 463,000. Oh, I had a couple of friends make that final table.
Oh, there you go.
Wow. Shout out Harry Lodge and Vlad Derry. That's hilarious.
In good company, I see. Some blind on blind action. And Zhao completes with 9s. Sedlak checks behind. Is going to flop top pair, but the slightest overpair. And Nung Zhao will have Martin Sedlak currently dominated on this flop. Should be getting paid.
Yeah, he's in trouble here. Blind v blind. Healthy top pair as well, given that he's got the third nut kicker. So it is one of those where it's just like you're either way ahead or way behind, right? Because Zhao from the small blind can have a ton of traps, especially against someone like Sedlak, who's going to be probably polarizing himself from the big blind in a very theoretically sound way. So it wouldn't surprise me if Neng is playing, you know, really solid GTO ranges against Sedlak and just adjusting his strategy based on his opponent. Case in point, limping pocket 9s here. So great to see the call from Martin in position. A lot of good things can happen. Now Neng just recognizing on this 5 of spades pairing turn that the perceived advantage is over to Martin, right?
Yeah, I'm sure Martin's thinking the same thing as well.
It'll be 75.
As it stands, both players, I think they're fairly likely to have the best hand. Of course, there's lots of 5x in Martin's range, but still a good chunk of it. Zhao's as well.
Zhao just trying to get a bit of a read.
Flush draw does come in on this river. It is now an overcard to both players' pairs, but has played not too concerning.
For a 1 minute, long to 1 minute break for a women's event.
Oh, it's covered with block. 20% on the river, 9s with the 9 of hearts.
Oh, that makes Martin's hand interesting. You come in with a block bet here, do you kind of feel like you're just beating worse 8x hands for the most part?
Yeah, pretty much, but I think just too high up in range to get away from, right?
Yeah, it's kind of a...
Try to win some pots. Keep trying. He hasn't won a single pot yet. Not yet.
Ooh, getting chippy on the table.
Some chirping chips.
Yeah.
What was he saying? That Martin hasn't won any pots?
I think so. Hasn't won any pots. He's trying to win some pots. Hasn't won a single pot yet.
On the turn, by the way. Good sizing. I like it. Me too. 4.25. That's where I like it. I'm
Wow.
so worried you check back on the river, so I have to have a little bit value to you.
Wow. Listen, man, you fucking bring out the trash talking. Why not? It's gloves off.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Poker's been missing a little bit of that action lately, I think.
It's true.
Sometimes it gets a little bit too serious and dry. And yes, I mean, we all love the theory aspect of the game and just trying to out-strategize your opponent, but a little bit of old school trash talk and getting into people's heads, and that's kind of fun. Entertaining at the very least. And, we didn't see this table in the previous frame, but I wonder, it didn't seem very mutual at first. Like normally when you see some of that trash talk, it's just kind of a little playful. Everybody's just saying a little back to each other. But this seems like a little bit like, I'm going to get in your head a bit.
Yeah.
I'm going to start saying some things, and you're not part of this right now, but here it is.
Yeah, he was doing that yesterday as well.
Yeah. Part of the strategy.
Yeah, if you can get under, under your opponent's skin, get them to potentially slip up against you, make a mistake, then I'm all for it. See people asking about the final table. Texas Tommy saying, hello, gents, when will the FT stream start? Well, firstly, hello, Tommy. Thanks for joining us, and thanks for firing a question over in the Asian Poker Tour YouTube channel chat. We're playing down to the final table today. So we've got 25 players left, playing down to 9. That is the plan. I think we will get there somewhat comfortably. And then we'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, playing down from 9 to a champion. Champion going home with nearly 1.2 million. So do make sure, if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel, turn on notifications so you get notified as and when we go live. Tomorrow's going to be a special day, man. We're going to bring you the grid walk. Sam, Carl, myself, Vido, I'm going to be, doing like a recap from the start of day one all the way down to the final table, the heartbreak stories, of course, the highlight stories, who qualified, who turned $90 into potentially life-changing money, that kind of stuff. And then we're going to hand it over to Greg to introduce the final table list. But for now, our attention on this final 25, who still have a bit of a marathon ahead of them if they want to make it to that final table. 90-minute clock.
I mean, at least that's what we would expect. We have been continuously proven wrong on the pace of play so far in this tournament.
You guys keep trolling me, man. So basically, we ran the numbers, and the final level of play today, big blind 60K, would mean that if we were to get down to 9, that the average stack for the final table would be 61 big blinds. These guys all think we're going to cruise there. I don't know, man. I've seen too many monsters,
Right? I think it's one of those things where, to be fair, to be clear, at least my specific stance was never anything written in stone. Just merely mentioning the past is all I'm doing thus far. Because this tournament has an insanely deep structure. It has been deep the entire time. And even the bubble, even hand for hand, just kept on going. And like the pace of play did not slow down. I mean, of course, having aces being cracked on the stone bubble did help that cause, but nonetheless, play still moves. And I think, we've already got some trash talk on this table. We'll see if the poker action follows it up. And maybe some big pots, even with 25 remaining.
Yeah, there's part of me that, we're in Asia. Asians, very respectful everywhere I go. I mean, in Taipei, the amount of experiences I've had where the local Taiwanese have just gone above and beyond, whether it's taxi drivers, 7-Eleven, restaurants. So there's part of me that wants to kind of, keep it respectful. There is another part of me, though, that misses, the days where I was growing up watching YouTube, Tony G, Luke Schwartz, all of these guys just, trash talking. It's like, okay, well, bring it on. Got a bit of a pot brewing by the way.
Yeah, right here, Jun Woo. Both players flopping a bit of a piece of this flop here in the form of a few draws, blind versus under the gun.
So this was UTG open, small blind 3-bet, right?
And And look at this on the turn. Junwoo with the straight and the flush redraw.
I would really like to see Wu just flat call here. I think we're still getting a lot of money from aces and kings on the river, on brick rivers. But raising here is just so strong, and I do think it can be tempting. Two-tone turn texture, you know, let's raise it up because I'm scared of like the 8 of hearts rolling off or something like that. But wow,
Oh, look at that.
Wow.
Straight flush.
Let's go.
It's been a minute since we've seen one of those on the stream.
Oh my word.
And I'm sure we're going to have it in the comments. Oh, runner, straight flush. What are the chances?
I want to see what the big blind had, because see if he folded a 9. Oh my word. Papazian's put him all in. Comes with the overbet jam. And Wu.
As for quads, slightly better for Junwoo than quad 7s. The straight flush. And even the man who cracks aces on the bubbles is impressed with this hand.
Well, how about it? Junwoo up to 2.2 million, a near 100 big blinds pot. So when open under the gun, Papazian flatted out the small. It just went check, bet 75k, call, turn. Alexandru decides to lead out, start turning his hand into a bluff. Credit to Wu for just finding the flat call.
Yeah.
Extending the rope to Alexandru, and of course improving to the straight flush. It's one of those ones where it looks somewhat reckless, right?
Yeah.
From Alexandru, we can be very results oriented when we can see the cards in the showdown, but let's not forget, this is how this man built his stack. He's still got 74 big blinds. He came in second in chips. It's precisely because of that aggression that he is in this spot. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, and just look at the advantage of what that does. You continue that aggression, and even at a spot like this, where you have just jammed into literally one of the best hands in poker, you still have a massive stack because of that continued aggression.
Yeah.
You can run into an, well, you know, I don't even want to call it a mistake. It's just an unfortunate timing, because your bluffs won't always work. That's just poker. But you can have your bluffs fail in dramatic fashion and still have a stack that can keep going. And that's the advantage of that aggression. That's why, you know, since the last, 20 years of poker, we've all been talking about, you know, put on that aggression, put on that aggression. That's the best way to play poker.
It's a proven strategy, and I think that kind of aggression, especially at this stage of the tournament, it's a double-edged sword. It's more likely that Alexandru busts out, like, let's say, between 18th and 24th. But the flip side of that is it's also more likely that he bags chip lead coming into the final table.
Yeah.
Because, you know, he lives and dies by that sword. We have had an elimination on the outer table. Useki Katsuran from Japan out in 25th. So that means we're down to the final 3 tables of the Asian Poker Tour Championship Main Event. We're going to take a short break. Going to do the final 3 table redraw. So could be mixing it up. See who we get on the flip side of break. Looks like it's going to be. So it's going to be Zhao Wenzhou, Anki Ahuja, got Gerald Ng, Martin Sedlak, Nishant Sharma, Alexandru Papazian, Hao Chiang, and Che Li Lin all going to be joining us on the feature table when we return from break. So
Sedlak again. Let's see if he can win a hand on this third after this second break. Oh, I had to play off the. Hopefully he takes that in fun jest. But yes, quick little break here. We'll be back in about 10 minutes with the new tables. See you shortly.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
You can tell who all the best dealers are because they're all in this area, dealing 9 mixed games. That's one of the best dealers here. That's one of the best dealers here. He's one of the best dealers here. Him too, him too, him too. And welcome to the Mixed Game Championships. Can you name all 9 variants you're playing today?
I think there's Hold'em, PLO.
7 deals, triple draw.
This is 7 single, triple, no limit Hold'em, limit Hold'em, PLO, PLO high-low, stud, stud high-low. What else?
我也记不得，没事。7 out of 9 not bad. 8 out of 9 is not bad. 9 out of 9. I counted 9. And which one is your favorite variant?
I like stud high-low. Just try and make a straight. I don't know, ace, deuce, 3, 4, 5. You scoop everything.
Deuce 7 triple. You have 5 cards. Deuce to 7. The nuts is 7, 5, 4, 3 deuce. You have 3 rounds of drawing. You can draw each 3, and your target is to make the lowest hand possible, like the nuts. Usually 8 low or 9 low is pretty good in this game, so I have to draw as low as possible. Yeah. Bet. Keep betting.
As a no-limit Hold'em player, why are you playing the mixed game?
I just love playing cards. It's interesting to me.
Let's say I don't play any mixed games. Why should I play mixed games?
Keep playing Hold'em is too boring.
Play every day and same pattern, nothing special. But mixed game you can play 9 games at different style at different game.
就是尝试一下不同的游戏，就会有新的启发。
会多聪明，对不对？OK， 好，谢谢你，祝你好运。
我们正式创造历史 ，Championship 国家杯最终买入人次达到2398组买入，正式打破 APT 历史上最大边赛参赛人数纪录。竞争、规模、气氛完全媲美主赛事等级。更重要的是，这将是 APT 历史上第一座 Championship 奖杯。
现在心情是希望可以往前面更多的名次前进越好。
Getting this Lion Trophy, that would be a lifetime experience for you.
Not rushing into anything, just take one hand at a time. So let's see how far we can go.
希望那个心态上会可能比其他对手好一点，打好自己的牌，然后好好享受吧。
所以就希望这一次，真的就希望这一次，希望这一次。
普段ノーリミットホールデムのこういう大きいトロフィーがもらえるトーナメントには全然出ないので、まさか自分が本当にもらえるとは思ってなくてすごい嬉しいです。この金額帯のトーナメントだと 割とこうアマチュアの人がこう固まってるイメージだったんですけども、普通に顔見たことあるようなプロの人とかも出ていて、本当に人気のトーナメントで注目されているものなんだなっていうのを参加しながらそう身に染みて感じました。もう本当にただラッキーで流れが良かったと思います。感謝です。ありがとうございます。
其实他们都比我更资深，而且每一个玩家都其实具有很强的侵略性，玩得非常非常好。那我要建立马量的时候，其实非常不容易。我非常非常的紧张，晚上甚至睡不好，我还失眠直到起来。当我来到现场会场的时候，我就是很专注的在每手牌，慢慢把马量建立起来之后，我可以打得比较轻松，有更多的容错率。尽力去努力，还是需要一点点运气。对。其实很高兴，因为我在台湾参加很多的赛事，那赢下这座事实，我觉得比我其他赛事都更有成就感。这个是我第一个狮子奖杯，它对我来说意义蛮重大的。除了给我自己的一个礼物之外，那我最主要是给家人，因为他们支持我去从事这个挑战，去参加这个赛事。第二个是我要谢谢教我 Miss Game 的朋友们，我们从不会到会，那每天晚上的练习一点一点的进步，才会有我现在的这个技术，那可以跟这些外国的职业玩家去做同场竞技。谢谢。
We are here at day 2 of the APT Championship Main Event, and I'm here with a pro from Thailand, Taipei. First of all, it's great to see you here today. Would love to know what brings you here to the APT Championship Main Event.
Well, I like to support the APT because I'm very good friends with the organizers. And yeah, I've been playing it for like 10 years now, maybe? I don't know. A long time, yeah.
And how are you enjoying this main event so far?
I've been running really good, so it's been very enjoyable. I've never been card dead. I played like every orbit, so it's really fun. I think I've had more aces than anybody else in the tournament and more sets than everybody else in the tournament. But I'm pretty sure, yeah.
And I really hope that momentum keeps you going. Another question though, having crushed the $5 million guaranteed in the main, how do you think that the APT will fare moving forward?
I think it will only get bigger every season. I really do believe that. I think it's in Asia, poker's really booming.
Day Pachara for all of you. Best of luck to you for the rest of the main event.
Thank you, thank you.
A 组才刚开打，买入就已经超过400组。我说的不是普通的比赛，而是 APT Championship 国家杯。艾缇娜，为什么来打这个 National Cup？
因为买入的金额非常的亲民，而且报名人数真的很多，我觉得奖池会是一个非常诱人的。
那你知道这个 National Cup 保底奖池有多少吗
？1200万台币。
Correct answer。
哎，你还记得2年前的国家杯吗？我们的新馆第一场第一个 Final Table 第一个冠军就是我。哇！对，751人第一个，所以国家杯我是一定要打，而且我是从头打到底。
Nice。那你觉得我们这次的新场馆怎么样？
哦，第一次来这个场地非常大，然后第一次来有点迷路。可是很壮观。
So far, I've only played a couple hours, but super professional to me. The dealers are very good. The setup looks very nice to me. I'm really excited to be here.
蛮大的，可是就有点冷，需要带外套过来。
你知道我们楼上有卖周边商品吗？
对，我刚刚有看到。很适合，很适合。
对自己有什么样的期许？
对自己的期许就是不要爱抓炸胡，然后不要扣太多，该盖牌就盖牌。对，
加油！谢谢你。这是整个系列赛的第一场比赛，不过你别担心，我们还有4个 Day One Flight， 在11月14号和11月15号。现在不上桌，就只能看着别人拿冠军了，所以赶快来玩吧！这不是扑克，
あれは PLO チャンピオンシップだよ。エキサホールデムじゃないの？
扑克是2张牌，不是4张牌。
ルフィ、何言ってるか全然わかんないよ。
瑞讲完全听不懂你在说什么。 突破 PLO 买入纪录 ，PLO Championship 买入10万台币，冠军将带走190万台币，以及 APT Championship 席师奖杯。到底谁会拿下 PLO Championship 冠军呢
I like to gamble. Poker more gambling.
Because I love playing PLO right now and it's a lot of fun, way more action, so really enjoyed it.
Tournaments, PLO tournaments, you have to be pretty tight. Got some aggressive loose players on my left, so you know I've got to be careful and navigate correctly.
I feel good, overwhelmed. Like right now, even still like my brain cannot process like what's going on. I felt when I was dealt the big pot hand, even before that hand, when I saw the flop, I had the feeling that it will come lah. I will hit because I was running really good for this event. Like all the cards go my way. PLO basically is a 4-card game. It creates more action for players. Like me, I like to have a more gambling element in my game for players like me. So I think PLO is really good. Blessed to be here, like God chosen game. Malaysia boleh!
Breaking news, the inaugural Natural 8 Cup Championship freeze-out event has exceeded its guarantee, raising the prize pool to a whopping 39 million Taiwan dollars. That's over 1.2 million USD.
What drew you to play the Natural 8 Cup Championship freeze-out event?
Well, it's a freeze out, which I think is super fun. I always like freeze outs because it doesn't give people like me a chance to be in for 12 bullets. You know, a little healthier for the bankroll, you know. It's also got a really deep structure, which is super fun, and a ton of money up top. So what could be better, you know?
You only have one buy-in, so that kind of makes the game different. You can't just shove it all in and gamble, and you really have to, every chip matters.
打 freezeout 就可能就多一点技术，然后就可以自己小心一点啊，要去学啊。
freezeout はやっぱり飛びたくない。
Welcome back to the Asian Poker Tour Championship Series live from Taipei. Of course, we are still covering the $10,000 main event freeze-out. We are here late in day 4, and we just reached our final 4 tables. Final 3 sorry, there we go. Final 3 tables. I can do the math. 8 times 3, 24. There we go. So our final 3 tables, this is where we start doing a redraw every table to make sure that the field is well mixed together. You don't have to play against that same pesky opponent that you can't just get away from for the rest of the series. You make sure it's a truly mixed and equally randomized tournament, so you get a fair shot, not guaranteed to play with everyone because it's still randomized, but a fair chance to have the position swap up and truly be the best of the field in these last 3 tables. And with 3 tables remaining, somehow, astonishingly, because of the 671 entries, because of the 90-minute levels here late in the tournament, we still have an average stack of 57 big blinds. That is something you don't see in tournament poker all too often this deep.
Yeah.
You know, even with really good structures, you still think you're going to see the average big blinds around, you know, at least around 30, something like that, maybe 35. 40 if you want to go on the higher end of it, but nearly 60 big blinds average? What is this, a cash game? What are we doing here, Henry?
Maybe we do get to the final table with 61 big blinds average. Maybe Neil and Tyler have just nailed it. Just, you know, spot on.
I mean, you know, they don't have a crystal ball, but they do seem to have a good eye for the way things just might play out. And a little bit counterintuitive. Normally following that average big blinds is a good marker for how quick the field will go down, but there's also just something about the human element of getting that many hands of poker in. Because is everyone really going to slow down their plays and be a lot more patient? And if you notice your table is being a lot more patient, aren't you going to start just opening up a lot more, 3-betting a lot more, being a bit more aggressive? Like,
yeah, the floor is going to be very, very on top of it as well. If they see people just like tanking unnecessarily.
Yeah.
So we're on an immediate pay jump, nearly $6,000, 5,800 between 24th and 23rd. 3 tables. We are going to be sticking with table 79. And you can head on over to the AsianPokerTour.com website, click on live reporting, and you can find the outer table coverage as well. If there is a friend or a family member, or maybe just someone you are a fan of that you want to keep an eye on, tables 81 and 80 over there. So yeah, do keep tabs on that. And of course we have the mini main as well as some high rollers running, so live reporting on those as well over on our site. But our attention is going to be on this table for the next, say, about hour or so.
Yeah. That should be about when this level wraps up. And when it does, we will be, of course, swapping the feature table. It will be the first time we do that today because of the table redraw. But also, we just did the redraw and we are 1 elimination away from a $5,000 pay jump. Nearly 6,000.
Yeah.
You add the change in there. Starting to add up, getting closer to that 1 buy-in pay jump mark. And when the buy-in was 10,000 US dollars. You know, this isn't small potatoes we're talking about here, Henry.
Oh, look at this. Ankers chipped up nicely, playing 2.2 million. Note the fold, by the way. Recognizing that he's got a couple of really aggressive players in late position on his left. I guess the main one being Papazian, who is on the button. So just take note of the ace deuce of clubs fold. I think that's something worth keeping an eye on. If he's willing to just be patient and respect the 90-minute clock.
Also on your screen there, just folded, Nishant Sharma, with just 24 players remaining, is one of our satellite qualifiers. Did qualify from a step 2 buy-in. That was $1,700. But
nice.
Look at this, 1,700 into 35,000.
There we go.
What, 20 times your buy-in?
Yeah.
You know, you got to remember, just because it's 3 times the main event buy-in, and it's not a coincidence that we have so many satellite winners this deep in the field. There were satellites running everywhere. We ran enormous satellites here at the Asian Poker Tour itself. Natural 8 ran a ton of satellites. We had all those tickets won from winning other events and previous events as well. And it just really made this 10K tournament very accessible. And look at that, aggression as predicted. Papazian opens, king on the button. But Hao Chuang with the 9-8 suited 3-bet.
This is really out there. I love it. If this is, oh, okay, yeah, let's look on the table, you know? Try and get a live read. But if Alexandru clicks this, just hits him with the fuck it, we ball. Gonna let it go.
Yeah, we had one of those yesterday. And every time I kept thinking, nice move, this is over. It kept going and going, and somehow it ended up being a 100 big blind pot river jam, and I was just astonished.
I think this is going to be a really spicy feature table. Maybe I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself after seeing just one hand.
I like the prediction, though. I like the prediction.
If he's coming in with the small blind 3-bet with the 9-8 of spades, these guys are willing to step out of line. Maybe Sam's right. Maybe it's average stack 80 big blinds when we get to the FT.
Gerald Sam very short here in the final 24. There is a pay jump, but Ace-Jack is a beautiful hand to look down at with not a lot of chips in front of you. Time banks often come into play around this time, as they can be valuable to help with that pay jump. there it is. The jam from Gerald Sam. Buys just a little bit of time, not too much. Very reasonable for this spot. And going to run into the slightly better hand, ace-jack suited. Shailin Lin. Double check, get a count.
It's so cool to see Shailin Lin still in this. He was crippled after turning the nut flush deep on day 3, where most of the chips went in and his opponent check raised for like 80% of his stack with a set of 9s and got the miracle board pair river. And Lin was crippled. He was left with, yeah, wasn't left with much.
Lin makes the call. Go to the streets. There is one heart out there and 2 spades. Both players still with the flush draw. 9 of hearts makes the sweat intensify. Not like this for Gerald Sam.
Not like this. Okay, chop it up.
One more spade is he calling for. Getting greedy. Clearly joking. Love the camaraderie at the table. Even Sedlak still laughing despite facing some chirps in the previous table before the redraw.
Let's start having a look at some of these guys' Hender mobs. See what I can find. I feel like my internet is like dial-up from the 90s.
Yeah, it's something has shifted a little bit in the last couple days. Not sure what's going on there, but with such a massive media team, I think there's
the bandwidth.
Hard to see the comp. Yeah. Well, it was good before, so definitely it was set up for it. But I think just the complications can be a little bit hard to find with such a large crew at play. But Ishant Sharma, one of those satellite ticket holders, pocket 9s and +2. Going to run into the ace-jack suited in the big blind from Ankit.
Easy defend this deep. Oh, how about it? Just flops the absolute joint.
Flops the absolute joint. That was, you know, it's funny. Do you say that term very often?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. I was wondering. You know, Sam came out with that term last night. Just said flops the joint. And
oh yeah.
None of us had really heard it before, and even Sam was questioning it himself if he'd ever.
I think it's pretty common. Yeah.
Okay,
it's
there
like
we go.
Flopping the joint.
Yeah, it made sense in my head, but it was just a term I'd never really used. And so we kind of debated in the comments. The viewers seemed to think it was not a term, and we decided, okay, well, maybe Sam, maybe you made it up. But then you come out here and say, flops the absolute joint, and I go, wait a second. If you've been listening to Sam. Joint, nuts, whatever you want to call it, he's got it. Just the call from Ankit.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Against an early position open.
Yeah.
Where we can't have queens, kings. Our opponent can. I think it's a board texture where we're meant to just check call with the hands that we do continue with. I doubt we're meant to have much of a raising range here.
Yeah.
See if Nishan wants to turn his 9s, the 9 of hearts, into a bluff. To really try and put pressure on like any pair, really, even a king. Like Ankit's going to have hands like king four of spades that defend the big blind and feel like they need to call at least one street. So I do like this turn barrel, and it's just unfortunate to run into it. Blocking Jack 9 suited himself, by the way, so that's rather unfortunate.
Yeah. And Keith and Nishant, the last two players from India remaining in the field.
Wow, he's going to keep setting the trap. He gets the cleanest run out in the world, man. You love to see it. You fade the ace, you fade the jack, you fade the 9 and the heart.
This would be quite a masterful check. Oh, and there it is. Look at that. And Keith finds the check. Nishant can't think his 9s have enough showdown here. Have to bluff at it.
This
has the position to do so. Both players with 1.9 million behind. You gotta imagine Nishant goes pretty large on this river. Probably thinking he wants to even get a weak King X to fold.
They're gonna check it through.
Really? Ah, I thought he'd take the bait for sure on this spot.
Number 3 on India's all-time money list. Takes from number 6.
Well, that's why he's number 3 in India, and I don't even want to know where I'm on the Canada money list. Embarrassingly low. Fortunately, my atomic pineapple success is not as lucrative as you'd think it might be.
Ah, sorry, I do apologize. Nishant is 8th in his all-time money list.
Oh, well, 8th isn't notable. Ah, I thought it was 3rd, you know? 8th, that's barely have a career there. No. Kidding, obviously. Still very impressive. Martin Sedlak with a beautiful hand. Ace, King of Hearts under the gun. Thinks it through. Clear and concise with his raise. Papazian. A lot more loose than Sedlak's demeanor at the moment. Talking about his cameraman. Che Li Lin. Pocket 10s in the cutoff versus Sedlak's under the gun open. Haven't really seen Sedlak get too out of line. Call makes sense.
Maybe not that much, but yeah, it's definitely slower.
What's Gerald gonna do here? I think opportunity to squeeze perhaps and just try and like isolate against.
He's so short though. Just 92K. I think. Is a squeeze going to accomplish enough?
But I think the jam opens the door for isolation, right, from Sedlak.
That's true. That is true.
So if we can clear, you know, some equity of Che Li Lin, for example, 44% equity.
Yeah.
Then it's just such a huge print for us, right?
That's a good point.
Versus calling for what? A 4th of our stack trying to flop a set.
Yeah.
It sucks because of the pay jump, but I don't mind jamming. I also don't mind folding. I mean, we fold and we've got, what, 4 bigs left? We've got an orbit to try and find a better spot versus this very tight under the gun open. And the cutoff range as well, like flatting against UTG, it's going to be pretty strong range, right? Like there's going to be an abundance of pairs larger than our 4s.
Yeah. Although I think I still prefer calling over folding. I do agree with you fully on the jam, but I think just set mining, it's not the worst play in the world, and it's going to be pretty easy to probably get at least someone to call off the rest of your stacks. You get a little bit of extra implied odds in there. So I don't hate it. Interesting flop. Gets the gutter. No set, but...
Now what do we do?
Yeah.
We just lead jam and hope both of our opponents have Broadway cards.
Yeah, see, now this is where I've put myself into a difficult position, Henry. Didn't think about flopping a gutter, personally. Thought it'd be easier than this, but... Yeah, right. See,
You're
set
just
myself
like,
up.
Give me 2 4s, dealer.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
Make it easy.
Of course, poker's easy when you can predict what's coming. But
Yeah, there it is. Just lead jams. It's 2.8 big blinds. Thinks there's too much money in there. Sedlak's going to fold, and of course Lin's going to snap him off. And Gerald is looking for one of his 6 remaining outs. All of them are live.
yeah, I mean, not the worst odds. $316K if you can find an out on one of these 2 last cards. Will be very good. And look at that.
Oh, wow.
7 on the turn. Just praying it holds. And no chop on the river.
All right.
Gerald Sam.
What do I know?
Results-wise, amazing. Hand to chip up to over 300,000. Was running on fumes and finds just enough equity to get it in and hit to take down the pot. Even this far in the tournament, still just 1 stack that feels really short. 13 bigs. Of course, those middling stacks are starting to come down a bit. We have seen it be as deep as the 2nd shortest stack, being at about 50 big blinds. Very, very deep structure. Lots to play with, but it is starting to shift a little bit, I find.
All smiles, understandably so.
I think someone was asking, is Sumire in? I believe she was the last woman in the field. She fortunately busted yesterday.
Yeah, she was super impressive. Do you know how she ended up busting? She had a really she had like 550K at one point. I wasn't in the booth for her demise.
Yeah, no, I believe it was off stream. I think she cashed and busted shortly after, so still an impressive cash.
Gerald. Bit of posturing here. Taking his sweet time. Lynn's just going to pick up the blinds in the big blind ante. Sedlak with rags in the big.
That both Zhuang and Ahuja nearly 100 big blinds on our last 3 tables. Normally that would just be, something like 1 outlier stack that's just dominating the field at this point. Instead, it's kind of just your average table leader at this point. Now Zhuang, ace king suited and +1.
Not only is it ace king suited, but the fact that he's table chip leader, maybe. Oh no, sorry, I do apologize. Ankit, after flopping that straight, has taken the chip lead, but I don't think Chuang's going to get as much respect as perhaps one of the shorter stacks would from early position. Wow, Gerald's got a similar situation to earlier on. Ace King against Ace King. Earlier he had Ace Jack against Ace Jack.
And might have chipped up, but still relatively short. Less than 15 bigs. Likely just gonna get it in. And there's the jam.
He's absolutely thrilled about this slam dunk spot after getting fortunate with the pocket fours earlier. Opportunity here for him to double up. Unfortunately, he's run into the same hand.
Yeah, most likely gonna chop. Looks like there's slightly less hearts left over than spades. So
wow, that's interesting.
The slight edge to Chuang.
6% edge. I tell you what, empires were built on edges smaller than 6%.
Right?
Everybody from the heart? Yeah, I'm joking.
Well, let's see if there's any heartbreak. We go to the run out. Oh, 2 spades and 1 heart. Both players could still absolutely devastate their opponent.
Heart for a sweat. Come on.
Oh, no.
Not like this.
Not after the 4s were saved on the turn. Gerald Sam, now Ace King suited versus Ace King suited, has been eliminated in 24th place. It is good for $35,000, but everybody else in the field has just hit a pay jump. Nearly 6 grand extra added to their wallets minimum. Basically 41,000 for our top 23.
GG's, man. No one deserves to lose Ace King against Ace King. But tournament poker and the poker gods can be cruel sometimes. 23 left, everyone guaranteed $40,990 for their efforts now. Fun story, my first ever cash on Hendon Mob, I won Ace King against Ace King with like 18 left.
No way.
For like massive chip lead that I bagged for, I think it was day 3 or day 4, final table with the chip lead.
Love to see it.
It's just one of those where it's just like, nobody deserved the spot, you know?
Yeah. But that's one of those hands where, or one of those runouts, I should say, where it's going to happen to you if you play enough poker. So enjoy it when it works in your favor, because it's bound to come back and bite you at some point. And yeah, Danny in chat saying, how about that 6% edge, eh?
Yeah. I'm telling you, man. You look at all of these, like, casino empires, Vegas, Macau. Those guys have made billions on 3%, 2%, 1%.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, you talk about studying poker. What is this game that we play? Is it not a game of the slightest edges that make it profitable in the long run?
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
I remember there was some sickos. I remember Brewer was running some sims on, I want to say, 5-card PLO with like an 8 BB squid. And it was something absurd, like if you were to run just 1 standard deviation or 2 standard deviations below EV,
yeah,
the amount of hands that could go by where you just don't even break even, and you could have like a massive edge in the game, and you're just running like 2 standard deviations below EV, which, you know, is pretty easy to do.
Yeah.
And it's pretty crazy as well. Like, you think of how many careers were made early, like Adrian Mateos. I mean, I think Adrian Mateos was always going to succeed.
Sure.
But he took down the WSOP Europe main when he was like 18. Charlie Carroll, another one of those who had like some real success very young in like EPTs.
Yeah.
But think of how many people their age tried and failed, you know?
Oh.
We hear about Mateus, we hear about Charlie, but we don't hear about...
Where do you think the money came from? Had to come from somewhere.
It's pretty sick, tournament poker. Same at Triton, like a lot of the top guys, their expected ROI is like 5%. Like,
yeah.
It could take a long time to realize your 5% equity. 5% ROI, rather.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I have switched to tournament poker just being a gamble for me. It's just fun now.
Hence the atomic pineapple.
Yeah, exactly.
Sedlak still hasn't won a hand, man. I mean, things not going his way. Just card dead, and then when he does open, he's getting the bad end of the stick.
But if anyone is going to be composed and maintain their mental state, I think it's Martin Sedlak. I've never seen someone so dialed in. I know he's actually a violin player as well. I got to catch up with him a little bit in, funny enough, one of those Atomic Pineapple events that I think there just happened to be nothing else going on, so we sat down for a fun little buy-in. Not gonna lie, it scared me a bit when I wasn't expecting to see such a pro sit at my table at a late night Atomic Pineapple. But nonetheless, told me a bit about how played a bit of music back home. And
oh yeah?
Yeah, and just like, and I think it's like, I don't know, something about someone also like playing something like a classical instrument, like playing the violin.
Ah, okay.
I think that's a very dialed in, stoic kind of instrument, and you see it at the table here.
Oh.
Even with the chirps being thrown at him, with the jokes, with the, you know, the kind of bad runouts or just running into it with 3 bets versus, you know, some of these opens, he's just going, that's the game. He seems very set. He seems not frustrated, not impatient, not tired, not too excited. Just completely stoic and gently locked in.
I'll let the wife know. She plays violin.
I mean, that's a bit more fun, not gonna lie.
Cigar attached in the chat saying, I saw a good quote the other day, variance owes you nothing.
Ooh.
That is spot on, my man.
That is beautiful.
George from the Bay saying, Henry has a 6% edge when he commentates on these poker streams. You know it, my man. Sometimes more, you know.
Ooh.
All about those edges. At least the edges in here are variance free.
Yeah. Electric Tutorial saying he got to play a Big O tournament with Punat. That was like 100 USD.
Oh, nice.
And that's the beauty of the Asian Poker Tour. With all these events, you do get some of these pros that want to play all these events, and Punat is one of those guys who will play like every event he can. And actually, funny enough, I did get to play a cheap buy-in with him once. I can't remember what variant it was exactly. It could have been one of my pineapple runs. I'm not exactly sure, but I do recall he was on my first table of the day, and he got a bit short, and I was able to bust him out. And I never felt like there would be a more epic highlight in my career than busting out Punat Punsri. So I'll hold on to that story until I have some real success to show for, maybe. Shirley Lin going to flatten King 5 in the small blind. Zhao just checks back the Queen 8. Blind on blind action to the flop. 5 in the window. 5, 5, 6 trip 5s. Shaylee Lin. Just kind of some weak backdoor straight for Zhao. 2 overs to this paired board. Love to see at least a heart in your hand. That's also in favor of Lin. The King of Hearts just has everything here. Not sure he's going to get any value, but does throw a big blind out there. See Kiwi back in chat. Haven't said hi to you yet. Welcome back to the chat, Kiwi, one of our regulars on the stream. Look at that. Zhao going to make the call. Lin will get at least 1 street of value.
Pretty out of line float. I love it. Purely looking to play his man rather than the cards. I mean, some backdoor potential with that 8 of clubs wrapped around the 6-5, but you know, it seems like a bit of a stretch. Lin sliding it on over on this 2-tone turn text. Just recognizing there's so many like gut shots, maybe some overcard floats that would perhaps bet this turn. That would, you know, a lot of those gut shots right in high cards would just fold versus a double barrel. So
yeah,
really like this.
Yeah, at minimum, an extra 60K in value.
Now what do we want to do? It's like check raise, and this hand is over and done with. I can get behind it. You want to try and set it up for stacks to go in.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a very dynamic turn. There's a lot of value you can get from many drawing hands. If Zhao is doing this with a turn 10, we'll probably get him to call most of those 10x. In this specific case, I think that was still pretty max value for a hand that almost didn't connect with the board at all.
Yeah, I agree.
You got the call from one big blind on the flop and then even check them over for the check raise. It doesn't get much better than that.
It's playing a very comfortable 32 bigs. Even Sedlak here, bottom of the chip counts, 29 bigs with a 90-minute clock is a lot of ammunition.
Oh, yeah. Someone asking if Jin Hun Lee is still in the tournament. I believe they are. One of our last 23 players in the field. Justin letting us know Lee is the last Korean player in the field. Does seem to check out. Martin Sedlak going to take another crack at this. King, queen.
I'm waiting for someone to wake up with aces.
Yeah, right? Oh, close enough, right? Ace, queen, Hao Chuang.
It's just so frustrating for him.
Yeah, he's just going to get 3-bet again and again.
Is the man of the gun open? I mean, Trang does have to ask himself, am I happy getting in 30 bigs? Am I looking to 3-bet fold? Like, what's the strategy here?
Yeah, I think 3-bet fold is where he lands on this one. I mean, obviously with the 3-bet, but I think ace queen suited makes for a really nice flat in the cutoff.
Sedlak must just be like, so I just can't catch a break.
I mean, on the bright side, he will get to watch his entire day so far back on the stream. So he will get some reassurance on, you know, basically making the correct fold, I believe, every time that I can recall so far. Just running into it a lot. Did unfortunately make that one river call, but he was just so slightly out-pipped. It was just a bit of a setup hand. And makes another fold. Takes a bit of a deeper breath this time. I don't want to read too much into the live reads, but that was the first tinge of maybe stress. I don't know if I even want to call it stress, but just a little bit of frustration, I think, from Sedlak, who now finds himself as the shortest stack on this table, just going, what is happening? Do they think I'm opening too light? Are people starting to adjust against me? I feel like those questions start to enter your head, even when they're not true at all, because you just start to pick up on these tendencies. The human brain loves to find patterns. Poker is a game of patterns, but, you know, variance will surprise even the most studied player, because it's just not human nature to expect variance to feel like something is happening nonstop. It doesn't feel like variance. It feels like you're being exploited.
I agree. Yeah, you just, the moment, yeah, I think one of the biggest viruses in the world is a thought. And it's very easy to be your own biggest enemy at the poker table by letting thoughts like, you know, am I the spot? Is everyone picking on me? But you see some of the greats, you know, talk about how even if it happens 5-6 times in a row, most likely it's because they just have the goods. And for Martin, that is the case. He's got a ton of experience. Looking at his Hender mob over the last year and a half, he's won, what, 6 tournaments, 2 at the APT, including a high roller.
In the last year and a half.
Yeah, in the last year and a half.
That's astonishing.
Including a high roller for $163,000. He had a couple of crossbars as well. I mean, including 5 runner-up finishes. So this is a man who, for the last year and a half on the Asian Tour, has been running deep, has a bunch of results under his belt, and just needs to trust in himself.
And I think he does. I think, you know, we just saw the slightest crack after what seems to be an absurd amount of open fold to 3 bets.
Yeah.
But I think he's just got that headspace of, I have my game, play my game, and you know, we have the advantage of watching these streams all the time. Even the players who can see the stream, they usually just skim it quickly. They don't necessarily have the time to like listen to even the commentators break down. They're not reading the comments. They're not going through every hand.
I hope they're not.
Yeah, right. And it's tough to really get a full picture. Like maybe once a series is done, if you really study your game, you might watch your entire stream back and maybe with a coach or something, or at least a poker friend, and break down every spot. And I think the thing you'll realize most is even when the best players in the world come onto the table, the game is often played fairly straightforward. It's still very close to GTO. Exploits are not as crazy as, you know, even that 5-bet bluff hand, you know, I would call that more just like, that's a little more street poker, right?
That was.
Like exploits in terms of like the GTO world and the super nerdy studied out poker we're talking about a couple pips of adjustments often. And it doesn't look like too much when you're making those exploits on stream. So for the most part, it's, you know, you're not just getting someone going, this guy folds everything. 3-bet, you know, 80% of my range here. 3-bet 100% of my range. No one's saying that.
Good luck getting them to fold in the super hyper turbos, man.
Right?
It was pretty absurd to me. I was like seeing people open from under the gun. I was like, wow, this person just like has kings, and then it would get to showdown. They just open like ace-7 offsuit, or like jack-8-0 from under the gun. I'm like, oh, okay, right, let's go. It's so fun.
Ooh, I have an interesting hand for you from my Atomic Pineapple tournament. Speaking of getting people to fold, but Martin Sedlak, chip stack shrinking, wakes up with King 10 suited. This time he's in position versus Zhao's open. Both players with King 10 suited. Martin Sedlak all but jams. Big jam. King 10 suited in for 23 big blinds, leaves 1 big blind behind. Martin Sedlak will be on the receiving end of one, finally. Gets the exact same hand to fold. Picks up a pot. Maybe the shortest at the table, but not really short considering tournament poker normally plays in this range of big blinds. Having the short stack at practically 30 big blinds is very deep poker. And we have seen the eliminations slow down a little bit. Still 22 players remaining in the field. We did lose De Xuan Pan has been eliminated in 23rd place. That was the man who we were just speaking about with the very exciting 5-bet bluff hand. De Xuan Pan did qualify from the step 1 satellite of $350. And even though he could have made a very deep run to this final table, 40 grand, 41,000 from $350 buy-in, that's got to feel like a win more than anything. So GG to De Xuan Pan, eliminated in 23rd on one of our outer tables. this action ensuing. Lin with the under the gun open. Zhao flats and +1. And Sharma squeezes from the button with ace-10. Zhao with a bit of a capped range, just flatting in +1, but with the dead money in the pot, makes it more incentivizing to call after the under the gun opponent folds. And that is what he does. We go to the flop, ace-10 versus 9-10 suited. Well, ace-10 is ahead. 9-10 will flop the open ender. Not the cleanest outs with 2 diamonds on the board. Would have loved to see at least a backdoor flush for Zhao as well. Shant, of course, with the stronger gut shot should the king hit. It would not be a great card for Zhao. On the turn. Shouldn't change anything for both players. Maybe Xiao Wen decides it's a good time to take a stab at it. Wants to get ace high, king high to fold. Bit of a semi-bluff, can still hit on this river. Not fully aware that a king would be devastating, especially with the lighter squeeze ace-10. Zhao Wen Zhao takes down the pot with the semi-bluff. Well played in that squeeze pot. George from the Bay in the comments saying he plays the local turbo tournaments in his area and GTO play doesn't seem to work against the players in them. That is very common. I think that's incredibly true, and a lot of people when they first start studying poker, I mean, it's a good foundation to learn your GTO poker and it does make you a better player, but it's kind of ironic because when you start in those weak fields, it seems like it doesn't work to be balanced. And it's relatively true because your opponents are incredibly unbalanced, and it still should work in theory in the long run. It's an unexploitable strategy, but when players are often overcalling, underbluffing, you realize that there's a much faster way to make money in those games, and that's by adjusting incredibly. A bit of table talk before the redraw. Still some camaraderie at the table, but it has gotten a little bit more intense. The pay jumps are starting to increase. The final table is within sight. Ankit with king 9 suited under the gun. No action so far. Oh, interesting. And we're gonna get a floor decision here. I think Jaylee Lin did want to just flat the small blind, didn't notice that Ankit had raised under the gun. Wants to fold now.
I'm back for some drama.
Yeah. Looks like the ruling is he can just give up what he thought he was calling.
Right.
Fold the hand. Pretty common ruling. But nonetheless, does lose half a big blind for the mistake. Xiao Wen defends 10-8. We go to the flop. Queen 8 deuce, middle pair. Xiao Wen Zhao.
Thanks for holding down the fort for me, mate. Of
course.
Yeah. I see we've lost another player. Down to 22.
Yes, yeah, that was De Xuan Pen. That was our $350 satellite.
No
winner.
way.
That was our 5-bet
Ayah.
bluffer. It was slowly turning into one of my favorite players left in the field. But I mean, 40 grand from $350.
True.
Does that not feel like a win already?
Yeah, that is true. GG's. So check call on the Queen 8 deuce. Rainbow turn, Jack of Hearts, Ankit. Picking up a gut shot. Is it enough ammunition to try and barrel an 8 to hit the marker deuce? Doesn't feel like we're ever getting a queen to fold, and our opponent can definitely have some 10-9, but that's not going to stop the godfather of Indian poker. He's reaching for an overbet, and this is just straight up abuse. I don't even know if this is a thing, and I don't even care if it's a thing in theory land. I love just pushing our opponent around deep in a tournament. That felt like a BS bet, and it was a BS bet, but I love it.
Oh, and it's interesting. You know, we talk a lot about what do you do in these spots? How does the ICM affect these ranges? What's the optimal play here? But at the end of the day, poker is a game against another human being. And sometimes you just feel weakness and want to attack it. And if you're good at reading that, it can be very profitable. But you have to be good at reading it, because then you could also just be punting off your chips. But
hey, look, let's just be really results-oriented in the booth.
Yeah.
If it works, we call them a genius. If it doesn't work, they're the worst poker player on the planet. There's just no in-between. It's kind of like Twitch chat.
Yeah, right? Once again, thank you to our sponsors here at the Asian Poker Tour, Natural 8. They've been providing a free roll every day for those watching the live stream. Today they have the password hot seat if you want to enter that free roll. A little bit of free money for all our viewers who play on Natural 8. Hot seat, capital H, capital S. I'll put it in the chat. I don't think I have the capability of pinning it. I know people ask a bit later, and I'm not sure. It's not allowing me to pin my own comments, so.
What's the size of the free roll?
$150.
GL, guys. Get some free money.
Yeah, not bad. Every single day.
Push it, it's like a little bit oil. But it's
Oh, baby. Here we go. Lin with the borderline open on the button. Zhao flatting out the small, very standard. Ankit covering both. Was this 50 bigs effective? You say all in? Wow, man.
Oh, wow.
Holy shit. Maybe we just get down to the final table by dinner break.
I mean, the action has not stopped in this main event. I don't know what it is about the 10K freeze out, the big prize pool guaranteed, million for first, but it has set forth a domino effect of action. And sometimes you think, oh, it's just this table. We just happen to have an action table, but we keep swapping out tables. We keep doing redraws, and we keep seeing action on almost every stream table we get. So this is not an outlier. This tends to be what is happening in the field in real time.
Is it a reflection of the light? It's not the reflection of the light? It may be. Like put it in on another angle and then look, like maybe put it on the side. Could be reflection of the light.
No, it's
maybe then we should turn the lower.
because many cards. I see many cards. The last time you open, I see the blue one is king of spades.
Do you see bad cards also with that?
Huh?
Like bad cards, like 3s and 4s are also like that?
Another hand.
Yeah.
Looks like we're going to get a new deck.
If it's many, then it's okay.
Oh, Martin's down to
I mean, if there's
25 bigs.
He did pick up a pot, though.
He did?
He went for a big jam on the
the
button.
King 10.
Yeah, the King 10 suited, getting the other King 10 suited to fold. So gets one through.
Here we go. Alexandru squaring off against Martin. These two very familiar with one another's games, and well, how about that for an action flop?
Wow, middle set for Papazian, open ender for Martin Sedlak. Chips are certainly going into this pot. How big will it get? And who will walk away with the best of it?
One, 3, 2 in the middle. Alexandru sizing up, which I do understand on a board texture like this, where Martin has defended from the big, going to have an abundance of gut shots, open enders. It's also nice having middle set unblocking top pair.
Yeah.
May feel like 10-6 suited, for example. May feel inclined to call at least one big bet.
Gets the call, and this pot is up to 280,000. Approximately 2 SPR as we go to the turn. 10 on the turn will give the boat to Papazian.
Sedlak drawing dead. See if the Romanian gets tricky. Maybe checks back to try and let some of the draws get there if he feels like he's always stacking a 10 on brick rivers regardless. Although on the flip side, I kind of like betting here again as Alexandru because his reputation precedes him. You know, he's very aggressive. So why not just continue firing with his value?
Yeah, and if that's your perceived, I guess, action at this table, you really set up a nice pot for the river. It does go check, check. just ace high. Questioning his position.
I'm not surprised to see him check here. I kind of like it. I mean, ace check just has showdown, right?
Yeah.
Not much, but some. Beating hands like ace five, king queen, king jack. There may be some arguments that those ones find barrels.
Yeah, but I mean, I think even like your opponents, I guess they don't have too many 9x. Like all their 10x is gonna call no matter what. 9x a little bit tougher to have on this board. Finding it a bit harder for which made hands would fold to a big bluff here from Sedlak. And
doesn't get greedy as well. I really like this. It's almost inducing, isn't it? It's like, go on, Sedlak. Do something crazy. I think once the time banks go out, Papazian knows that Martin's never raising, but very much on the fence about calling here. The old bet check bet line. I know something we like to say at Triton is it's never a bluff. Rarely is the bet check bet line a bluff. And that's why I guess it would be so effective to run bluffs using that line. But
yeah, I was just thinking, that's all I'm thinking in my head is like, oh, sounds like an exploit to me.
what do we beat? We beat King Queen, King Jack, Ace 5. I don't think Ace 5's ever taking this line.
Yeah.
I don't think any of the hands I listed are ever taking that line.
Yeah, I struggle to find anything myself, and I think Martin will come to the same conclusion, but when the chips are worth this much money deep into a main event, you really want to make sure you've thought it through.
Oh, it's paid him off.
What did you say? I'm going to bluff with a better hand?
Yeah, that is a concern. That is a concern that maybe ace queen bluffs, maybe pocket fours bluff. Nice little pick up there for the Romanian. Back up the 2 million chips. Martin's in the danger zone, sub 20. Blind's going to be going up in about 5 minutes time as well.
Yeah, it has not been Sedlak's day, but it's still in the mix. Also just one elimination away from another $6,000 pay jump. Already got more than 4 buy-ins locked up. Starting to get into some serious money.
Yeah.
I mean, not that a min cash isn't serious money for most people, but even for the buy-in itself.
I think the mind can become a bit of a runaway train. You see 21 left, you're like, okay, only 20 players to go before I win 1.2 million.
Yeah. It's an exciting feeling. Might be one that is a bit distracting. Might get you off of, you might not feel pressure, but the excitement might have you less focused on the table. I know when you play these smaller buy-in tournaments, there tends to be this almost universal winner's tilt mentality that goes on once the money starts building up, especially final table tournaments of buy-ins, you know, under 1,000, under 500. I have found very often that people are just happy that they've made money and they start playing very loose, but
see it in cash games as well, right?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I love that in cash games. Like someone wins a buy-in and all of a sudden they like, you know, they're flat calling from early position against early position opens.
Yeah. Look at this, another large 3-bet, 7 big blinds from Papazian's open.
Against an under the gun open.
Was it Zhao that sized up last time too? I'm trying to remember.
Scared of ace king, I do believe so. So, last hand, we managed to squeeze one more in. See if there'll be any more blood before we head into break. For some, it has been a fruitful stint at this feature. Godfather of Indian poker, Ankit chipping up very nicely. For others, like Martin said, like it's just been, it's not been fun, let's put it that way.
Yeah. Justin in chat also pointing out that in 22nd place, the elimination was Ori Kosanogi, another Taiwanese local. Quite a few of them were in this field. I believe something like 3 of them remain at the moment. And if I'm not mistaken, one of the 3 left is a satellite qualifier.
This is the last hand before the break. Could be a 3-bet pot. Cutoff versus big blind. Ankit asking Papazian how much he started the hand with. These 2 of the deeper stacks at the table. Ankit with every option on the table here. 4-bet, blocking kings, queens, ace king. Especially up against someone as aggressive as Alexandra. Just wants to peel in position, it seems. Inflated pot, going to a flop, 4-8-6 in the middle. And it comes king high. A Hoosier vaulting into the lead here. Was dominated pre. Typically expect to see range continue on this type of board texture. 2 Broadway cards, rainbow, have equity to the nuts. Can generate some folds. It's tough to think of many, especially with the suits that we have in our hand. Ace of diamonds, no real interaction. There is the continue. Sub 1/3. Ankit, of course, won't be going anywhere. Obliges in position. So a pot brewing here. And Ankit, if he can take this one down across the 3 million chip mark until that turn card rolls off. That's why you barrel with equity, my friends.
And most of the table will miss this as they have left for their break already. But a massive pot, already at 775,000, and the action is going to continue.
Now we're just dreaming of Vegas and the Mirage, and he checks it over. 800K in the middle, SPR 2. I'm not sure how I feel about this. I'm really not sure. I feel like, I guess we're stacking jacks and 10s and 8s anyways. Well, we're not anymore, but
yeah.
We still want to get value from maybe some king 10, some jack 10, king queen. Ankit does well to check back on the turn. He's playing a really great defensive style. Allows him to absorb aggression on the river should he face it, which one would have to imagine he will. It's actually a really, really disgusting bet.
Yeah.
Feels like we're targeting king queen exclusively. Maybe some ace 10 suited, ace 10 of hearts, ace 10 of spades. Yeah, he's going to flick in the call and pay him off. Alexandru scoops a monster pot, 1.7 million, bouncing back up to 2.8 million now.
Massive hand right before the break, and of course we did lose one more player in the background. I believe it was Mac Mantos from the Philippines. So we have our top 20 players locking in $47,000. And play will continue with another 90-minute level. A new feature table, table 80, is coming up. But first, we will take a short 10-minute break and return back with all the action shortly. Don't go away.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Breaking news, the inaugural Natural 8 Cup Championship freezeout event has exceeded its guarantee, raising the prize pool to a whopping 39 million Taiwan dollars. That's over 1.2 million USD.
What drew you to play the Natural 8 Cup Championship freezeout event?
Well, it's a freeze out, which I think is super fun. I always like freeze outs because it doesn't give people like me a chance to be in for 12 bullets. You know, a little healthier for the bankroll, you know? It's also got a really deep structure, which is super fun, and a ton of money up top. So what could be better, you know?
You only have one buy-in, so that kind of makes the game different. You can't just shove it all in and gamble, and you really have to, every chip matters.
打 freezeout 就可能就多一点技术，然后就可以自己小心一点啊，你要去学啊。
フリーズアウトはやっぱり飛びたくないっていうのがあるんで、結構みんな痺れるような場面が多いです。
So I think freestyle event is more fair for everyone. Everyone have only one.
Stay tuned for the final table action live on Saturday, November 22nd to find out who bags the top prize of 7.5 million Taiwan dollars and the brand new APT Championship trophy.
I can touch him, like pet him. Never mind.
Let's just run it. 5-bet champs all in with the king jack suited. Was hoping to be in for a flip, I assume. Queen's insta call.
It's gonna get the bad news and a queen straight away on the window.
And the ace does give hope. Both players smiling. $430,000 on the line, and the 3 of clubs means we will crown the man from the Czech Republic, Roman Hrabek, as our APT Super High Roller champion.
I feel amazing. Winning tournament is good. Doesn't happen too often, so it's always good to win. It was a little bit of a roller coaster. I lost quite some chips at the beginning, but the key hand was when I hit the set with pocket sixes.
Knows his opponent, very capable, very aggressive. 6 of clubs on the turn. Disaster for Hikaru. Was no reason to think her pocket queens is no longer good. All in announced. And there's the call. She's gonna get the bad news. We'll be down to just 35,000 in chips.
My wife is playing poker as well, so we travel together, play poker. So thank you for supporting me and coming along for the trips. Thanks for everyone who support and watch and yeah.
Welcome back to the APT Championship Main Event, and things are getting sweaty, to say the least. We are in the business end of this tournament. The goal of the day is to reach the final table. Looking more and more likely we do that today, considering the way the action is going. Eliminations coming fast. What a fun bunch of feature tables we've been having. Wither Single will be joined in the booth by Henry Kilbane. This has been one of the craziest days of the tournament, and I did not think that was possible after what we witnessed on day 1 and then day 2 and day 3 on the stream. Somehow the players bringing their A game to this day 4. I cannot wait to see what they have to offer as we make our way to the FT.
What do you mean crazy? Define crazy. It's, you know, I'm getting a bit doolally in here myself, so...
okay.
I need to, you know...
Okay, well, straight flushes.
Yeah.
Being jammed into?
Yeah.
Does that count?
That does count.
Don't think I wasn't watching the coverage, Henry. This is my one and only goal, milestone, purpose in life right now. To see who ships 1.2 million up top at this inaugural APT Championship Main. What else is crazy? How about Ankit Ahuja just taking it to the streets, finding the jams, finding the overpot bets, showing us why he's one of India's best. Joined, of course, by 2 tables worth of competitors trying to get the job done. Henry, you've been around for the last level that we played 90 minutes apiece. What do you think we have in store for the next one?
I mean, I keep saying this, and they keep proving me wrong, but I expect the pace of play to slow down, bro. It's average big blind 57. There's 20 left. We're 11 off the final table. They know that once we get down to the final 9, bagging and tagging, coming back tomorrow, playing for nearly 1.2 million. And of course, the ladders now from here on out just getting really meaningful. So, but then having said that, there have just been so many spots where somehow, you know, people are finding like 50 big blind jam spots pre-flop, and you know, sometimes our opponent's going to wake up with aces, kings, and all of a sudden you're out the tournament. So, yeah, let's see.
Average big blind's 57. You just don't see that every day. It's just an end result of this glorious structure. I mentioned the 90-minute levels from the start of the tournament. 75 minutes on day 1. Then we really expanded things as things inched closer to the money. 95 players did make the money, $18,000 for their efforts, but things become interesting as we close in on 20 players remaining. Those pay jumps, as Henry mentioned, becoming so meaningful, beginning to approach buy-ins. $97,000 will be the minimum payout on the final table for 9th place. There's something to that tournament clock displaying the payouts as it tends to do, especially in the local Taiwanese dollar currency, approaching hundreds of millions. That just shakes me up. New feature. Can't say new faces, familiar faces at this point. That is what day 4 is all about, I suppose. Martin Finger will begin the proceedings under the gun, immediately reaching for chips. We're 7-handed, mind you, thanks to being 20-odd in the field, so ranges can loosen up.
Wow.
Appropriately.
Dominic's got 4 million chips, bro. Yeah, it's actually a great point, and maybe we do get to the final table sooner than I anticipated, due to the fact that we are short-handed now, and it just makes it more likely that, you know, someone blunders, forced to get involved, can't hide forever, short-handed, and wow, case in point. How about this little UTG on big blind violence? Finger pipped. He's going to look to build the pot, I have to assume, against the big blind. Going to have plenty of hands wrapped around the 7-6, including pairs of 7s, pairs of 6s that would call for at least one street of value. That is a turn card that might actually help Martin. See him lose less chips now. 3 straights complete. How about it? Woo. Coming with the lead. Just recognizing that it is a turn card that his range wants to do a bunch of leading on.
It's a really interesting bet. He's in the middle of his range if you think about the board. He can have all the 2 pairs, straights. He has top pair, great kicker, and Martin pretty much has to come along his hand. Deceptively connected to the board.
Yeah, I think Wu has a massive nut advantage on this board.
Tough card to see the ace there, especially in Wu's spot. All dreams of value likely shattered. could go for the block. But against an opponent as skilled as Martin, you have to strap in. You might just be capable of turning a pair as strong as a queen into a bluff if he thinks he's behind. The price being offered is just so good. There's this element of just saying, okay, taking the easy option. If this works, this would be a sick value bet. And it looks like it has one bib too short, sir. Martin takes it with a nod, but each pot seems so meaningful. 265 picked up by Jun.
Yeah, always impartial in the booth when it comes to rooting interests. But on a human level, I think Martin is... it's tough to not root for him. Really just great human, great poker player. One of the nicest guys on tour. The adopted Aussie. Been around for a long time. So, just saw that ticker tick down. What have you got?
Jin-Hoon Lee leaves us. Another one of the South Koreans we had out there. 19 remaining, Henry. Table draw at 16. You will go from being shorter-handed to 8-handed once more when we do that. By the way, the live reports will end up not spoiling once we get down to 16, which is to say, be on a delay as well. In all the excitement of the main event, I've barely taken a look at what else we have going on. And while I'm still glued to the screen here, why don't you guys watching do that whenever you get the chance? APT.poker. Started the series with over 200 tournaments planned. Crazy to think that we're a couple of weeks into it. Still have so many to go. As we do see the middle set for Andrew. And Martin will need some help here. Has a gut shot. Should keep him interested with the near nut low. There is a case here for check raising, a very strong one in fact. Andrew has opened the door with the right sizing, 1.3 bigs on this kind of a board. Looks like something you can bounce at, put in the counter jab. You have the right kind of holding, and Martin can't resist. Backdoor hearts working.
Such a dreamy spot. You just sat here with the effective nuts. Do love to see the check raise as well. And 5 high, no showdown value. Have equity to the nuts. You just generate so many folds, especially on a board texture like 9-6 deuce, where our opponent's probably over c-betting.
And because everything you said is somewhat visible through the board texture, I think Martin might feel Andrew can come along pretty light. The 8 will help the cause as well. Double gut shot now, 4 or a 7. So he's picked up more equity in a way and could be committed to another barrel. Wow, just finds the check. Doesn't want to get blown off his hand, as it turns out. Was a potential possibility with the set. In Andrew's shoes, time to extract. Too greedy to try and go for all of it. It would seem like the board is plenty wet though. Can't say what dynamics have been building between these players. Look forward to finding out, I suppose.
I think we go big on this turn texture. Yes, 2 straights get there. the nice thing about middle set. So I'm blocking top pair. I'm blocking diamonds as well. Doesn't go too greedy. I mean, 250 into 405. Let's call it 60-ish%.
Martin has to think about this. A 7 would put a 4-liner on the board. Very hard to get paid out of position. So the implied odds, not as potent as they would be if he was in position. But the way he's looking down at his stack, Henry, you know he's thinking about all 3 options. Goes with the fold. I thought it was coming, man. I thought it was coming.
I'm being asked to read out one of the updates from about an hour ago.
I have it.
Is that the one, is it? Yeah.
Xiao apparently is a bit of a troll. We've seen some spicy banter from him. That's what the main event is all about, you know. Brings out all kinds of players from all over the world.
Douchebags included, or?
All kinds, Henry. All kinds.
Lou got to kick things off here. 30 big blinds from under the gun.
A little bit of stack envy starts developing in situations like this, I find. 10 spots away from the final table. A little bit of have and have not situation, maybe around the old million mark. A couple of stacks right there, of course. Dominic Nietzsche just sitting with heaps, 3.8.
Dom just seems just so calm, you know, like there aren't many people in the world that have studied solvers more than this man. I mean, he used to have a solver company, right? Like, his DTO app was like the original, if I'm not mistaken, outside of Monka Solver and Pio.
Yeah, and especially in terms of gamifying it, making it accessible to the average Joe. Almost encouraging utilizing GTO in a way that maybe had been reserved for the online savants till then. So credit to him for pushing the poker world forward, but what he's doing over here is just a masterclass, and I wonder what the other players feel when he's in a hand against them. To the extent they weren't familiar with him, I'm sure the day 4 runners have done their research. And you gotta be thinking, I mean, this man is just gonna play perfect against me. Usually you're asking, how do I adjust? Well, there's nothing to adjust. He's playing perfect poker. Whatever the solver says, Dominic will do. Solver says 3x with a queen 3-0 with a 4 million stack against the 1.1 million you can put pressure on. That does occur. 32 bigs is the smallest stack. That's plenty. What was the average as we were coming in? 57 big blinds average?
Yeah, it was.
So yeah, I suspect the outer tables, the story might be similar.
Dominic just enjoying retired life. Flies out to Taipei, ships 1.2 million. I could see it. I can see this. I can see the headlines already.
On Poker News.
Yeah.
Word for word.
Mr. DTO himself.
18 top quality poker players will have something to say about that. It ain't over till the fat lion sings.
Where did the fat lady
I do know this.
come from? You know this? I want to say it's like Victorian era or something, right? To do with...
Close.
No?
The opera.
Okay.
Because you know the arias, like the ending piece,
yeah,
is usually a more curvy lady.
Okay.
Tends to have the tenor needed to belt one out.
I knew I could rely on you to know something like that. I mean,
I'm a little bit like Wither GPT these days. I might be making it up, but I'll say it in a way that gives you the utmost confidence.
That is true.
To go use it in the real world.
That you do have that way about you where you just articulate things in a way that people just like, yeah, he sounds like he knows what he's talking about.
Unless I'm talking about poker, which is absolutely appropriate.
Or cricket. You know your cricket stuff?
Nope. I'm a disappointment to my nation.
Wow.
You know, growing up, I used to get pretty tilted that all these fielding positions you need to know in cricket. And, wow, you've really brought up something here, Henry, because I remember thinking, come on, like, just tell me where the ball went. Don't tell me it's long off and make me, like, do the math in my head about where that might be. And now here I am saying somebody 3x's UTG +1 and the hijack 4x's back. If somebody heard me now, they'd be like, what are you talking about under the gun?
Yeah, I understand. So, like, right, go on, Vidor. Back off to deep point. Or deep mid-wicket, or short, fine leg. What about standing in the gully?
That one I do know.
You do know that one?
Because it's fun. It's fun to say. I like the fun ones. But, you know, we are in Taipei. We maybe should be talking baseball. Big baseball fans here. If you go to a sports bar in Taipei, chances are they have baseball. And I'll tell you the difference between baseball in the West and here. Cheerleaders. Right on the diamond.
Cheerleaders on the diamond?
On the baseball field. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. How about this little 3-bet out the small blind by weight? These guys love 3-betting these suited gappers out of position. It's been very effective.
Am I reading this right?
Go on.
Bo Wei Lin from Taiwan, 16,000 on his handed mob.
Yeah.
Here he is, making a run for it. 47 locked up.
I mean, it's tripled his career earnings. He'd love to see it.
And one thing I've learned over the past couple of days with feature table coverage, 75-minute levels, 90-minute levels. Yeah, there's luck, there's coolers, but no one this deep can make it undeserved. You have to figure out how to battle against the best at some point or another. We've seen some brutal upsets. I mean, the bubble comes to mind, but anybody who uses this tournament as a launching pad to further their poker career, money aside, they should go into any other series with the confidence of knowing they can battle with the best.
I have one more prediction, Vidor. Like, I've stared into my crystal ball. Obviously, aces have just been the run bad hand of the series so far. We saw multiple times, day 2 on the bubble, on the stone bubble, aces getting cracked by queen 5. My prediction is that on the final table, there's going to be a massive chip leader hand where aces get cracked, and aces are out the tournament, and we're going to see it one more time.
I winced involuntarily just listening to that. The pain of ICM equity being transferred just went through my head.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Exactly.
That doesn't excite you?
It's like a roller coaster, you know? Like, it's fun when you're on it, but nervous before. I think you're right. Probably a favorite for that to happen, considering how things have gone. Martin just finding the super deceptive flat with the 8s on the big blind, not putting the pressure back on Lin. And what do you know, it just flopped middle set. Is that how it's done then?
Well, it's one of those hands, right, where are you 3-betting to then get it in for 33 bigs? I don't think so. Are we 3-betting to then inflate the plot? Inflate the plot? Inflate the pot out of position, and we really struggle on flops where we don't flop a set. So I like the flat. I don't think with this clock and this structure we really want to be 3-betting against the cutoff open, even if it is, perceived wide open. We could just flop top set, check raise.
I'll correct you there, middle set, and I think
middle set, sorry.
That has a lot to do with the check raise as well, because you have to hope your opponent has top pair so you can start building for stacks.
Oh wait, just reach for like 400k. Okay. All right. Let's it go. Hey, made my heart skip a beat for a second there. I felt like he was about to try and wag his finger in Finger's face.
Nice. Not too much carnage for Lin. 31 bigs. As the field takes down, my friend, and we do lose Martin Sedlak on the outer tables.
How did that one play out?
We'll be checking that in a moment. GG to Martin. Actually entertained us a bunch on both feature tables today. I did watch the coverage, Henry, as I said, and he just couldn't get it going, could he?
He really couldn't. It was just a very boring day for him. Every time he opened, he got 3-bet.
The old $47,000 boring day. On a pay jump now, technically. $6,000, not jump change, but I think most players would do well to think of it that way. Certainly as compared to the first place prize. Another pie chart. Graciously provided by Justin Fairbanks for the nationalities. Our chat absolutely loves to support their home countries and whatnot. 4 from Taiwan, obtaining the lead. 2 from Australia. 2 from Germany with Martin gone. 2 from India, that's Nishant and Ankit on the previous feature. 2 from Vietnam. 1 from China. 1 from Lithuania, that would be Matas.
That would be Matas.
1 from Malaysia, 1 from the Philippines, 1 from Romania, that would be Alexandru. 1 from Singapore, that's Jun on our table.
Potential lead spot here for Dominic after defending. Got no showdown with the 6 high, obviously. Have the dummy end of that gut shot. He's just gonna continue to check. Gilbert saying it doesn't look like 3.9 million. Well, those grey chips are worth 100,000 a pop. Those green chips are worth 25k. So those towers of greens are what, 500k each? That's 1.5 million. Plus about 12 grey chips, about 3 million. Yeah, I think you're right, actually. Yeah, I think you are right. Unless that's a tower of grey chips behind, in which case it would be a 2 million chip stack. But I think your eyes spot on.
Beautiful 6-high pickup will, at least on the graphics, take him to over 4 million. And an update for all the chip counts on the outer table in our live reports. And it is indeed Matas Symbolas atop the leaderboard, 4.65 million chips. An astounding stack at this stage. 150 big blinds. 18 runners in the main event. Wow. Let's not forget Hao Shan Huang, who did come in with the chip lead in the day, has done well to retain 3 million chips. He's second in the field out there, so I assume third in the tournament, taking into account Dominic. Shortest stack on the outer tables, Win Hao, 525k, still heaps. That's about 17 big blinds.
I honestly think we should take full credit for Matas's run here.
Yeah.
We interviewed him.
Yeah.
I was wearing my lucky tie. I even touched his shoulder. We basically passed all of our good luck to him.
Yeah, interviews get you the 1% swap, right? 1% for every
swap.
Yeah,
well, a swap would require us to play the tournament.
No, we swapped camera time. He's making it look easy out there. Another pickup. Attacking the button open by Martin. Fair play with the King Jack suited, but is the chips doing the talking more than the cards? Certainly not him doing the talking. He's like the anti-Zhao, just super dialed in, stoic, just number crunching in his head. He's like the meme where all the equations come in. Every hand, it's just him doing the GTO maths.
Oh, what? Rain Man from...
yeah.
Was the movie called Rain Man? With
Rain Man, that's right.
Tom Cruise and Dustin Hoffman.
That is correct.
Great movie, by the way. Always get a bit emotional.
I haven't seen it in a while, but yeah, that's one where you have a little bit of salty discharge.
Oh man, you're great. You are great. Love it. Andrew getting a little loosey-goosey, as he should. Six-handed now. Range is definitely going to widen. So some adjustments being made. Gilbert really not a fan of Dom, it seems, just rooting for Dom's demise.
All right. I don't mind the tribalism. Keep it sports-like, you know? Your team versus my team.
Oh, Wei's not going to go anywhere just yet. This is what the championship event is all about as well. You have people like Wei that you pointed out has, what, $16,000 in lifetime earnings, career best cash of like, I think 2,700. Here he is, deep in the main, guaranteed 47,200.
Support for Vietnam. Love it. Keep it coming, chat. It's only going to get higher stakes and sweatier from here. 2 players from Vietnam still in the mix. I think we did just mention the one short stack. Let's take a look. Win Hao. And then also Tan Nguyen. Under $1 million for both. Junjong Liu. Due to card distribution, the quietest at the table this frame thus far. I keep wondering, you know, who is the most likely target of a lot of pressure from someone like Dominic. Junjong has great position, being on his left. But the chip leader tends to just zone in on a couple of medium stacks to really start going after it. 6-max is an advantage for Dominic as well, mind you. The faster those blinds come, the more you're activated by force. The more you go to later streets, the more Dominic can just keep putting you at test, or at least implying that you will be at test for your tournament life. It's unfair, really, Henry.
I mean, life's not fair. Come on.
Confident open by Lin with the Queen 7 of diamonds. He knows he's supposed to on the button. Does have to put in what starts to feel a significant portion of his stack, and if the ace in the big blind decides that Lin is playing appropriate ranges, could have found the jam, but decided to play it cautiously. Certainly makes a lot of sense. Lin could be tightening up or just have it. Jun didn't want to risk about 40% of his stack. 6-4 deuce. Wheel draw for the ace-3.
Do you know what's not fair, Biddle? Something that really bothers me. Val Kilmer not even getting nominated for Best Actor for his performance as Doc Holliday in Tombstone. I mean, it's just the Academy.
That's not right.
The Academy just snubbing cowboy movies, westerns, as always, as they do historically as well. The bastards.
I didn't know this, and
you did know this.
I did not know this.
Oh, you did not know this. Yeah,
I'm very bothered by it, and I'm a little worried that this is going to become a key part of my personality now. Just the way you brought it up.
Have you seen Tombstone?
I have, a long time ago.
Great movie.
Great movie. They don't make him like that anymore.
They really don't. I mean, and Val Kilmer's performance was something else.
Did you check out this amazing documentary that they made? Actually, he used to shoot a lot of like home video, and they sort of put it together over his life. Went out in style, man. You know, that Top Gun cameo. Shout out to the most underrated Batman of all time.
The late, great Val Kilmer. Justin saying only a win will give Junhao a bigger score than what he got at Triton in September.
I think he'll take it.
Took down the Triton 1 high roller. I remember that. Yeah, he beat Ebony Kenny heads up, if I'm not mistaken. No, I was not in the booth for the Triton 1 stuff. I only do the Triton Super High Roller Series. Too big time.
If you didn't say it, I would, so I'm glad you acknowledge the unsaid.
No, they want to mix it up. I like it. I think having a different team.
I actually thought it was pretty cool to have a whole different team and just a different, slightly lighter vibe.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what they're going for. They want to start building out a tour, attracting, making it more inclusive. Here we go, a little multi-way affair. And what do you know? Bottom set for Jun. Martin's flop top pair. Andrew with absolute dust, but does retain the betting lead as he opened on the button to 60K. Depending on how this one plays out. Okay, so Andrew's just going to incinerate. He's actually got more equity than Martin does, even though Martin's got top pair.
That's hilarious. I'm a little worried that anybody slightly newer to poker who's been watching our coverage is going to start overplaying their pocket pairs because they think flopping sets is super easy. It's not. The poker gods have provided us with a little boost of entertainment with all the sets we've been flopping. And didn't we start coverage?
Day 2.
Actually, just today. Jun flopped 2 sets in like the first 2 orbits. Pretty wild stuff. And now the check mark. The 8-6 of diamonds was there to almost mess things up for Jun in terms of Martin getting a little more invested to this spot before the overcard came. Safe to say Andrew can check this back, but he might think that this being the driest of boards.
Oh, this is the old 0% equity double barrel bluff into 2 opponents. You love to see it.
I absolutely love this. It makes so much sense that 2 callers on the flop should not have connected with the king too easily.
Yeah, but are you ever getting a jack to fold? That's what I'm asking myself. So yes, maybe you get, you know, Martin to fold like a gut shot or open ender on the flop. Is Martin ever sticking around? I mean, the fact that Martin's folded top pair on the turn, I think, just goes to show that. Well, I guess it's kind of a bit of both, right? That this bet is effective, but at the same time, I don't think Martin would have been folding had Jun got out the way.
And note Martin's reaction when the 9 hits would have made 2 pair, thinking he may have let go of what would have been rather a pretty big pot. Little does he know, Andrew's bet has actually saved him chips.
Is Andrew going to empty the clip here? You have to, yeah, he gives up. Set is good, my friend. Let's see if Martin smiles now.
Okay.
Just like, holy shit. What a roller coaster of emotions. From thinking that you just binned the winner to getting shown a set and you're just like, wow, I would have lost another 500K. Or I could have lost another 500K.
Poker's butterfly effect. Never ceases to amaze me.
I just say modern so many chips here.
You weren't supposed to open, or?
Yeah. No, I was, but I wasn't meant to barrel the thing. I wasn't meant to barrel it.
Are you just happy you're helping your friends now, or what is the... You're like, at least Martin, you know, Martin benefited, that's good.
Yeah, someone benefited.
You seem like a nice guy, that's good. Someone else definitely benefited.
Andrew just recognizing that his barrel Literally saved Martin some chips. Nice to see the number of viewers slowly ticking up over on the Asian Poker Tour YouTube channel, up to 1.2 thousand of you now. Joining us for this day 4 coverage of the APT Championship main event. Down to the final 18, would you believe? We've gotten here in lightning fashion. We're just 100 or so away from hitting the 24,000 subscriber mark as well. So if you haven't hit that sub button, please do take a couple of seconds to just click it. Help us grow our channel as the APT goes from strength to strength, from festival to festival, just smashing records, one series after the next. Really help us in our efforts to continue to grow poker in Asia. It is greatly appreciated as Martin, in a blind v blind battle against his fellow countryman, turns the nuts. I'm being very results oriented, of course, you know. Dominic doesn't waste much time, as the two native Germans who now reside in, well, no longer in Europe, let's put it that way. Electric Tutorial saying Dom is apparently British now. Yeah, have you not heard that, you know, Nitch is it's a classic British surname.
Question about payment options at the APT. Can't say I've engaged with all the options you've given there in chat at $40 bling. Maybe check is a little too ambitious. The other three sound about right. Do they even have checks anymore?
I wouldn't know. I need to ask my grandma.
I did once order a booklet of checks, and they gave a bunch of options, so why not? I chose the Tom and Jerry. And I had to submit something for reimbursement at work once. And they were like, what in the world is this? Are you running some catch me if you can fraud scheme where you're just printing your own checks? Like, no, they allow you to have Tom and Jerry on the checks. Just a reminder, table draw at 16. 2 tables of 8 then, currently 3 tables of 6. Changes the game more than you would think, to the extent you haven't experienced this stage of a tournament. And I would say a much bigger advantage for the bigger stacks to be on the 6 max variety. Fewer hands to battle against, ranges need to be less nutted. More orbits of shorter stacks to steal. The squeeze is on, basically, right now. Dominic in control in his table. He's also kind of fortunate about not having a stack to really compete with him on this table. Curious to see how Matas is doing on one of the outer tables. We'll find out soon enough in the live reports.
Just one away from the next ladder, 6.2k.
An ace in the cutoff is going to be good enough for Dominic. He doesn't need to hide what he's doing, just goes 3x. Have to follow the math and be tighter against the bigger open there. It forces you to wait for a better holding before you can fight back. The less you need to call, the more often you can do it. The 3 deuce of hearts. Any suited hand, usually good enough, but at the 3x open size, there's just no way. Throws away the dirty diaper. Dominic is just making it look easy. I mean, he might have some milestones in mind in terms of how much he wants to go into the final table with, slowly chipping up towards the 5 million mark.
No, he's not. He's not. The chip count is definitely off. I've looked at it multiple times now. Those green stacks are worth 500k each. Grey stacks worth around, looks like 1.2 million, 1.3 million. I think he's playing around 3.3. I think it's off by a million.
He's certainly dominating like he has that extra million. I think we're giving him credit for that. Biggest stack on the table. Certainly the table captain. Label holding 10-9 of diamonds against the UTG Open. Decides to let it go. Respects Martin's open from under the gun. Broadway cards appear on the button. 21 bigs. Despite the stakes, despite the huge pay jumps, against top players, you do have to take all the tiny edges you can. I heard you and Kyle talk about how poker is just a game of tiny edges. Well, certainly against this kind of a field. So ace-jack off feels too strong to let go. The stack feels a bit awkward to 3-bet, although you could 3-bet and fold this. And there is some case to be made for finding bigger sizing. Do you get Martin to fold huge hands such as ace queen off? Pairs that have a lot of equity against you? Could justify the 20 big blind shove every once in a while. Just a reminder, Bo Wei Lin, $16,000 in lifetime earnings. Live, that is.
That's a great point. Oh, he's going for it. I wonder if Martin calls this off, you know? I feel like 9s were in, 8s were flinching, 7s.
There'll be a bit of profiling happening here too, Henry. Best believe that Martin's looked up Bo Wei Lin's Hendon Mob and give him credit for finding the spot, taking it, and getting the 7s to fold. Great result. It isn't easy, folks. Put yourself in Lin's shoes and tell me in the chat if you're finding the jam there.
Yeah, I don't know if I am.
Against the UTG Open from one of the game's greats.
Yeah, I don't know if I am finding that jam.
An ace in the cutoff, the fake aces, the ace-4. So exciting until you peel the full card. Lin seems interested. Playing the rush, as the great Doyle Brunson would advise. Opening. After that pickup, and the timing is a bit off. Jun has the big slick. Only deciding sizing. Settles on 220 or 210. Yeah, that should be that for that hand. Throwback to your commentary in the chat, Henry.
Well, empires have been built on smaller edges than
Close. You see a 6% edge by Lin there with the 20 big blind jam. Great play. You got to get yourself a catchphrase, my man. That's how you sit back and relax after the trademark. 6%. Seeming like a good candidate. 6% clothing. 6% candy.
Do we redraw 16 or not? Anyone? Guys not? No?
The field has ticked down to 17. I'm a little disappointed to announce that Ankit Ahuja has left the field. Did seem entertaining on the previous feature table. Thought he might be on one shortly. Indian violence, it turns out, Henry. Nishant Sharma knocks Ankit Ahuja out. Will be carrying the flag solo now. Tough spot. Played itself 5-5-6 with 2 spades on the flop, and it gets in trips versus gut shot straight flush draw. So it's Nishant's day, and his chip count goes up to 3.8 million. He's a real contender, and he's dangerous. He is mighty dangerous. He makes it look easy too.
So the godfather of Indian poker out.
So I heard you say that was when we had both him and Aditya Agarwal on the coverage.
Yeah.
But Ankit is, I'm not sure the right word, the consigliere to the godfather. Okay. That is Aditya, because he's been around for a long time, set the example of going out internationally, playing MTT across the world. Did end up moving to the Isle of Man, I believe, and I think does like a half and half India stint, but feels appropriate for those who've dedicated their lives to this game, especially playing live, to make deep runs and represent India. So down to Nishant. The nationalities still remain dominated by the local Taiwanese. We do see Lin, one of them, having to fold. He's at 22 bigs. Getting down to 1 from each country with the exception of Australia.
I don't know.
So that'd be Zhao.
One of the Indians busted.
Yeah.
There it is.
Busted an Indian. Indian busted an Indian.
Yeah.
All right. I guess I'm just wasting my time here at the table. Can take care.
Just let them do the commentary, bro.
Off the coverage.
I can't just confirm it. See if we can get some German on German violence. For later.
Let's see, indeed.
So far.
These two are the last 2 Germans remaining.
Martin is that?
Martin Bob.
Other Martin. Oh, true. He busted.
He busted. I don't know how.
One more Martin left.
That's a shame. I mean, Ankit just before the break had that massive pot against Papazian, 3-bet pot. Flop top pair on the King Jack 8 board. Papazian turned the nut straight, and yeah, it was a 1.7 million chip pot, if I'm not mistaken. That ended up going Papazian's way.
I caught him on the break giving a hand history for this big double up that he found where he 5-bet jammed the ace-5 suited. Or was it the ace-4 suited? Actually, he said that if it was the ace-5, he would have just flatted the 4-bet and realized his equity. But with the ace-4 suited, he just goes, yeah, you got it. What are you going to do? I have 35 bigs. I mean, yeah, I'm all in. Yeah, cool. 20 spots away from the 1.2.
Wow.
I love top. Just matter of fact. Observe what's happening here. Talk about realizing equity. The open from the cutoff. The big 3-bet from Dominic with the 7-6 of clubs. And now the 5-3 of spades comes along. And we have a flop with 3 clubs.
Wow. Firstly, the fact that Wu even opened the 5-3 and then calls the 3-bet. We got some spicy poker being played late in day 4. I say late in day 4. We're only on frame 3. We're down to 17. These guys just not afraid of playing unnecessarily large pots.
What? Oh, I just heard all in.
Bro,
I think they were talking about the count.
Please don't scare me like that.
I'm so sorry. My heart skipped a beat. I was ready to just throw the headphones off and walk away. I was like, I don't understand poker anymore.
900K in the middle. The risk of checking is that Wu checks back a medium strength hand with like a king queen. Or maybe checks back, you know, a high club and you give a free equity realization.
Or a sticky ace. Unblocking the aces himself shows range that holds a 3-bet. Could have a lot of aces, and we have been seeing a lot of floats, and this bet is huge. Should spell the end of this hand, but this bet is an indication that Dominic was trying to set up for all of it. Bit of posturing from Jun. Well, hopefully anyway. But despite... Oh, a time bank. But he does have a huge stack of those. I guess at this stage I can't put... Yeah, I can't really put anything past anyone, but just looking at the stacks here, he doesn't have any maneuverability with what's being asked. Can't really call bottom pair and then hope to what? Get a check from an aggressive player. That's a losing proposition.
Go on with... Ah, yeah.
Did give us a nice tease. But yeah, even if the chip count is a bit off, I mean, the momentum for Dominic is incredible. And having the chip lead on this table, there's 3 tables still active in the tournament, he has maximized the potential of what you can do with a big stack, at least in the last couple of orbits or so.
Well, I no longer know. Well, the chip stack is off by 1 million, but it's almost reached the point where the viewers pointed out that he didn't have 4 million. He actually does almost now have 4 million after chipping up pretty nicely.
Andrew joins us on the table, ace jack off being open UTG.
Dominic on the button with very playable queen 9 of spades in position for the rest of the hand. Ooh. Ooh. Okay.
That's not the zone he's in.
Mr. DTO has really shifted through the gears. Top gear for Dominic. And I just don't see how Andrew can really fight back against this. I mean, what? We click to what? 450? 450 fold? The problem is even like 450, Dominic potentially take it to the streets, and Ace-Jack-O out position just doesn't really play that well.
Dominic taking a hand. So many players with just call in position, bumping up the stakes and getting sort of a top of the folding range kind of situation. This is how you do it. An absolute masterclass.
Gilbert's like, yes, go on, Dom, bluff your stack away. Gilbert, come on, man. At what point are you going to become a Dom fan? Like, you know, the guy's just crushing. Andrew asking for APT, can someone send USDT? Yeah, I mean, that's what I normally do, is I just normally transfer USDT. And then we don't do any transactions in real time. We just wait for the series to finish. And then based on buy-ins versus cashes, then we just settle USDT versus XC.
Are you pretending you have cashes?
I do.
In the Super Hyper Turbo?
Yeah, I did have one, yeah.
Very nice. Question about whether any Korean players still in. There are none, and I have to say a bit surprised at that.
There were some coming back to the day, right? But yeah.
So GG South Korea in the main event. Henry, we've spoken about my reawakened love for Taipei, this gorgeous city. And I've been on this tear, man, just trying coffee places. I love coffee, you and I.
I know you do, yeah.
Punted a bit on the old $7.
I don't know if that's a punt. I mean, $7 in the States, I feel like you can't leave Starbucks without spending at least 20.
I agree with you, but I'm talking about $7 for just a small cup of black coffee.
Fair.
You know, you could get good black coffee for, you know, maybe 2, 3. But I have found the winner, and it's sitting right in front of me. It's too good, man. And now I'm in the dilemma. I don't want to try other places.
You want to move to Taipei?
I think I'm getting married to this coffee.
See what... Oh, I didn't even post it yet, actually. This is kind of funny that you're talking about this. In the coffee shop I went to today.
Oh, yeah? Okay, what does it say? People confuse me. Coffee doesn't. I love it. So true.
All right. So we got some coffee enthusiasts is on the mood saying the ice drip gesture from Rufo's Coffee Roaster 2 is friggin' good, Henry. All right, man. The amount of passion coming from you in the chat, I have no choice but to believe what you're saying, you know.
Right, for the team event championship, so player who already registered, please go to table.
Players party last night as well, by the way.
You're a madman.
No, I didn't participate too much. I just observed like the old man I am. Shook some hands. Did some shots. Wait, what? What did I say? Oh, yeah. Maybe I did participate.
Shots. Shots.
Crazy time. Look out for the videos. And join us at the next one. 2026 schedule is out. We're back in Taipei for the championship, and in April, Jeju is up next, end of January, and Incheon in the middle of the year, as it tends to be. Incisive comment here by Andrew. The newer a country is to poker, the more they root for their own players. Yeah, that sounds about right. You're kind of the underdog. We've had some amazing tables at the APT on previous stops, thinking back to a Mongolian table that we did Couldn't help but root for all the Mongolians after that in the main event because poker a burgeoning ecosystem there. That would imply that you're always rooting against America, I guess.
No, come on. The Americans get pretty passionate as well. It is one of the things that I will always give credit to Americans for, is how diehard their fans are for sports.
That's true.
They're just really... It's not my thing personally, but I do admire it.
The gut shot has been picked up here in the small. It's been checked over. Tricky stuff so far from these two. In comes Martin. Has a gut shot himself. Nice little delayed there. Extremely disguised ace. Not to mention the wheel draw. Jun doesn't bite. 1.3 now for Martin. Could be that averages are skewed by some of these monster stacks. Dominic has something to the tune of 140 and 150 bigs. Even if the chip count is slightly off up top, but still no tiny stack out there in the field. I think at this stage, the players would be looking on very keenly. Our stage not too elevated, as you've seen in the 360 shots, but which is 3 tables running. You can sort of just stand up, take a look.
I love how active Wu's been. I think Sam's read that we're going to get to the final table before the end of frame 6 is pretty spot on. I really am surprised.
Five bigs to call.
Oh boy.
No surprise that he comes along.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Drop 'em and grab 'em, boys. 480 in the middle. That is all Jun Wu. Middle pair, flush draw. Martin may get himself in trouble here. Has that king of clubs, one with 2 overs.
I do find it fascinating that every 90 minutes the stream is available to get info off each other as you move to the outer tables, or in our case, have a redraw. We saw Jun peel the 5-3 of spades, now the 8-7 clubs, a lot more reasonable. Flops extremely strong here, but the players will catch on the break. Pretty good feeling to peel and catch a board like this, get the check. I think you should be happy with the takedown here. King of clubs working for Martin. And he does make the call. Showing extremely slim, 4 outs. Undercard to the 7. I think it's that time, Henry. You make a bet here with the intention of getting a check on the river in case a club doesn't hit. Maybe 250, but then you do hate getting jammed on. So to realize your equity.
That's a great point.
Could be tempting to check.
Yeah, it's like, am I willing to play for all 915? Looks like the answer is yes. Gets the job done. Wu chipping up nicely with 17 left. And similar to his fellow countryman Sedlak, who busted out in 19th, I believe. It's a kind of same story for Martin Finger. Just can't really get anything going. Still, he has a very healthy 31 big blinds, and he also has a lot of live experience under his belt. Knows that this is a marathon, not a sprint. Was that the main event floor, or was that the mini main in the background?
I think that was the main.
I believe so. Maybe some action on one of the outer tables. Let's see, yeah. We're down to 16. We've had a bust out elsewhere. We're going to focus on this hand for now. It's Martin opening up on the button. What have you got for me, Vidor?
We've lost someone you were pointing out. Had an amazing run and a comeback after the feature. Shea Li Lin from Taiwan leaves us in 17th place. I think his stack was down to just crumbs. Got in the King 10 v the Ace Jack.
And again, Finger just has his opponent dominated pre, outflopped on the 8 deuce-deuce, where he's just meant to get so many folds as well.
Alright, sir, there's a main event championship final day. Please go up first. We'll start with 1 minute half of the break.
Right on kick, championship player, please.
He's had a rough go of it. He has the back doors. He's been check raised. Maybe that redraw announcement working to weigh the scales a bit more towards a fold here. Nah, that's not how Martin Finger thinks. Instead, how about the click? How about the click?
Some street poker being played right now.
The hand just not making sense to Martin, especially off Zhenzhong's stack. How do you check raise the 8 deuce deuce with a hand that's willing to commit? You literally need to have a deuce, which would make its presence felt. Some point this hand. Otherwise, it seems like you could muscle Lu around, but Lu says no sir, calls with the 8, and now turns the best possible card barring an 8. No kicker issues to worry about. Shopping with all 8s. The only question for him is, does Martin have an overpair, and would he play it with a 3-bet on the flop?
I think he would. Makes a lot of sense. He'll try and stack an 8, but now recognizing it's going to be a tough ask to get a full house to fold. And what do I know? There's me moaning it in for Finger. Is Lu just out the tournament, by the way? I mean, 605 in the middle.
Yeah, you have to wonder. I mean, does he find a block here? Martin checked back on the turn. A fantastic check by Lu. That being said, as soon as you call the flop, after that 3-bet, Martin knows you have to have something. And with the check here, the chances of it being a deuce for quads is reduced. The only option is something like 8s every once in a while. Super frisky 7s, 6s, 5s, 4s and such. So very clear value bet, and I don't see how Lou gets away from it if it's small, because you have to start thinking you could be calling to chop. It's not small though. It's a big chunk of loose stack, a decent size compared to the pot, almost exactly 50%. I think this is one of those moments, potentially in Lou's poker careers, where he really needs to think about a hand he can beat, and whether Martin would be doing this with an 8 and somehow try and find a miracle fold.
Yeah, it's going to pay it off. Understandably so. I don't think you can get away from this.
I think you're right. Not against this opponent. So uniquely capable, as we saw with the 3-bet on the flop.
Yeah, exactly. I think Martin, like if he's doing it with 10-9, he's going to be doing it with maybe some like Queen-Jack, some like King-5 with the backdoor. That's really unfortunate for Lou. He's going to be coming back from break with 5 bigs. We're going for a final 2-table redraw. Would you believe that we are already at this stage of the tournament? Don't go too far. When Vidor and I return, continuing coverage of this APT Championship main event as we work our way down to the final table.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards, including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
I can touch him, like pet him. Mine.
Let's just run it. 5-bet champs all in with the King-Jack suited. Was hoping to be in for a flip, I assume. Queen's insta-call.
It's gonna get the bad news and a queen straight away on the window.
And the ace does give hope. Both players smiling. $430,000 on the line, and the 3 of clubs means we will crown the man from the Czech Republic, Roman Hrabek, as our APT Super High Roller champion.
I feel amazing. Winning tournament is good. Doesn't happen too often, so it's always good to win. It was a little bit of a roller coaster. I lost quite some chips at the beginning, but the key hand was when I hit the set with pocket sixes.
His opponent, very capable, very aggressive. 6 of clubs on the turn. Disaster for Hikaru. Was no reason to think her pocket queens is no longer good. All in announced. And there's the call. She's gonna get the bad news. We'll be down to just 35,000 in chips.
My wife is playing poker as well, so we travel together, play poker. So thank you for supporting me and coming along for the trips. Thanks for everyone who support and watch and yeah.
Hi everyone, I am still here in the day 2 of APT Championship Main Event with Monica Hrabek. How are you enjoying this series so far?
So far I've been enjoying it very much. I think I've never played such a good structure. I was the most surprised seeing the level 500, 900 right after the level 400, 800, which just speaks how deep the structure is. I would say that people play quite cautiously, at least at my tables. People are taking their time. They're not really like crazy as much as in the side events. I think everybody's respecting the buy-in, but it's very enjoyable. If I won $1.2 million, I would buy a dog.
That
oh my God, he's ripped it. And he set goal.
Hi guys, my name's JP Rantsu, and I just won the Natural 8 Cup Championship.
Here we are, off to a flop.
Flop is ace, ace, queen, ready to turn. It's the 10 of spade. Folks, please give up your runner-up of the Natural 8 Cup Championship freeze-out is Rob Holling. And give it up for your champion from New Zealand. It is JP Rounds.
I can't believe how lucky I was. I'm so grateful to be in Taiwan and playing poker in the first place, let alone winning a tournament. So that on top of everything else just means the world to me.
Robert has top pair. John Peter has an opener to the nuts on both sides. With 3 spades out there, but Babu has just turned a set, a piece for everybody. Robert with 0% equity, hitting out 700,000.
And I know the small blind was a very aggressive player, so I decided to call my jaw and hoping if I broke that I could bluff the river and not expecting the button to have much. But to my surprise, the button actually overcalled. And at this stage, I was a bit in shambles.
And it comes the 7. John Peter makes the straight.
And the small blind checked, and I bet $2 million for value.
Full stack of raise, that's 2 mil.
And luckily the button called me and my hand was good.
What a comeback here by JP. Hand million crossed.
And that hand gave me the chip lead going to 300. This year and last year have been a little bit difficult for poker for me. I'm really finding myself in the difference between poker life and normal life routine. And I'd like to say thank you and I love you to all my friends and family back home, because I know there'll be a lot of you guys watching, so I'm happy that I could make you guys proud, and I really do feel the love and support.
当警察你赚比较多钱，还是当职业扑克选手你赚比较多钱？
大家好，我是 Polly， 我来自台湾。那现在是位全职牌手，另外我还有在做扑克的 YouTube。那有兴趣的话，可以到我的频道看一下。
我们听说你有一个很有趣的背景，你可以跟大家稍微讲一下吗？
就是我过去曾是一名警察，但是因为就是后来接触到扑克，然后觉得扑克这个游戏就是非常的有趣，然后也有出一些成绩，那就是在今年初的时候就是辞职，然后成为全职牌手。
可以告诉我们说，为什么你决定从事警察这个行业？又是什么原因让你辞去警察这个工作呢？
从事警察这份行业，其实就是高中毕业的时候，其实不太知道未来的方向，就是没有一些特别的兴趣。对，想说就是做这种感觉比较有趣的工作，可以接触到社会上的很多人。对，然后当警察我做了4年。
因为警察跟德州扑克选手，这是两个集聚非常大的一件事情。你有没有因为你从警察来到扑克打扑克， 遭受什么样子的声音？
当然就是连在我的频道下面，就是会看到一些留言说，就是为什么不好好当警察，要来打德州扑克？对，但我觉得就是每个人追求不一样吧。我觉得在扑克上比较可以得到一些就自我实现上的认同。如果得到好的成绩，我会觉得很有成就感。那这个成就感是我在警察工作上面比较体会不到的。
那在你当警察跟全职扑克牌手有没有最相近的地方？
最相近的地方嘛，我觉得这两个相差蛮大的，但是我觉得两个工作都需要对自己的要求很高吧。
那你觉得相差最多的地方是什么？
那一定是那个自由度的问题啊，因为扑克牌手大家最知道就是我们过生活比较自由，对，但是相对的也要求自己的自律，无论是就对自己身体的照顾，还是学习打牌上，就是我们需要非常多的自律。对，那以前在公部门上班就比较像被人管着的感觉，对，就是可能需要的特质就不太一样这样。
那再问最后一个问题，当警察你赚比较多钱，还是当职业扑克选手你赚比较多钱？
以期望值来说的话，应该是当职业牌手比较赚钱，但是因为扑克的波动就是很大嘛，对，所以就是我们不会去设定说每个月要赚多少钱，那就是持续精进自己的牌技，然后把牌打好，然后收入就是我们自然会来的东西，这样。
那期许你在扑克选手这一条路上有一个光明的前景，祝你好运。
好，谢谢。
I got fired and I decided to go all in on poker. Hi, my name's Daniel. I'm from Vegas. I got fired and then I decided to go all in on poker and take all my savings and go to Vegas for the World Series.
What made you decide on this extreme decision?
I mean, I've always been preparing for it. And then once I got fired, I had to decide what to do. And I always had, I guess, the confidence that I could make it. So I just took a shot. First, I started down like 30K, maybe like 30% of my net worth. But yeah, it was exciting. That forced me to grind. And then I binked a tournament in the series.
What made you decide to come to APT all the way from Vegas?
Well, I've been in Asia for these 2 months, just traveling around for poker and vlogging about it at my channel at Delay Poker.
Excellent. Well, good to see you again, and thanks for the interview. Did you know we have women's events at the APT every single day?
すごい、本当?
It is sugoi. Let's go find out why women's events are just so popular here at the APT.
私はレディースイベントがそもそもすごく好きで、他の男性とやるトーナメントと違って、私がレディースなんでレディースの気持ちがちょっと分かりやすいかなと思ってレディースに出るのが好きです。
You only played the women's event. Why is that?
I actually find it friendlier. I don't know, there's less pressure, I guess.
APT はいろんなルールのトーナメント、レディースを毎日やるのはもちろんですし、こうルールが特殊な他の大会にはないトーナメント、面白いトーナメントがたくさんあるので需要が高まってるんじゃないかなって思います。
And I think the buy-ins are more friendly, like affordable as well.
25分钟升嘛，而且只要3000块，所以我觉得很有机会拿到冠军，拿到小狮子。
就特别为女生办一个比赛，然后又可以拿奖杯，然后就想说，就是大家都可以来挑战这样子。
As you now know, we have women's events running every single day here at APTC, but the highlight will be the Women's Championship event.
Sponsored by LIPS, the Ladies International Poker Series.
For more information about our event and series, go to www.apt.poker. Today is day 1 A, B, and C of the APTC Ultra Stack, just one of 20 championship events here at APTC, each with a chance to win one of our championship Mega Lion trophies, a 25K buy-in, 20 million guaranteed, and an Ultra Stack of 100,000 chips. Nice pot. Well done, Frankie. Well done.
He was filming and I was all in drawing dead and I had Jack 3 and I'm like, stop the camera. He comes back and we catch a big bluff. So 1 for 2, 50-50. That's not bad.
Well done. What drew you to play the Ultra Stack event today, Frankie?
I feel really comfortable playing the Ultra Stack for my buy-in for field size, and right away had 3x starting stack. Got about 3.5 now, so I think it was a good decision.
Miss Fawn, what is a famous actress from Thailand doing here?
I'm playing Ultra Stack and trying to get in the money. It's not just Ultra Stack, it's Ultra Stack Championship. Can you see the trophy? It's newest style. The big one is really heavy, but I would like to grab it home anyway.
Let's go. Welcome back to the APT. What keeps bringing you back series after series after series?
Just the fun player pool, the good arrangements, and even other top pros have come from the other country, and I look forward to battling with them.
Well, some of my friends just told me how good the Asian Poker Tour was, so I thought I'd come down and experience it for myself. There's so many tournaments on, it just seems a really good series.
And even though we had 3 flights yesterday, we still have 3 more flights today. Day 1, D, E, and F. For more information, go to apt.poker.
안녕하세요, 이경병이에요. 드디어 울트라 스택 이겼습니다. 일단 런이 너무 좋게 깔려가지고 기분 좋았고 그냥 계속 평정심을 유지하려고 노력했어요. 그냥 계속 게임에 집중했어요. 그냥 3명 남을 때 테이블 침리더가 됐을 때 이제 그 버블 점프 때문에 애들이 타이트하게 한다고 생각해서 어그레시브하게 플레이했는데 상대가 죽을까봐 좀 약하게 배팅했는데 또 상대가 홀해줘서 좋았어요.
Good blinds, all in and race race. Last 3 big blinds. Is 5-3 option. The river ace. Folks, give it up for your Ultra Stack champion from South Korea, Lee Young-byung.
포커를 한 지 한 10년 정도 됐는데 이제 결과에 신경 쓰기보다는 이제 과정에 집중하려고 노력하고 있어서 사실 트로피 딴 것도 물론 기분 좋지만 그냥 제가 열심히 했다는 거에 더 기분이 좋아요. 응원해준 그러니까 한국에서부터 응원해준 친구들이 너무 많은데 친구들하고 가족들한테 너무 고맙다고 얘기하고 싶어요. 고마워.
We're back, baby. Day 4, final 2 tables of the APT Championship Main Event. 16 hopefuls, all with their eyes on that top prize of nearly 1.2 million USD. Would you believe that that top prize is going to be handed out on this very stage tomorrow? But for now, the main focus for these final 16 is getting down to that final table. English, Henry, do you speak it? I'm joined in the booth by none other than the best mixed game player to have emerged from India.
Hell yeah.
In history.
Keep going. Keep
Bit of
going.
a single in the booth with me on the call for this 71 big blind average. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like it. I mean, it's like all the things that you would expect to have happened coming back into today. People respecting the 90-minute clock, people respecting how deep we are, people respecting the ICM and the pay jumps. All of those things that you think people will be mindful of has just completely gone out the window. We're down to the final 2 tables in lightning fashion. This is the stage of the tournament that I expected to hit maybe frame 5, like after dinner break. The fact that we're here with still 19 or 20 minutes left on the clock of frame 3, meaning that we're not going to dinner for at least, what, 2 hours. Maybe we get down to the FT and dinner break isn't needed.
Yeah, do note that we have 6 levels on the schedule today, 90 minutes apiece. We will skip the break at the end of this level since we did just have the redraw. 2 tables of 8. You asked, would I believe it? I almost cannot. A year of build-up to the APT Championship, smashing the guarantee 1.2 million up top, and we're down to the final 16 contenders. What contenders they are, most of them we have had the privilege of having on the feature, watching them bobbing, weaving, making moves. Two of the move makers sat next to each other, the table draw changing. So many of the dynamics. That's Alexandru Pazian on his left, Dominic Nietzsche. Did get a count of the outer table stacks, and it's Nishant Sharma from India. You know, he did call me the best mixed game player in India, but Nishant might just be the absolute best player in India. 4 million in his stack, exceeded only by Dominic on our table. We'll get an updated count of his stack in a moment. Aces coming back from the break. It turns out he has 3.7 million, so Nishant leading the tournament on the outer table. Dominic, similar stack, but this is going to get very dicey for the Vietnamese gentleman joining us. Under the gun, queens, Tan Tien Nguyen.
Queen dead.
And a queen dead.
I mean, maybe we really do get down to the final table before dinner break. I don't see how Nguyen gets away from this, especially if he's been watching the stream when he was on the outer table, just seeing how active Dominic was. I mean, Dominic's free bet factor was pretty high. He was picking on people. He was playing the role of table captain.
Those grays are 100k apiece, so the 4-bet has come in. Now Dominic has to know that the range is so nutted. Under the gun open and a 4-bet, and this looks like a committing size. Dominic can probably not even believe his luck. Double checking that he has the aces, the hand that Nguyen is likely to be representing.
There we go.
Here we go. First hand back from the break. Nguyen by far from the shortest stack, and he's all in here at the main event.
Wow. You're right. First hand back. Fireworks. 41 big blinds apiece. We already saw one queen folded. Dominic has one of the suits covered. So case queen is the immediate out that's needed. Clubs would work. Could get like a...
Yeah, let's have a sweat. Come on.
Like a 9-8-7 board. No. He's just down to one out. No runner available. Case queen needed. Whereas Dominic is going to be runaway chip leader at this table.
Wow, Nguyen taking it with a smile as he hopes for the last card. GG's all around, certainly from us in the booth as well. An incredible run. Finishes 16th in the main. Absolute cooler favoring Dominic, who now crosses 5 million in chips.
GG's, sir. Nothing you can do in that spot, in my opinion, against Dominic. Maybe against some other players, you find the flat, but against someone like Dom, who'd been super aggressive. Wow, we're down to 15.
And note the 6k pay jump, Henry, for the 3 big blind stack of Zhenzhong Liu.
And Nguyen as well. Nguyen Man Hao.
Very
Just
nice.
10 bigs.
I bet they'll take it. 15th place now guaranteed. 59,650. Let's call it 60. 10x, 10,000 rather, was the buy-in, and 6x for finishing in 15th place now. Pretty good day at the office so far for all the remaining hopefuls, but a long way to go, believe it or not. And is this just Dominic's tournament? Everything going right.
So, there's been a few complaints from some of the players.
It's not a dirty or something. If it's just a dirty,
I always love it when someone claims that, you know, cards are being marked, because then I'm in the booth. I'm seeing everyone play their hands. I'm looking, you know, where is the cheating bastard? Who's got the long nail?
Who has the crushed Toyori optimal play? I haven't had any spots so far. The old Mike Postle hero call.
What is final table? The 9, 8, whichever comes first, and you do a dinner break as well?
Clarification about the structure. Yeah, floor clarifying that we will have a dinner break as scheduled. We'll skip the next break for obvious reasons, just had one for the redraw. And the final table will be 9-handed, that's how we do it. All the tables thus far 8-handed at the most, but the FT forms 9-handed. So the final table bubble will be 5 spots away. Henry, 2 stacks of 3 and 10 bigs. We're at 15 players remaining.
Yeah, my man Sam was just absolutely dialed in with with how quickly this seems to be playing out.
69% of the time we're heading to a 14-player field. The 7s call the tiny jam there. Certainly rooting for the comeback and the spin up. Chip in a chair story activated.
Yeah, we think we can.
Let's find some hearts. Hearts are an ace. Come on, we want the dream spin up. Let's start off with 3 bigs to 8 bigs. How about top set for the 7s? Ace, 4 or a 5 needed. 4 sweat. So you're saying there's a chance, dealer? GG's. Queen of Diamonds completes the run out, and we are down to 14. We are 5 away from the final table.
GG's Sulu. Crosses, I believe, the $500,000 mark on the hand mob. An accomplishment, to say the least. 8.3 bigs, now the shortest stack. And what has this done to the averages, I wonder? We'll see the tournament clock shortly, but if we do have another elimination, we might be looking at 80 bigs average. What? I mean, that's like level 3 of a tournament. Everything's a bit funnier with a big stack, I find. Alexandru and Dominic having a blast on the table.
Yeah, chirping chips.
Chirping chips. He's always having a good time, though, it seems. Romanian sensation.
2-time bracelet winner. Won the same event.
Oh.
One the online variant, the other the live format variant. I think he took down the Crazy Eights in 2017, and then during COVID, he took down the online edition in 2021.
I love when poker players have a sense of defending a title. Love the passion towards the hardware and the glory. +1 open. Tables balanced to be 7-handed. This next stage, Henry, bears mentioning. The rubber really does hit the road, because we're going to be playing down till 5-handed now as we get to the final table bubble.
Yeah.
So you need to find yet another gear, depending on your stack, Yet another breed of poker, especially five-handed, which never occurs in the tournament apart from this particular stage. Not the juiciest flop for the Broadway card open. Doesn't stop Andrew from putting in the continuation. The weakest of gut shots for Alexandru. This guy's an action player, man. Never shy putting chips in. Check calls this one.
Yeah, against the +1 open. Check raising, 5-3 of clubs. I mean, it does look super strong. We have all of the 2 pairs, probably have all of the sets as well. Like, I don't even know if tens are 3 betting. We have a lot of like the big combo draws that Andrew can't really have, like 5-6 of hearts, 6-8 of hearts. But then from Andrew's point of view, you know, Andrew has all of the over pairs, the strongest of top pairs.
Checks behind to try and realize his equity with that open-ender. 2 flush draws on the turn. The front door one comes in. Most obvious straight draw completes as well. Near the nut low. I expect cannon to be loaded here. 5 high. Does he want to take it to showdown? Nah, goes 2/3 pot instead.
Wait, hang on. 250 into 305. It's
yeah, more than that.
pretty big. Andrew's asking if he had 6-5. It sounds like it is Thanksgiving in the States.
Well, happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving. Those of you joining us stateside, enjoy your what do they call it?
Turkey.
Turkey Day.
Also, Black Friday tomorrow. Happy shopping. That's more important, isn't it?
Really, bro?
Wait. You haven't lived in America. You don't understand. Black Friday is a religion in itself.
I've spent Thanksgiving a couple of times in the States, but I've never been to
The stampede of Target at 6 a.m. Friday morning. You don't want to risk your life for getting $100 off
a TV,
new television.
Yeah. Can't do it. That's not me.
I've considered the 12-hour line as a broke college student. How else could I afford a Nintendo Wii? Pocket eights are strong at a much needed time for Lin. Queen Jack off is not as strong, but the 3 million chip stack is. Does have Dominic behind him. Plays it cautious. Suited hand, good enough. Take note, by the way, in chat, Justin, Gilbert, and others, that the live update's now synced to the stream, so no spoilers or anything like that. To others watching 1,200 if you on YouTube alone, and others on Facebook and Twitch.
To the people on YouTube, we're 50 away from reaching 24,000 subscribers over on the Asian Poker Tour YouTube channel. So do us a massive favor. If you can, just click that sub button as a thank you to the Asian Poker Tour production crew. They're the guys working non-stop, sometimes like 16-hour days, to bring this production quality to you around the world, free of charge. I hope you are enjoying the show. As Dom's just, you know, he's winning this. I want Dom against Field. What price will you lay me?
Yeah, not a great one. The binking is ridiculous. Aces versus queens to kick off coverage at this feature. Now catches the 5 at the gut shot. Prepare to boot. 1-8 live for Lin. First, the question being asked, do you want to put in 2.8 bigs? Asked and answered. Only 460 behind. Just about pot sized. I think Lin has to know he's not ahead most of the time when he does make that call, but he was getting an amazing price. Price should be going up here, but does Lin think Dominic is trying to push people around, especially the short stack? It's only natural, and there's the polar jam, slightly over pot. It's a quick bet. Targeting the aces.
So get in the bin, son. Dom just has all of the busted gut shots, deuce X, 4X, maybe even some hand like 6-7. Although, again, feels ambitious. Do the 8s want to be a hero? Why do I feel like the 8s want to be a hero right now, Vido?
He's grabbed the chips.
I feel like 8s want to be a hero.
He's already 4x'd his largest score. Can the dream continue, or does he make an ill-timed hero call? It's not the time to put on the cape. Dominic has been dominating, and Lin might want to take a stand. Note that he doesn't have any more time banks left. Put in the 2, gets in the extra time.
Oh!
He does make the call and will be eliminated. Lin Bo Wei, mad respect for making an absolute hero call at the biggest stage of poker in Asia. However, Dominic Nietzsche just running pure, gets all the chips, climbs up to 5.7 million. And just like that, we are down to 13. Another pay jump hit, 66,000 locked. Let's take a moment to give the GGs to Lin Bo Wei. The local came such a long way, couldn't get it done. Does walk away with a huge payout, and what I suspect will be a long career.
No way. No way has Dom got 5 point, God knows how many million of chips. 200 big blinds nearly with 13 left and 1.2 million up top.
APT Taipei main event winner Rene Von Redden in the chat says, always tough if your aggressive opponent always has it. Well summarized, Rene. That's pretty much what happened there. I misspoke slightly earlier, Henry. It's not that he 4x'd his biggest cash. Bo Wei Lin 4x'd his total live earnings with that payout. His biggest cash before this was around $2,500. So how about the old 20x on the biggest cash?
GG's, man. Man.
Five-handed on this table informs Justin, which means we will adjust, but we still have the short stack of Win Man Hao. Sub 10 BB. 7.8 to be precise. Bit of an outlier on this table. The next shortest stack is Andrew with 50.
Shortest stack with 50. If we exclude the 7 and the 8 big blind stack, it's just unreal.
What is going through Dominic's mind right now? As emotionless as he makes his decision-making seem, you have to be thinking, is this just my tournament to win? Do I just sit here and keep turning trips and getting the job done? Or do you think it's just another day at the office?
He's making it look like it's just another day at the office.
But is he human after all?
I mean, he's cracked a smile on a couple of occasions.
So what are you going to be? 3.5x or? No, yes.
He has a 3.5x.
Oh, 3x.
You can 2.5 and 3x.
Question in chat, is Nishan still in? He is indeed.
When someone's raising 3x on blind,
What feels like moments ago, Nishant was the chip leader after the redraw, but it has been the Dominic show all the way. He has 5.7 million. Started,
If you don't know what you're doing,
I think,
possibly though.
10 hands ago with about 3.8.
So funny.
One-way street for the chips on this feature table, right into his stack.
yeah.
671 entries down to 13. 4 away from forming the final table of the first ever APT Championship Main. And the man with the raising chips is very likely to get there. King Jack off. Better than you'd expect when he opens late position. 2.3 bigs. Not sure how he randomizes his sizing. We've seen the 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, sometimes the 3x. Whatever he does, it seems to work. Man Hao Win in trouble. 6 bigs and a dream. It's crazy too what 12 spots can do. Henry, you've been holding the action for years, but you know, all of a sudden the difference between 65K and 1.2 million, just 12 spots seems crazy to me. I don't know who came up with poker tournaments, but we need to have a word about what it's done.
I also just think, like, people coming in the top 5, you know, in this part of the world, value for money goes a lot further out here, right? You know, if you're from the likes of Korea and Vietnam, Taipei, it does go a long way. So yeah, those pay jumps, you know, you get down to top 5, lock up potentially life-changing money.
5th place is 316K. Yeah, this is getting called by the ace-5. King 7 has a fair chance, 35% to be precise. 2 live ones and he'll take it, I assume. King.
What's the idea here? Just knows it's coming, maybe?
You mean committing the rest of his stack?
Yeah. Pre-flop. Somewhat surprised.
Yeah, could have saved a couple of chips behind, but thought he's likely ahead. Oh, that's an evil. Sorry, guys, says Dominic. Dominic, we're not even on the pay jump. What do you mean? Man, how just sitting there, happy, no doubt, to suddenly have 11 bigs and much more for shot. The spin story has been activated. Keep a lookout. So yeah, even 5th place is 316,000 USD off in the main event. Score for 1st place, 400K for 4th.
You know, you got me in trouble now. You mentioned that it's Black Friday, and I'll admit, I may be browsing some of the online discounts that are available right now.
What are you in the market for?
Not for me, you know, for the wife.
Do they do great Black Friday deals for high-end luxury fashion, or is that just TVs?
And it looks like it. Based on what I'm looking at right now, it looks like they do.
Talk about a liquidity event. The main event final table coinciding the day before Black Friday deals. You know, you come, let's just say 3rd place. Cool $500,000. Get some TVs. Get the old 200-incher. Alexandru just not giving an inch. Finding the 7 big bump up from the big with just an ace. Sort of picking his target here. Andrew, while playing fantastic, being one of the middling stack, has not been able to put pressure on his opponents. Gets played backhand a bunch. Is opening wider as well. These guys are just so tuned in. We're looking at the cards, face-up coverage, and maybe couldn't be as good at exploiting frequencies as the likes of Alexandra and Dominic just sitting there. So the real question, Henry, is there a world where we don't have a deal heads up?
I think there definitely is. There are definitely a few players here. Dominic comes to mind. Matas. Pazian. Depending on who they get heads up against, I don't think they would be interested.
Pop quiz, how much is the heads up?
I think it's like $455,000.
That's insane. You think these guys are just sickos, just letting it rip? Mano a mano?
Okay. I assume Dominic is the only guy that's not going to entertain a deal. I assume.
He has an edge. What's he supposed to do?
He has an edge. He's spent thousands of hours studying game theory and probably hundreds of hours studying heads up no limit. So, you know, how often do you get to heads up and have a chance to actually win 450K? I think he will jump at the opportunity to do it and feel the rush.
2C Shang on the table. Big presence on every table he's been on so far. Some updates from when he was on the outer table. banter with Martin Finger seems hard to even imagine. Man seems very dialed in and focused usually, but apparently was amused at the antics. Let's see if the antics continue on our feature. Decent stack in the form of 2.5 million. He's opening pretty loose. He's opening loose with Alexandru Papazian 2 spots to his left. Gets the slightly better holding to fold. I think the target there was the fact that the chip leader was in the small. And perhaps that Andrew's in the big. As I mentioned, not having the juiciest of card distributions. A bit more likely to play passively at the moment. To play passively in poker means to call more often than to raise.
Summarizes my game.
Summarizes why we're together in the booth also, perhaps. Queens for the shorty. That's what you want to see. Nothing fancy, just rips it. Pocket fours. Should hit the muck. 11 bigs. Decent chunk of a stack. Do you really hit that often? Unlikely.
Yeah, lets it go. Flipping at best. Oh, talking of flipping. Here we go.
So it comes down to this. Win did catch the king against the ace-4 of Dominic this time around. Much fairer fight. My word, the value of this flip. Hard to fathom as we head to the flop, and there it is.
It's just been the main event of big pairs getting cracked. GG's, my man. Looked like a fun spin was about to develop. We doubled up with the king 7. We're down to 12. This is insane. What is the average stack currently?
Oh, yeah.
Can take a look at the tournament clock behind the players as well as on the website.
76 big blinds is the average stack.
That's what we're playing for, in case you haven't had a chance to get a full shot of the trophy and process how glorious rather it is. Love how the light catches the new championship trophy.
I tried to call someone at the same time. Oh, you did? Yeah. Oh, 不用等。我先拍一手。然后下一个。BB 来接。Yeah, I punted hard on that one. I was tilted for months. Yep. We come back stronger. Yeah? Why not? Are you setting this up? Say what?
Andrew finds the 3-bet on the button against the very aggressive Dominic. Open from the cutoff. The king 6 of hearts. Wow. Wow. Dominic has 4-bet jammed. Andrew's made the call. 2.7 million chip pot. Dom with the ill-timed aggression was just expecting to face some resistance at some point. And he's flopped best. He was expecting a light 3-bet, came in with the light 4-bet. Andrew's 1 card away from elimination.
He's disgusted. Needs help.
Wow.
And there is none.
Put the money in good pre-flop. 33 big blinds. Knew that Dominic was up to it. I can't believe what we're witnessing here.
175 big blinds, 2 spots away from the final table. This is hard to comprehend in tournament poker.
Yeah. How much we have right now?
Let's give one more round to Andrew Hossa Khan. An increasingly rare display of disgust as he leaves the table, but I do appreciate people being actually human. I mean, this stage does not come easily in a poker player's career, so hard luck there. Sometimes it is somebody else's day, and today it seems to be Dominic's.
像那个22，他那边就全是价值赛，他这个推有点瘦，但是他不懂，他有点书呆子，就是线上的就得，所以我们就反过去他就好，他书呆子你就反过去他就得紧，打他棋里面按着去的。
We're down to
打
11.
一定要波动，你不敢撕逼他，你就
If Dominic has it his way, he'll finish this tournament tonight.
I wouldn't put it past him to put in the request to keep playing past the final table. It will be rejected, let me just tell you that. That's Nishant Sharma being moved, I assume, to the feature. So what do you estimate his stack, Henry? 5 racks of greens? Seems to have taken a few hits, but there are no grays. Could be holding on to them.
Everyone. Well, I mean, you said 5 racks of greens?
Yeah.
That's still 2.5 million.
Okay. Comfortable at the minimum.
79k currently guaranteed.
I completely forgot about the pay jumps, the way we're powering through them.
I know.
The next one is pretty hefty. Will be the one for the FT minimum. Better part of 100,000 USD. Nishant Sharma, the legend of Indian poker. A reminder to those who have not heard us talk about this yet. He is, Henry, a main event specialist, winning 3 Poker Dream main events back to back to back. He's also the Indian player with the deepest main event finish at the WSOP. I believe in the 30s. And now here he is, 11 left. Good stack at the APT Championship Main Event.
You're sitting back, chicken, yeah? You call yourself a chicken? Join the battle. You're here for fun, for the sweat. Me? Bro, I've been having 10-3 off, 5-9 off, when he 3-batter you. How about this one? A call blind. If you're in. If you're in.
There's a zombie folding this ever. No.
Dom dishing it back with the verbal jousting. Be like, hey mate, have you even played a hand yet?
Tight fold. Really tight.
Dude, we might just have a case now where... Wow, Sharma's got 4.2 million. Because of Dominic's insane lead, that there's this weird like ICM gel kind of stuff. How about this flop for Sharma? Not flush draw. It's a ball texture that you'd expect to see Alexandru continue on at a pretty high frequency after opening from under the gun.
You have headphones on.
I'm just loud.
You have headphones on, right?
These two have had plenty of hours together.
I don't think
Saw
you
them
wear
on some
headphones.
feature tables, together on the outer tables.
Guy wants to see the floor.
Yeah, I'm sorry. He has headphones on. No headphones on TV.
Hello, coach. This guy is talking shit to me. What should I do? Bash him? No.
Take him off.
It's too soft.
I love
This is my
the...
country.
It's your country. Yes. I didn't know what your country was. You couldn't even find Cambodia on a map.
The action taking a back seat to the jousting.
I think Yao's finally met his match.
I have a feeling me and you're gonna have that big pot.
It's mostly up to you.
Huh?
It's mostly up to you. I don't care.
This is fantastic. The gloves are off. The gloves are officially off.
Oh, you can't wear headphones here?
No electronic devices.
This on Twitch. Yes, that's right. That's the time.
I'm bored of my mind.
Yeah. You say what?
I'm
You
bored.
shave?
I'm bored. You shave?
No shave. It looks ugly when you shave.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah.
Wouldn't look good in the winner's picture.
You're actually funny, I like you. Normally when I say stuff like this, people get upset. But enjoy it. Yeah, it's fun.
It's here to have fun. So you should take it.
Oh, hold on now. Maybe Alexandru has found a way to win. Trying to get a 10 to fold.
I see this getting called. I think it was a great check. Try and induce as opposed to going for the thin value. Yeah, he does block his own clubs. Kind of draws he would want Alexandru to have, but catching the king is too much of a hand at this stage.
I mean, the question I'm asking... Oh, wow.
My goodness.
Question I'm asking myself is King, Queen, King, Jack betting 70%? There might be some ace-X, you know, that check back turn, pot control. I think it's absolutely fine.
You're such a pest.
Sorry, bro.
No, you're a pest.
Wow.
You pest.
Sorry, bro.
You pest.
No.
Keep calling him. I'm telling you, this is my country. What are you gonna do?
Take your money?
Big words.
Is that okay? Is it okay for him to have headphones on then?
Bro, I run this place.
You run this place? Nah. I also like my phone back then. There's no rules here.
I'm telling you, I'm above the law here.
I like my phone and my headphones too.
Yep. Yep.
Fucking too tight phone. More comfortable.
I love it, mate. Any way you can to find a way to tilt your opponent, I'm all for it.
WPT, that didn't work out so well for you, remember?
Yes. Yes. And I was so tilted, I got 3-hand penalty.
I know.
On the fucking FT bubble too. Bro, that was retarded.
I thought it was funny.
You ever received the 3-hand penalty?
Me or me getting penalty.
I don't have the passion that Zhang clearly does. Nang, rather.
If Danny do it again in January, like ever again, I'm gonna give him a kiss on the lip. Danny, you hear that, Danny? If you penalty me again ever, you get a kiss on the lip.
That's one of the funniest things I've ever heard as a threat. If only I knew that line, my high school bullies would have been mad confused. If you ever do that to me again, I'm gonna give you a kiss on the lips.
Was it Danny Tang that beat him? Who's he speaking about?
Once again, the action taking a backseat to the antics.
I think Alexandra's going to get some value here. Dominic's just way too high up in range. IMO. So many straight draws that brick.
Some history, as it turns out, between Dominic and, did he say the boss? He said he's above the law. Zhao entertaining, as always. Right on the line in terms of word choice, but the smile certainly alleviates some of the heft. Another misread in the booth, Henry, and
that's a world-class fold, bro.
The play has begun to just elevate itself.
I mean, if Dom's finding folds like that against Alexandru, and even though he lost the hand, he just owned Papazian. That many gut shots and straight draws available, and just folding the nut 7. Fair play, mate. Maybe got a little bit too greedy with the sizing. It's one thing to just, you know, extract value from your opponents, but another thing to be able to find the folds when you're behind.
No. But kind of good too. Almost as good.
To your point, Henry, there was some discussion in the chat about how Dominic has been steamrolling. Sure, caught the king 6, aces versus queens. But Jeffrey Scott pointing out, what about when you get paid max by a hand that has a trivial turn fold, referring to the pocket 8s? That's called building an image, using dynamics, using the fact that you're willing to be aggressive and pouncing after every pot
Face don't fall.
to get paid off. Doesn't just come down to the cards, ever. Not in a 5-day tournament.
Hey, I want to play with him, not you.
This is so good. Sharma just showering Nang.
Put your white on the front, please.
By the way, Nishant is going to be absolutely unfettered by this. He is a cash PLO player.
Oh, okay.
And those streets have a ton of banter.
Yeah.
Sort of an all-rounder with the PLO cash and the MTTs.
Feel balanced, sure.
Graphics off, he's 3-bet and taken this down.
Well done, mate. Yeah, showing how unfazed he is by.
There's touching now, Henry. Light and gentle, touching nonetheless. Nishant's happy with all of it, as long as the chips keep coming in the right direction, as we saw in that part. Let the chips do the talking.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. It's like, let the guy win the quote-unquote battle in terms of verbal jousting, but as long as we win the war, who cares?
With Nishan stack, perhaps not too big an assumption to say that final table is on the cards, and could expect a rail tomorrow by the Indians. Would be pretty historic in terms of the prize pool that any Indian player has been eligible for.
Yeah, potential career-defining moment for him if he can close this out. Would move up to number 4 on India's all-time money list.
Can't help but root for this man as well. How, being a local, I can only imagine the rail that might show up. I don't know if you noticed, mate, but there was a bit of a rail going with 3 tables remaining. The excitement building in the room, especially with some of the superstars.
See anyone getting rooted for in particular?
Goes by nationality, as you know, sometimes.
Yeah, it does. This part of the world definitely does.
So lots of Taiwanese, some Aussies out there. Zhao representing Australia by way of Taiwan, I assume. And people can't help but look on, considering what we're playing for here. The feature table right there on the floor. The screen behind them actually showing the action.
I have a feeling it's not going to happen here. This is a bad thing. I know you should work harder. Give them back, I'll show you. So our deal was, he gets the bust all the people to the final table, but he has to do it this level. Otherwise, he's the next Otherwise, he's the next bust. I have to blind shot for the last 10 minutes if I don't. And I have to blind minutes.
Oh, Justin reminding me, he's Chinese-Australian, not Taiwanese.
Maybe one has.
Yeah, I'm reading into him saying that Dominic is in his town and he's the boss, so noted on that, Justin, thanks. Zhao satellite winner, not really Lucas. Nishan Sharma is actually a satellite winner. Step 2. I don't count it too much because I think he was firing anyway.
What was step 2?
1700, yeah.
And it was like a package, or just a seat?
Just a seat, I think, yeah. Played live here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's more value extraction for the pros. In for 1700, it's like allows them to really free up and play their A game in case the bankroll is the barrier.
I also think, like, it's pretty nice if you can end up taking a much bigger piece of yourself than you would if you were to buy in directly.
The Saddies also had some overlay, so good for the players. That didn't stop Victor Chong from bringing in the bottles at the players' party yesterday, though.
There's a man to do it. He is the man. Are we going to see a little spicy check raise here? Blind v blind. Trang just going to lay down the hammer. Ah, mate. Don't you dare tell me it didn't cross his mind.
The stakes are just hard to comprehend at this stage with the next page approaching 20,002 buy-ins. Chuang Hao from Taiwan, 421,000 in live earnings. Looking to triple it. Just 10 spots away. Still 1,200 of you around. Surely all of you finishing the day out with us, playing down to the final 9. Final table coverage tomorrow. What a pleasure to have you here. Mark your calendars for 2026. We're coming back But in terms of the stream, still a few days to go. We have a few events after the main event this time. Not usually the case, but the championship is special. Day 3 of the High Roller Championship and the Mini High Roller Day 3 as well. Huge prize pools being developed outside. That's a $15,000 buy-in, mind you. All right, we're touching people's time banks now.
你硬要叫的话，你刚刚已经到0了，你还没说话，听了也没听到。你要硬叫的话，我都说无所谓了，你还在叫。那你也不能碰我的东西。我都说无所谓了，你还叫什么叫？他可以碰我东西吗？Sorry, you cannot. 他到0秒了，他不就摊半个出来？为什么？这也是要敌人拿，不是你敌人。那你也不能碰我的东西嘛。那我 I get ruling. I want to see the camera. 可以。摊半。可以。你非要叫，那你看我的东西，这个没有。我知道，但我先打完再说。OK. 30 seconds. Okay. Please continue the hand raise.
You didn't use time bank.
I think we can figure out from context the conversation there.
Right,
Do you think?
If you haven't put the chips out on 0, what that means? So I was looking at it.
I'm with you on that, yeah.
Yeah, it's time bank.
It should be time bank, yeah.
I hear the
And
justification.
he's bitching about it.
You're right.
And I already let him go. I'm like, don't worry about it. Okay, keep going. He's like yapping at me.
Yeah, no, you're right. Time bank.
I love it. Absolutely love it. 4 days in, mate.
It's getting on the edge here, though, for me, Henry.
In the edge, in what sense?
You know, the physical touches, the touches.
Yeah, no.
The defense. I mean, it's the dealer's job. Let him do it. But tensions are high when the stakes are high as well. I think the rest of the players know it. They'll see it as an edge in terms of mental state.
Sharma with nut middle pair. It's a tough board to navigate. I mean, we're going to start off with check call, but any more pressure? Well, let's talk about pressure, shall we? How about turning trips to alleviate the pressure in the room? Potential lead card here for Nishant.
Yeah, that's a great point. Too much of house range will be checking back. Board could get very difficult to navigate.
I've been really impressed with Nishant's table demeanor, presence. Just seems super dialed in after 4 days of grinding. Just you're not engaging in some of the antics that are going on around the table. Just focus on playing good, solid poker.
Here we go.
Keep dealing.
The dealer will ask the player for the time bank. You no need to shout. 那现在他要丢摊半和筹码，所以他碰我筹码没关系，就是你可以。OK， 所以他碰我是没关系是吗？我会问地人，但是你，所以他碰我东西是没关系的。我现在会给一句警告他，就警告而已。对。第二是如果好。
What does it say? What was it that the young Mike McDermott taught us all in Rounders? If you can't spot
the sucker
at the table, then
it's you.
You're the sucker.
就我喊 raise， 然后他没有听到我数据，那我已经喊了9头，说他有喊。0秒喊 raise 是不算的，0秒喊 raise 是不算的。我可以天天喊 raise。OK。Lord, 2 people
were really close of using their time banks this hand, and there were no time banks taken. One guy was at 0 and the other guy was at -10. Why there are no time banks taken?
He's also right about that.
He started talking mid-hand and the clock went 40 seconds. He still has all the time banks.
He's stalling, by the way.
20 seconds, another 20 when he talked. So either one time bank is taken or I'm taking my headphones because I want my headphones on, and if we don't follow the rules,
He has headphones on.
I'm not following the rules, you know? Do you understand?
Fair's fair. The floor will figure it out. The headphones are a non-starter, of course, for the integrity of the table. And I think Alexander knows it. Just trying to make a point. Flats the ace-queen and flops best, but Dominic has a flush draw. The ace of diamonds belongs to Alexandru. My word, what a flop.
Max entertainment value here. Not only the poker, but the gloves off kind of vibes. Papazian very under-repped here. 5-handed. See what Mr. DTO comes with. He's going to check back in position and get there. Oh, baby.
How did they do it? How did he even find the check, considering the ace should be less likely with a big blind flat, and he had all the equity in the world? And note something you never see, Henry. Alexander literally turning his seat so that he can face Dominic, get all the reads he needs. Look at this bet. It's tiny.
Do we turn our hand into a bluff when the inevitable raise from Dominic comes in?
It has to cross your mind. What else is the ace of diamonds for? And with this sizing, he just snap calls it off.
What was the raise amount? Okay, 240k, not that big. Sorry, 300k total, 970k pot. Going Dominic's way, 181 big blinds. 11 left here. What's the chat saying?
I'll read out the translated comment for you, Henry. He can be annoying, playful, or talkative, whatever he wants. It depends on each person's actions. Some are quiet, some are talkative, and some are annoying. In the end, whether they play well or badly depends on themselves. We've reached 11 people. I think I'll leave out the rest as a mistranslation, but poignant. I like it. Easy Game Channel 1716.
Better?
I like your philosophy.
No, better than top.
Oh, I see what he meant. We've reached 11 people and they're no longer worthless. Talking about the time banks, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. Agreed.
What is that purple thing right next to you?
Oh, that's my little...
You okay, mate? Do you need an intervention, or do you want me to... You need a hug?
I mean, caffeine is not the worst vice in the world, is it?
Jeffrey Scott saying tanking trivial folds when you're a winning player is horrible because you play less hands. Good thing you guys probably need to worry about that. Yeah, I feel like that's what Dominic's thinking. He's already called, you know, the main villain at the table out for what seems like pretty obvious stalling. The idea being that we're 5-handed over here, 6-handed on the other table. So some players just, you know, trying to slow down the pace of play.
It's It's almost a natural reaction to just feeling the pressure, especially on this table. Dominic's so relentless. Nishant just joined with a bunch of chips. Alexandru has never really stopped splashing around very successfully, might I add. So if that's not a style you're comfortable against, you'll just find yourself acting slower, liking when the pace of play is a bit weaker. Can't say I love it, but as long as you pay your time banks, I'm okay with it. Ace-8 of diamonds for Hao. And the best hand, mind you. Plays it safe, does not get outdrawn.
I think both players very keen to just show down their hand here. Dom's got some like fake showdown, right? We beat King Jack. King 10. Yeah, maybe some King highs that Trang shows down that we beat.
This is the tank we were just discussing?
Yeah, I think so.
He's never betting.
I think so. Not no ace, you just heard.
Not no ace.
Dom announced, so yeah, it's clearly where his head was at, that it has some showdown.
Kunal Patni in chat. Actually,
Is he?
I think it's his birthday. Happy birthday, Kunal.
Happy birthday.
Celebrated at the players' party yesterday. Says, let's go Nishant. Longtime friends, no doubt.
Did you manage to get a swap in? That's what I want to know. I don't care about your birthday. Have you got a 5% sweat? Or a 10% sweat? There's nothing like getting a swap in and your mate runs deep, or buy an action and your mate runs deep. I've had some fun sweats recently.
You might be the GOAT, actually.
I'm one of the best. I mean, I retired off of it.
Henry Kilbane, roommate of the great Espinosa in the year 2022.
22.
Look up
It's
the
so
rest.
funny, dude. Like, as he was getting the taxi, as he was leaving our house in Thailand, we've got a video, because we were shooting content back then, right, for Overbet Express. We've got a video of me as I'm opening the door and like saying goodbye to him, saying, "Don't come back without a bracelet."
Wow.
Literally, bro. His first ever series. Yeah, it was like, "We're not going to let you back." Goes on to win 2 bracelets. Absolute legend. Man, what is it with these flops, man? They just want us to get down to the final table. This could be fireworks. These two have bad blood between them. It's gone under the gun open. Big blind defend. Bottom pair and a flush draw against top with the ace of diamonds. You see the live outs for Hao. These guys do not like each other. There is bad blood between them.
The diamond check will go successfully for Zhao. Finds the ace of diamonds along with the queen of hearts.
He's staring Dominic down as he max tanks. It's getting kind of weird. There it is, 2/3, 150 into 240. This is the size we need for fireworks to happen. Big bet on the flop. How does Hao want to proceed? Has Neng rustled his jimmies? Just comes with check call. Dealer. What is that action-killing turn card? Like, if it's gonna be non-diamond, just put the 3 of spades out there or something. King of clubs, man. Come on. What is this?
The only card above the queen that Zhao doesn't love, so expecting a check here, but that bad blood, Henry, could lead to more action than maybe the turn deserves. Let's take a look at how Neng wants to approach. Could feel like he has the nut advantage. And yeah, fired that small turn bet in position, buying the cheap check, as we call it. It's not the smallest. 55% or so. It's actually a great bet, as it turns out, against Hao's exact holding. He's managed to likely put Hao in the blender, and with the pair and the flush draw, seems unfoldable, so massive extraction perhaps incoming. But he's holding his cards and makes a disciplined fold. Tons of equity into the muck.
And maybe some, reverse implied odds there. Chasing a draw that's non-nutted against arguably one of the tightest players at the table. Could just be up against. There are some tainted outs as well, We river trips, or we river like the 4.
Yeah.
We're up against a straight or a set.
Honestly, in spots like this with ICM and risk premium, you can almost discount the implied odds. You're out of position, you might not get paid. Each chip so valuable. I like the decision there, but more importantly, I respect that he didn't get the ego in the way of the decision. Seems like in a spot like this, you just want to get the best of your nemesis on the table so often. Yeah, Papa Burgundy in chat agrees with me. Very smart, not allowing emotions to urge the flush chase. Might be a translation there. The outer table coming in. Justin reminding us, Chun Hao Wu from Singapore, active as hell on the previous table. Martin Finger going strong. Matas and Bolas, haven't seen him on the feature for a while. Chip leader of the tournament not too long ago. Hao Shan Huang from Taiwan, chip leader coming into the day. John Costiniano had a tiny stack of about 8 picks or so from the Philippines. Doing well to still be around 11 way to this tournament. And Xiaowen Zhao from China. I think Hao here will have to swallow his ego once again. Multi-way, jack high. Now the open ender. Dominic seems to be getting there more often than not in this level. I think his run might be getting put to the test in a moment. Some rails developing in chat. I see a comment saying, how, if you call the river with the 6-4 of diamonds, or if you call the turn, I guess I should say, the river will be a diamond. We chat are all rooting for you. Very cool. Keep them coming in the form of the chat energy. I'm not sure how these things work with a 30-minute delay, but pretty sure it can influence the cards.
Dom maybe found a way to win the hand.
The yawn and the call.
That was a snap call as well.
Interesting. I think he just depleted all his energy with the outbursts. The deuce of hearts. Flush comes in. Jack is the best of it. But Dominic is left with queen high and has the betting lead. Any idea if Dominic pays any attention to the live reads? Despite his GTO end boss status, he is a live player.
Yeah, I guess he can have.
You good?
Wow.
The old you good.
Wow.
With the best.
Oh, baby. Oh, man, it's going to reach boiling point in here. Dude, I don't think I've ever been at a table where we might witness a fist fight.
In a 10K buy-in, no less. In a super hyper turbo, I get it. We're playing for 1.2 million. Look at Nishan's composure through all of it. 5-handed on our table, I think. He's the quietest person. Only absorbing, not giving anything away. All paint for Alexandru, good enough to open. Basically the hijack, 5-handed, so Dominic will attack. A slightly late position open with the 10-9 suited. Alexandru knows this is a risk every time he opens. Dominic doesn't need a premium to be doing this. Turns out he's taking what seems to be any hand he wants to play and entering with a 3-bet, at least against Alexandru's opens. Take notes, folks. A masterclass in big stack bullying, deep stage, or rather deep stack, late stage tournament poker. Yep, gotta let that one go.
Is it okay for player to leave the time, let it run down to 1 second and extend the time? Because I think that's against the spirit of the workshop. Once he's clearly holding on like 2 seconds, like he's done it like, I don't know how many distance in a row? 8? No, not you. Of course, once. Thank you. I wasn't paying attention. It's kind of hard not to, frankly.
So Dom just relaying to the floor what we'd all been witnessing, which is unnecessary exploitation of the clock, where these two gentlemen in frame have just been deliberately running down the clock to the last second before making their decisions.
And if you don't mind stating the obvious, Henry, just walk me through the advantages of doing that at this stage.
Well, it's an unfair advantage to the players at this table, because if the other players on the other table are playing honestly, that means that they end up playing more hands than this table. And it's also taking away from you know, the chip leader at this table, who wants to be playing as many hands as possible, or the players that have a perceived edge. So it's like a weird way of giving a compliment to Dominic. It's like, we know you're better than us, so we want to give you as little opportunity to outmaneuver us and play hands against us as possible.
And meanwhile, Dominic says, compliments, dot butter, no parsnips.
There we go.
Give me your chips. As this is right.
Doth butter, no parsnips.
3 years I waited to use that. You have no idea how you set me up. It was like the alley-oop I've been waiting for.
Oh. Oh, baby. Trang with the jam. Hold on. Hold on now. Hold on. We got some technical difficulties, it seems. It's that, I'll tell you now, it's them damn gremlins. I've seen them running around, chewing on the wires. It's the Taiwanese gremlins.
Red space is under attack. Bear with us, chat. I know it's an exciting spot to have the technical glitch. If you've been with us, you know these get sorted within a few seconds, sometimes a minute at the most.
It's really not an exciting spot. He's about to fold his ace-9.
Yeah, there we go. Exciting to see the move, though. Yeah, Matt agrees with you. He's folding anyway. Marcus says this was the most important hand. Was it, Marcus? Yeah, maybe a chance for us to just debrief on the Zhao situation. I know till the line it's extremely entertaining. The physical touching and the time banking did rub me the wrong way. But you best believe the players are noticing and trying to keep him in this excited state, because you can't make the best decisions then, can you?
I mean, let the man give things away, you know?
And we're back.
We are back. The jam got through. But this is what I'm saying. It wouldn't surprise me if we do get down to the final table, because that was a 50 big blind jam. I mean, it doesn't seem like 4-bet bluff is an option. Like non-all-in 4-bet bluff is an option for a lot of these guys. So when that's the case, 1 in 20 times he just wakes up with the goods there, and King 10 is showered.
Gilbert with the reminder that it's almost dinner break. Yeah, 27 minutes. You can see the clock behind Alexandru there, which means we will have the hand review segment.
Will we?
Will we is a great question. Tons of excitement for Punat. Might be some mixed news there, folks.
Why?
Taking a look. Yeah, Gilbert correctly doing our job for us. Says stay tuned to get some free coaching from Punat. Throw in some questions that we can answer live on the stream. The hand selections excite me every time. Bear with us again, folks. Apologies. Certainly are doing our best. As you could see, did come back shortly. Expect the same right now.
Who should we blame for this? I think we blame Pocket Cards.
I like this.
Or Frankie, actually. I don't know why.
Kyle has been losing a lot of prop bets in the booth.
Yeah.
Bought me a sandwich, bought Sam a steak.
Wow. I need to get in on this rookie action.
Feel like we're hustling him. He's so far away from home. Doesn't seem right.
Like a deer in headlights. Yeah, I'll bet you.
Thanks to the live reporting. Can give an update from the outer table, by the way. John Costignano found the aces against the tens and gets a double. This man has been navigating all the way from about 200,000 chips at the start of the day. He's up to 2.2 million now. Absolute shot at all the glory. Representing the Philippines, should have huge support. The Philippines love Facebook, mind you, so I'll be monitoring the Facebook chat if he gets to the final table.
He came in with 200K today.
He was down to 200K on our feature.
Wow. Wow, what a life. The man that burst the bubble. 2 away from the final table. Dom's coming with it again, and Pazian just not really able to do anything. And you do have to be somewhat fearful in Alexandru's shoes as well to even fight back against Dominic, because we saw Dom's willingness to 4-bet rip the King 6 earlier against the 3-bet. It's just not scared.
Keep taking notes. That is how you do it.
There's the man we were blaming. He's just walked in the booth. Stop talking about him, Vidor.
It's like Beetlejuice.
Wait, who's Beetlejuice?
So you know Tombstone, but not Beetlejuice?
I mean, what can I say? I'm a Val Kilmer fan.
What did they air in the UK while you were growing up in terms of American pop culture, movies and television?
Absolutely no idea. All my parents watched was Emmerdale and EastEnders and Coronation Street. I had to watch that shit for 15 years of my life.
Can you do the doof doofs from the EastEnders opening?
No, I can't.
Not
I
bad.
should be able to, but
That's all I know about EastEnders. The doof doofs.
yeah.
Note how quiet Nishant has been on the table.
I think he's fantastic. It's just exactly, do not buy into the strategy of this man. You know, just stay quiet. You're here to win 1.2 million. You don't win anything extra for quietening, you know, this guy.
Like I said, probably the opposite. Keep him rattled, and he might make a bad decision. You can see the trophy being carried. That's one of the other championship event trophies, the silver. Certainly a two-hander, this one. I want it so bad. And to sit here, watch 20 of them go by, knowing I don't even have a shot, is pretty tilting, I have to say.
Here we go. Four-way affair. Will there be blood? No. Nobody flopping anything on the 9-4-4. There is a queen high spade draw out there. Seems like Neng is now starting to harp on at Zhuang for wasting time every decision.
Right. Every stream fucking 30 seconds. Just tell the floor. I told the floor also. They don't listen to just me. You guys have to say that I'm wrong.
All right. After the break, I'll do my job. Okay? You sit there. You sit there. Let me do my part.
All right.
But I can't do much when you got time banks. He's worried about money too much.
Yeah, but you can't run it down to 1 second.
如果以后卖股份找我了，我可以那个 sponsor 你一下。
I mean, I can't believe I'm about to say this. I agree with Neng.
Yeah.
Like, he's right.
Well, the board agrees with Neng too. Flush. Four-way. I think how, until he's told otherwise from the right authority, could not care less what they have to say. He's maximizing his EV with all the edges you mentioned you get by tanking, but believe it or not, we have a very explicit directive about unnecessary tanking, so the floor does have prerogative. And a very convincing quick check from Neng here, opening the door for Alexandru or Dominic to get out of line. Dominic has a 10 of spades, 0%, that's worth. Queen 10 of diamonds should really not be interested. Alexandru, not one to tank, so that means he's going to take a stab with his own 0% hand. Very interesting demeanor there by Neng. Shows me a lot of live experience. He very much knows he has a flush, and a quick check back during a ton of banter certainly would imply a weak holding. And look what he's managed to extract. He's got a bet from a 0% hand and a call from a 0% hand. That is fantastic.
Yeah, that really is.
That was pure reverse tells, in my opinion.
Just pretending to be on everyone else's team with the, you know, the tanking situation.
Now announces that he's pretty much got it, but that's okay. These two hands could not have been further away from having a shot. So 200K extracted. Very well done.
Yeah, fair play, mate. Fair play.
Maybe I shouldn't have bet that.
It's all my cards and you're betting into it.
Yeah, the little verbal victory lap.
At least one of the tables. So we will be shortening clocks if there is stalling occurring.
My man.
Especially at this table, we can see what the whole cards are. We can see if the reason
Bro,
stall or not.
insane.
We are also going to be moving one player from that table. Within a few hands, we'll be moving one player from that table to this table to balance it out.
Yeah.
And it will continue like that for some time until we get to the 10-hander. Any questions?
Nope.
Shortening the time. Everyone or just one player?
One player.
Who's ever saw? Someone steps out of line now, yeah.
Shout out to Tyler coming over, laying down the law. Shout out to Neil Johnson and the team, just, you know, reviewing the tape. They've seen enough. So,
Bad for the game.
warning has been issued.
True?
You're bad for it.
Bro, people love me. You don't think so? You're a shithead.
I do, but...
I mean,
You're a
the word,
shithead. You do? Okay.
the word love's subjective, right?
Yeah.
I actually have a lot of fans back home in Australia.
Should I come to Aussie Millions?
Are you coming?
Should I?
I would recommend you to come in. It's
I
just
wouldn't.
soft-
Oh, I know, I played it every time. But...
Yeah. Also, when you come in, when you come over, if you need AUD, ask me. Yeah. If you need.
How do you have money?
Huh?
I said, how do you have money?
How do I have money? Our mother, mama. Go on, lah.
It's the biggest fan also.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, if you need, ever in need, you and your friends, I'll hook you up.
Thank you, thank you.
Well, I might have a Aussie dollar plug. I'm going to Melbourne in January. Last time we were at the Crown, trying to play some table games, had no cash.
Who's gonna do anything to you, man?
You know, Neng is likely the king of Australia.
We have like ATM max withdrawal limits on a daily basis. You know, really trying to play some ultimate Texas Hold'em.
I'll give you a 6 up.
Clubs to appear. Howe has effectively been warned about the tanking.
So in Australia, can't buy with crypto.
King high.
Bank transfer, I think is alright.
Note, Henry, that Howe is coming fresh off a 5th place 50K score in the Ultra Stack
If you need money, whatever.
10 days ago.
Better call Ning.
Better conning, yeah, good. I want to do so.
Career best? Or nearly?
Nearly. Certainly
I reckon it
best in the year.
Juicier than here. Of course. I love the feel form than here. Here is kind of mixed. We have this nerd here, some other nerds on the table.
Could have been the impetus for him to sign up for this tournament, no doubt, with 421K on his hand and
I think
mob.
Australia
Has
number
plenty of
one is
experience, but every page
know what
up,
I'm saying?
no doubt, means a lot. Nishant just gets it done with the back doors. The opening on the flop is more than enough for him to pounce. 4.6 million for this man. 114 big blinds. Final table stack, to say the least. If they haven't already, whenever this lot get around to looking Nishant up,
If he does,
they might do a few more push-ups before coming back to the table.
money is doing. Your mates asking
If you look someone up and you realize they closed the last 3 main event final tables they were on, I mean, how do you approach the game after that?
I thought he was a nerd, but he's funny.
Proper hand emerges in the cutoff. Beatboxing on the button.
Well, Sharma's going to wag his finger. Check the temperature in the room. Like to see a size up here out the small. Worst position to be in. Anywhere between 3.5 to 4.5x. It's gone a little bit bigger. No, he hasn't. I do apologize. I thought it said 400. So, 300.
How has a better hand than Nishant would expect, in a way, late position open. But given all the drama that's been happening at the table, how has managed to keep the cards away from the emotions? Unsurprised to see the peel with the king-jack suited. Plenty deep, but this spot is now building. King would have been tough to navigate and get away from. 7-7-8 on the other hand. Should make things easier to the extent Nishant even fires a c-bet.
Yeah, which we expect him to at a pretty high frequency. This isn't PLO. There's Hold'em, Tournament Hold'em as well. 3-bet pot. Range is a lot narrower. Advantage Nishant for sure. Although I guess, you know, Trang is going to have more trips. But still, continuing small and wide. And let's see, you know, Trang, 2 overs, backdoor hearts. Maybe wants to get a little float going on. In position. Getting laid a great price on a call.
It would contrast somebody who's max time banking. To find the float here just seems marginal. Ironically uses a time bank to make the decision. Could be using the spot to kill more time, frankly.
Is that what you think? Yeah, I guess it, like, time bank calling doesn't make much sense.
I didn't see him coming along for the simple reason that
he time banked.
No, just with the fact that he's been, you know, letting the clock run down on every decision. It just goes to show that the pay ladders and the potential of making the final table is so important. And when you have a marginal decision or one that would require you to make real dents in your stack to get the job done.
That's fair. That's fair. I think that's a fair read.
Yeah, easier to move on to the next one.
More in language that you say it properly, otherwise it might be ruled against you.
Tyler with some more directives. Might have some rotations of players as well. Nang with the hammer says hurry up. He's talking to the floor. I think once again getting warned. Another strong ace for Nishant on the button. Alexandru's had to be timid for a while. And I actually respect that he's able to find that gear. At the start of the day, it seemed impossible. It seemed like he was in a hurry to get things done. But coming to this table, having the outright chip leader of the tournament on his immediate left, he's adapted brilliantly. No surprise from the man with over 4 million in live earnings. Not to mention the online prowess. Little something on the flop for the 10-8. The gut shot now turns into the open-ender. Nishant had the ace of diamonds working.
Sharma just a silent assassin, isn't he, really? Don't think he's going to win this hand, but just chipping away up to 4.9 million. This feels like an impossible ask here versus pot. Nothing he can really do, in my opinion, unless we're specifically thinking about calling to bluff diamond rivers. $79,620 guaranteed.
So what do you think? Do you think Nishant's PLO 5 and PLO 6 experience, playing the cash game streets, maybe playing short-handed often, any edge to be found in your hold'em game from that experience, you think?
I think patience. Patience more than anything. Just trusting the process that the spots are going to come and to not try and force it unnecessarily, which I feel like we've seen. The fact that we're at 11 already before dinner break just goes to show that, you know, people have been trying to force it today. It's just absurd that we're here.
Soft bubble for the final table of the main event. Perhaps no surprise that finally things have slowed down. We're talking about making it to day 5 of the largest tournament, the largest freeze-out outside of Vegas in 10 years, I believe Neil Johnson said.
Oh, what, in the entire world?
I think that's what he said.
Wow.
That sounds about right. It's a
That
freeze-out.
Yeah, it does sound about right.
Hard to get a good freeze-out, man. Six minutes to break, mind you. They've earned it. Each level is a grind, but when you have to play 5 and 6-handed, it's even worse. That was Howe's reasoning, apparently, for the time banks.
We pause the clock while we're waiting for it to finish. Okay.
Feeling slighted that the other table is 6-handed.
How often do we...
Player being moved.
We drew random cards.
Just for fairness.
+3, so it'll be every 9 hands. Okay.
And that'll happen every 9 hands, as you just heard Neil Johnson mention. Keep things fair.
Great to see Neil and the team just being so willing to adjust on the fly.
Tons of comments coming in what seems like Chinese. I have the auto translate on, so Good to get a conversation going about an aspect of tournament poker that does show up in crucial spots. I think maybe through the translation, or perhaps typed this way, I'm seeing a lot of use of the word referee, which I think is a cool way to think about the tournament director.
Neil and Tyler, the referees.
Give him a whistle while you're at it.
I like those, you know, the American football. Oh, no, wait.
Soccer?
Yeah, the American football outfits. Yeah, like the black and white pinstripes.
Yeah,
with the
very
cap.
fetching, very slimming.
Yeah. I wonder if I type in greatest referee of all time, who do you think's going to pop up? Greatest referee.
Somebody from the WWE.
I knew Pierluigi Collina was going to pop up, man.
Oh, okay, I'm not familiar. Pardon me.
It's just one of the greatest refs. Italian. Been named FIFA's best referee of the year 6 consecutive times. Absolute GOAT.
Player moved to the table is Xiaowen Zhao. 1.1 million, all things considered. A decent stack, but short compared to the rest of the table. Good timing, small versus big, to find ace-king. Now the only question. Nah, Dominique. Not interested with this holding against the new player. Seen him make moves, but he's going to get some reads first in terms of where Zhao is at. So a few minutes from dinner break. 1,300 of you with us. Super excited to have you around. Bit of unfortunate news on the Great Punat Punsri. Unavailable for our hand breakdown segment. Don't worry, Sam and Kyle will lead the way. And more excitingly, they will be monitoring, and bear with us guys, we're trying to figure this out in real time, but they will be monitoring any live chat questions that come along. So either put them in right now so that they know what to address. That can be about the tournament in general. Any player you've seen on the feature or otherwise. Or watch along during the hand breakdown and let them know any questions you have. Feel free to disagree with any analysis and bring it up and they'll tell you why you're wrong.
Yeah, get some questions in, guys. Try and announce some new content for you all, for your viewing pleasure, to save, you know, the repetitive breaks, you know, the adverts that run on loop. So yeah, get engaged. They'll be checking out the chat. I think it's a great segment, you know.
I love when Soiza and Sam broke things down.
Yeah.
Can't judge myself and yourself. It's just different coming from Soiza, isn't it? It just feels right.
I mean, it's the man that has walked the walk, the highest stakes, the biggest stage in the world. Trying with the max check, max time bank check. I do believe we are going to be going on break. Is it after this hand?
I believe so. This hand, actually.
Yeah, after this hand.
Right.
English?
Not my first language.
No, that's okay. So does check through. Nishant with a free peek at the 10 of spades turn. Turning bottom two, never a thrilling proposition on this type of board texture.
Especially multi-way. Any bet should be very unlikely to get raised. Nishant decides to proceed with a check. I do wonder if it's with the intention of check calling a bet from Dominic, because as the chip leader in position, his range would be the widest and bluffiest. Nothing of that sort thus far.
So check mark for the Indian, who will be going into dinner break with more than 5 million in chips, unless a bluff comes in from Dominic on the river, gets him to fold his bottom two. It's been really impressive, I tell you what. I know who I'll be keeping an eye on from here on out. I think this man has all the ingredients of an APT Championship winner. It's been unfortunate in terms of the players he's got on his left. Mainly this man right here, Dominic Nietzsche, with 6.8 million. Thinking of turning sevens into a bluff? No, just, yeah. Raise it up to 200K.
Note the amazing sizing. Trying to get a lot of ROI on that bluff. Tiny raise. And now Nishant just needs to play. Does Dominic have it? Game in his head.
Nice call, my man. Nice call. Here we go.
Let's go.
5.3 million.
The seven's getting raised on the river and the queen 10 calling it off. That's the kind of action we like to see.
Respect to both. Respect to the sevens for finding the bluff raise. Respect to Sharma for finding the call. There it is. That beautiful Lion trophy that will be going home to one of the remaining 11 players tomorrow. These 6, along with the 5 on the other table, going into dinner break, 75-minute dinner break. But let's not forget, stick around, because we've got the lads with the breakdown of some of the hand histories from today, and then we'll be back at about 75 minutes for what is supposed to be the final 2 levels of play, unless we get to the final table before those levels play out. So from Vido and myself, good night for now.
Thank you very much for that, Badur and Henry. Welcome to Breaking It Down with Sam and Kyle. Kyle, how are you doing today?
I am doing excellent. Of course, we are here on day 4 of the main event, and we've picked out a few interesting hands that we've seen today to break them down for a little bit of analysis. So why don't we just jump right into it, Sam?
1 second. Folks, those of you watching, this is a live segment, so feel free to pop your questions into the chat.
Yes.
I will take a look and I'll answer them as soon as they come up or at the end.
Yeah, we can make it interactive. That'll be fun.
Yep.
But with that, let's get into this first hand and see if any questions pop up. But So here we have Jun under the gun, and he's got 10-8 of spades, going to open it up.
Yeah, so let's see. Field size is 25, so the table's a little bit short, right? 24 will be the final three. So it's not technically under the gun. He's probably like low jack or something.
Yeah.
So suited 8x, very strong hand. Just pause for a second.
Yeah.
So we just saw Junhao Wu. He's on 1.1 million, so this is like 40 plus big blinds.
Yeah.
So pretty
Still
hefty
fairly
stack.
deep. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously everyone's deep at this deep structure of a tournament, but
Yes.
nonetheless, still lots of playability.
And then Papazian, he loves to get in the mix, right? He loves the game.
Yeah.
Been playing online for a long time. 6-5 suited, comfort zone, great hand, good clearance, makes the call. It looks good so far.
Yeah, so Pazian, as you said, makes the call pre-flop, and then we go to the flop, which comes 7-9-7, 2 hearts and 1 spade. Clearly a bit of an action board given these holdings, a little bit of piece for everybody, including the open ender and backdoor flush draw for Jun. So we go to the flop, and the action ensues as follows. Check from Papazian.
So the table's either 6 or 7-handed, so he's like button cut off by jack, like low jack or +1.
Yeah. Then obviously.
So half pot bet, sizing up. Yeah, so pause this for a second.
Yeah.
So he goes for the half pot bet. He's got the open ender. He can call a check, raise the backdoor flush draw as well.
Yeah.
It seems pretty solid. Sizing up, I mean, you're kind of just pretty happy to clear out like queen jack suited. Like queen jack of diamonds, just straight instamucks.
Yeah, just plenty of equity on this flop. It can be a little bit vulnerable to some of those overcards. And, kind of just standard c-bet, I think, semi-bluff, so.
Yeah, like the earlier position you are, the stronger your range, so the more you get to c-bet. And, I mean, this might just clear out like pocket fours with half pot by sizing up a bit.
Yeah.
So maybe that plays a consideration. And then backward Papazian, look at this.
Yeah.
Not folding his gut shot. He's got plenty of other hands to fold.
Yeah, so let's continue. Obviously, bet and a call, and we go to the turn, and it's a fun one. There we go, 6 of spades.
All right, so that's a lot of connection, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. We've got now the, if just for a little bit of fun, the gutter straight flush draw. Don't get to say that too often. And yeah.
Like it's a very connected card, so quite a bit better for the small blinds range. I mean, Junhao obviously is opening up 10-8 suited, so both of them can have straights. Alexandru, they probably both have the same amount of full houses. Maybe Alexandru's flatting 9-7 suited, where Junhao will be folding that suited 7x block. So perhaps slight favorite there, but Junhao, yeah, it's tough because we can see he's opening quite wide.
Yeah.
In this spot.
And so we see Papazian go for the 100K bet on this turn.
Yeah, leading out.
Yeah.
So he thinks he's got a range advantage. I don't think he realizes Junhao is opening this wide. He's got 40 blinds, low jack, but probably just thinking he's the only one that can have the 9-8 suited.
Yeah.
The 10-9s, maybe not 10-9s, but some 8-7s perhaps, some 7-6s. Pocket 6s maybe doesn't get bet.
Feels like you're all over this board with a lot of those different holdings, like just kind of intuitively from the blinds versus like under the gun, featuring a lot of those like higher pocket pairs and broadways that at first glance you would think not connecting to this board. Of course, you said like 9-10 suited, of course, still in the mix.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, overall advantage seems to be a decent spot to go for lead. It is a small blind defend, not a big blind defend, so that
it's a little
comes into
tighter.
play a bit.
Yeah. As well, Junhao has c-bet, so he can still have, queen jack offsuit in this spot where Papazian can't really flat with nothing, right? He's going to have at least a draw. So he does lead, and over to Junhao, who's turned the nuts, essentially, besides a full house.
Right.
With the redraw, makes the call. His opponent's very aggressive. I like this.
And
oh, wow.
Just for fun, why not give him the straight flush on the river? Don't see that every day. But.
So now we're sitting at 500K in the pot.
Yeah.
900K effective, like 2 SPR.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, if you're going to bluff, it's going to be big. You're trying to fold out an overpair.
Yeah, so obviously Papazian, just with a pair of 6s on this board, given the action, I think it's, your two options are give up or bluff, essentially.
Yep.
I don't think you're thinking you have a ton of showdown here. I guess like there's maybe some heart draws that miss, but it's pretty infrequent for Jun's range, I would assume.
Yep, unblocking heart draws is really nice.
Yeah.
You're not really going to be able to block spades at any sort of meaningful clip.
Yeah.
So I think blocking the 6 because you let on the turn, so you're saying, hey, I've got 7-6, I've got pocket 6s here.
Yeah.
Having a 6 to match your value makes sense. So let's see what he does.
Let's go for it.
Oh.
And the power move goes for the jam.
I mean,
obviously,
just getting
very unfortunate timing. Snapped off with the absolute nuts. Straight flush. And I believe I was watching the clip. I was in the booth for that one. And as soon as he was snapped off, he goes, quads? He literally thought he had at least quad 7s. Slightly better, it turns out.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was a bit of a fun hand. How do you like that almost 2x pot bluff?
He's repping full house or nothing, so yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like seeing him be able to go big, put his opponent into pressure.
Yeah.
They're just before the final 3 tables in that last hand, so
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well played. I mean, sucks you run into the straight
Yeah.
flush, but
And that's where it goes, right? Results-wise, it seems very unfortunate. Maybe some people think it's like, oh no, did he just punt off with the bluff there? But it's like, your opponent isn't going to wake up with, that's already 10-8 suited and very early position is also something you might not even think is part of their range. Now, we've seen a lot of aggression in this main event, kind of throughout all of it, so maybe people have to make some adjustments, but overall, I don't blame them for not thinking.
I mean, what do you do there in Jun's shoes with kings? Right? You've got like 30 blinds back. That's getting close to final table stack.
Yeah, I think I don't even think you think that long with kings. You're just like, we're just
versus him,
crushed
I
on
would.
this board. But yeah, versus
I'd be pretty happy to give it a thought. But
Yeah.
I'd burn a couple time banks.
There you go. Anyways, we have a couple more hands here. Let's start this one. We've got Andrew Han on the button, 8-6 of diamonds.
Oh, wait, we got one question from the last one.
Oh yes, the question.
So
Let's see.
Actually, Renee says, question is, would you also choose this sizing with value? I think that question comes up quite often. Like, would somebody choose this sizing, go this big with bluffs? For me, my philosophy is always just go the same size of value and bluffs and don't think about anything like that. Just keep it simple because most of my reads when I pick up from other players is what their bet size is.
Yeah.
But, that is how you pick it up, right?
Yeah, and I mean, that's the name of the game is balance, essentially, if you're trying to be unexploitable. Of course, if you can find exploits, sure, you might change those sizings, but then, like you said, that's how you pick up reads. That's where you can see if someone's doing something with value and something with bluffs, and
which is like where the question's coming from, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, but take us through this one, Kyle.
All right. So Andrew opening, 8-6 of diamonds. Jun, again, pocket deuces this time.
So they're like 70 effective at this point.
Yeah, very
just
deep.
Before final 2 tables, getting paid $50,000.
Martin Fingers in the mix, just 1.3 million in his stack, a bit shorter.
Jack suited, yeah.
Yeah.
Get in there.
But of course, easy defend, and we go 3 ways to the flop. Comes deuce, jack 3. A little bit of an action flop. Top pair for Finger, bottom set for Jun. Not too much going on for Andrew. Is the C better on the button with some backdoors? Might want to get in the mix, but it is multi-way. So.
I mean, I can see he's throwing out like 75K there. 3 in the deuce, unless they have deuces or 3s, no one's really connecting with that. The jack, also not a huge portion of either player's range, so a C-bet can clear out tons of better hands on this board. Your multi-way, so people are going to play a little bit tighter as well.
Yeah,
so I don't mind this.
Not a bad spot for a stab, and that's what he goes for.
Backdoor straight, backdoor flush draw as well.
Yeah. Obviously, set's not going anywhere. I don't think there's any merit to raising your sets
I don't think there's any raising in this spot.
Yeah, it just seems so strong, and you're just going to get almost every hand to fold, I think.
I mean, you've got like 8s and 9s that you have to play this way, so...
Yeah, so does just
having
call.
deuces in there.
And then Martin, which is interesting, you've got top pair here, but you already have C-bet, call. I almost start to get a little bit worried with the jack here. I don't think I'm going to be folding it, but I'm already pretty suspicious of my hand strength. What do you think you would do in Martin's?
Let's see, sizing 75K, so, no backdoor flush draw either. He really has no backup with his hand.
Yeah.
But could turn 2 pair and then win a big pot versus, say, kings.
Right.
And there are some spots where Andrew is C-betting king, queen, and Junhao is calling with 9s.
Right, yeah.
Or like 8s or something.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, you don't want to be playing to get lucky necessarily, but with such a small bet, you kind of get the pot odds to realize that equity of hitting another pair.
It feels like damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
So kind of just handcuffed to it. Makes the call as well. And we go to the turn, 3 ways, still in the action. And it is the king of spades. So pocket deuce is obviously still very comfortable. Full rainbow board. Martin with the jack, nothing's really helping him out here. So we'll see. And then Andrew too took a stab at it, got 2 callers multi-way. I think he's kind of a little bit out of luck on this hand as well.
Yeah, like he's got a lot of turns he can barrel on with his hand, and the king is a good card for him. Like he can definitely fold out a jack at this point.
Okay.
Another barrel.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if 8-6 is the hand to do it with. Just because you're dead against a king.
Right, sure.
Maybe use something like 4s or 5s, which has a little bit of equity, could river a set.
Right, so just taking the spot, but let's see what they do. Jun going to check again with bottom set. Martin quick check behind, and then Andrew.
Oh, he's not done, is he?
Grabs chips.
He wants this pot, look at that.
With basically completely dead here on this turn.
Half pot.
Takes another big stab at it this time. Set obviously not going anywhere. Just calls again. No check raise.
All right.
And Martin just gets out of the way real quick there with the jack. Just, I assume, was already uncomfortable on the flop. The turn doesn't help anything, so.
Oh, he's like, easiest pitch in
Yeah.
life. Yeah, you're happy to get out of there.
But Andrew, with this continuation bet on this turn here, what do you think about that? He's betting into two people who just called the flop. Very dry static flop as well. So not a lot of drawing hands, typically just made hands that you're betting into that are calling.
It looks so strong.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, like, does June even continue ace jack in this spot? I don't really know.
I'd be uncomfortable.
Right?
I'd
You
think,
just double
I
barreled.
think I fold turn with ace jack myself.
There's so few natural bluffs besides like queen 10 specifically. Besides that, you have no natural bluffs like queen 10, 10, 9.
Yeah.
And then, that's why you probably have to dig deep, find those like low pocket pairs, find that 8-6 suited.
Yeah, and does maybe Andrew deduce that they just are really gonna have like no kings in their range, that flat pre, and then just continue on this flop?
Besides
like
king jack, and maybe for Martin, king 3, king deuce suited.
Right.
So very few combos. You know, considering it's a rainbow, it blocks its own combos as well.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
You
like
might
I
even
said,
see king jack go for like a steal pre. Like we've seen some of that aggression, like 3-bets. There's a button open, small blind, big blind. We've seen king jack find 3-bets in that spots too. So
yeah,
probably lowers the opportunity that they would have that hand exactly.
For sure.
Yeah.
And I mean, you know, back to the flop, if Martin calls with his jack 9, Junhao has like pocket 9s, they both just mucked this turn bet, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
doesn't cost too much either.
I remember, I think I was watching it on the stream and I thought, this is wild. What are you doing here betting into multi-way with complete air? But once you stop, break it down, and I have a second to think about it, I go, that's actually a pretty sneaky spot to get it done. So
for sure. All right.
Goes for it, but of course, bottom set, not going anywhere. Go to the river, 9 of hearts.
Martin kicking himself right now.
Right? Just look, you can even see it in his expression. He goes, "Oh man, I would have rivered the best pair or the best 2 pair there, and just gotten probably max value off of like a king or some other 2 pair that had
Like
hit."
if you're wanting to fire this river, like queen 8, ace 10, if you barreled those, it's getting tough. You know, maybe just fire 8-6. Let's see what he does.
Because I assume if you're Andrew trying to triple barrel this, you're trying to get like 2 pair now to fold, I would assume.
Right?
Like I don't think you're like any single pair hands are just like calling this far into the hand multi-way.
Yeah. I think you just get to play very few bets in this river. It's getting thin, right? A small blind call twice.
Yeah.
This is ace jack minimum. And even that.
And even that, exactly. So let's see here. Jun checks once more time with bottom set. And Andrew with the option quickly gives up. So kind of just plays out as we expected, but a bit of a fun one seeing the double barrel from Andrew there, multi-way.
Yeah, I like it. I like the heart, you know, 18 remaining in the field.
Yeah, I think that's one of those spots where I would never find a double barrel there in my game.
Yeah.
I would think it's multi-way, there's so much going on. I'm just betting into these like nutted hands now, potentially. Just give up and move on to the next hand. But I think really clever spot there. Even though it didn't work out this time, you're betting into bottom set, they're not gonna fold.
No,
so.
Of course not.
So dry board, but I like the move though, and is one that I wouldn't have found very easily.
It's 2 nice pickups for Junhao in a row.
Yeah, right? Well, we go to the last hand we have prepared for you guys. Anything in the chat before we move forward? Any questions?
No, not yet.
Okay, well, don't be shy, guys. We are live with you right here on the floor, so let's see. We got one more hand. Martin Finger this time with the 9-10 of diamonds. Also a button open. Sitting on about 30 big blinds. Again, top 16 players, just 2 tables going on.
Oh, wow, Nietzsche's built a stack, 3.7.
Yeah. And then
all right, 9-8 off.
Song Lu.
So let's see, it's 20.
Pretty short.
4 big blinds.
Yeah.
Okay, Martin covers by a little bit, so a little bit of risk premium on Junzung, but you know, he can also apply that right back to Martin as they're pretty even stacked.
Yeah, there is a pay jump imminent, 53,000 to 59,000.
6,000, quite, yeah.
It's not nothing. It's not
0.6 of a bias.
super implied, but yeah. But it's definitely worth considering, I think. Especially if there was like another really short stack in play. I'm not super aware of this dynamic at the moment, but just in case. And so makes the defend, 9-8 off. And we go to the flop.
Let's see.
8
right.
deuce deuce. All right, so obviously top pair for Junsong. And Martin with the betting lead, couple of backdoors, very dry board, you know, deuces paired and just an 8. Like, not going to be too many deuces in
like no offsuit deuce 6 besides ace deuce in either player's range.
Yeah, so should
obviously
be pretty like completely dry board that nobody connects with almost ever except for a pair of 8s, which is what we see here. So
Martin bluffing from the bottom of his range up looks good.
Yeah, so checks.
No, he's probably just
takes a stab at it.
Range betting this board as well.
Yeah, just bet really small. I think that's pretty standard.
And decent spot for Junsung Lo to go for a check raise.
Yeah, and then I think again pretty standard. You have value here. Pair of
and you're so short, right? It's button versus big blind. You're so happy to just try and get the money in.
Yeah.
You're 20 big blinds. You have top pair. Like, let's go. Let's roll.
Yeah, it's pretty good. So
for Martin.
Now Martin here.
2 overs, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, like 3 to straight, like clean.
Yeah.
You've got to continue.
Yeah, I think it's one of those spots where it almost feels like air, and once you're facing a check raise, like generally speaking, you'd be thinking check raises are very strong, or at least a very strong semi-bluff. But on a board like 8 deuce deuce,
how can it be
you have
strong,
to
right?
check raise like so wide. You got to check raise like what, double backdoor draw probably as well, just to be balanced in any way. So
like, you could just be up against 9-7 of clubs.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
so
7-6
you might be head 10 high at that point. So I think lots of equity.
And I mean, like, look, he's got 24% equity against an 8, even though his 9 is dominated.
Yeah.
Right. It's huge.
So I think I generally find a call here if I'm Martin.
He's got to continue.
Yeah. So let's see what he does.
I think he raises here, like 3-bet flop. Like, it kind of makes sense because the deuce just is so unlikely to connect for the big blind.
Right.
And now an 8 is just like really feel
look
the pressure.
At that 3-bet on this flop. Martin Finger with just a couple of backdoors. And this is a spot I did not see coming, I gotta be honest with you. But I think it just makes so much sense that because those 3-bets are going to be really light value and then really, backdoor driven semi-bluffs.
Yeah.
You can also now be almost rebluffing that or going for even more value if you've got like any
like
pocket
9s
pair.
plus,
Yeah,
ace 8.
exactly.
Maybe even king 8 if you want to get very thin,
I
but
think
probably staying away from the 8x just because you don't want to block your opponent's value. Continue range.
Yeah, but all those pocket pairs for
this
sure.
This is like so high level. Martin Finger, like what an incredible player.
Right, so
but now back to Junsung Liu.
So yeah, just clicks it, and then now you're Junsung Liu, and there's a 3-bet pot here. It is button versus big blind. It is
You're against Martin Finger.
Yeah, so you just call, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, you got top pair.
I'm starting to sweat though if I'm in Liu's position.
No kidding, right? Martin's like the problem is Martin's capable of doing this with pocket 9s, where most players would just flat and try to see what develops. But he's very capable of fast playing a hand like 9s, 10s, jacks. They need that protection against maybe like a king 4 of hearts kind of hand.
Yeah, makes sense. So continue on. And Liu makes the quick call. And look at that, 600K in the pot, just 445K effective behind. And we go to this turn. It is another deuce.
Oh, hell
now,
no. This is a really good card for Martin.
Yeah.
Because Junsung Liu, he's most worried about him having a deuce.
Yeah.
It's now quite a bit less likely. And now Martin Finger's pocket 9s plus are just over the moon, right?
Exactly.
You lose to aces and pocket 8s, which 8s might just shove free.
Yeah.
So not losing a whole lot now besides quads.
I think so.
I wonder if you can get away with like B20 here. Problem is, like, if you get check raise, like, maybe you kind of want to realize your equity.
I feel like even if you're Martin going for a bet here and it's like you're facing that as Liu, I start to think like, am I just donating money? Like, what? I don't beat anything unless he's just purely bluffing with air, ace X, whatever.
Yeah.
And it's like I start to feel really uncomfortable throwing in any more chips with an 8 at that point. And it's very sick if he finds like some sort of a bluff here. I think in my shit.
But let's see.
Let's see. So Liu goes for the check. I think that's very reasonable. Given all the action, you might be very behind, might be basically drawing dead except to an 8.
I mean, in Martin's shoes, how are you going to fold an 8, right? You're like, this is like top boat on the board. Like, are you really going to try to make somebody fold top boat?
Yeah, and I mean, but that being said, though, then all your pocket pairs, if they're never folding top boat, then you're always almost going for value on this turn, right?
Yeah.
I guess like, and there's one thing I would say to that. If you don't think top boat is ever folding on this turn, I think, I was saying this in the booth earlier with Henry, I think one of my favorite bluffs on the turn is one that gets through on the river, because you get more chips. So it's almost like if you start to prepare that bluff on the turn with a small bet here, you know the 8's not going to fold turn, but maybe you really set it up for them to fold almost any river, because they start going, I just lose to all over pairs. What am I going to do in this spot? So I actually kind of think that maybe an opportunity to build the pot a little bit here and then take it down on the river might be something I'd look for.
Yeah,
sure. All right, we continue. Goes check, check, and then the river comes. Look at that, a 10. Why not? Sure. Martin Finger, after all that aggression, finds the best boat on this river, checks over to him.
How does he get value now?
Yeah, gotta get value. It's only...
It's also interesting with the 8 because I don't think Martin's open jamming 9s plus. You know, maybe some of the smaller pocket pairs, but 9s plus are pretty healthy hands to just raise.
Yeah.
295, he asked for basically all of it.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to take it all though.
Leaves him with just a
Interesting
bit
size.
behind. Yeah.
Must be something, you know, they played for so long together. Yeah, he's gonna get paid. Like, how do you fold?
Yeah, it's... So, but that's an interesting, I kind of want to talk about that at the end there. Like, I guess you're just too exploited. You know, Martin Finger is going to realize he's got such a huge range advantage there that maybe he is bluffing like 100% of his range on that river or something like that. So I guess that's why you have to call with the 8. But I feel like if it wasn't player dependent, I'd start to be like, I just lose to everything here. All the overpairs, like any 10 that hits, like he just has to be getting wild here with...
Well, you could just have like 7-6.
Yeah.
Right?
I guess
could have 9-7 that wraps around.
Yeah. I guess so.
It definitely does have some bluffs, but overall, like tough spot for Zheng Sheng Liu.
Yeah.
I think he played it very well, and not much you can do. Sometimes you just lose your stack.
Yeah, and that just unfortunate results-wise on the river. Had the best hand all the way up until the end, and then faces a big bet with a nutted hand, and I think that's just kind of it. But yeah, well, that'll play it out for all the hands we have here.
For sure.
Any other questions before we leave from the chat?
Folks, if you have any questions, I'll give you guys 10 seconds. Otherwise, we're going to get back in the booth because we have 11 players remaining in our main event. We're going to play down to the final 9 today. Come back tomorrow to play down to that winner for $1.2 million. So, Renee's saying bluff size would for sure be all in this spot. Like, I feel like, yeah.
Really threaten their tournament life. Every last chip.
Yeah, right.
Make sure they don't hit that pay jump, you know. So then maybe value should also be all in, just to balance it out. But,
Well, like sometimes in live poker, you just don't need that balance, right? I'm gonna bet small with value. I'm gonna go all in with bluffs, and it's just gonna work, and they're not gonna really notice. But all right, folks, thank you so much for joining us. This was a lot of fun. Thank you so much, Kyle.
Yeah, this was a pleasure, Sam. Appreciate it. Well, enjoy the rest of the dinner break on the stream. And Sam and I will be in the booth in just a little bit to continue the remaining coverage of day 4 of the main event.
Live is proudly presented to you by the Asian Poker Tour, generously supported by our valued partner, Chinese Texas Hold'em Poker Association Taipei, CTP, title sponsor, Natural 8, valued partner, GG Poker, and supported by Copag, the official card sponsor of the Asian Poker Tour.
I can touch him, like pet him. Mine.
Let's just run it. 5-bet jams all in with the King Jack suited. Was hoping to be in for a flip, I assume. Queen's insta call.
It's gonna get the bad news and a queen straight away on the window.
And the ace does give hope. Both players smiling. $430,000 on the line, and the 3 of clubs means we will crown the man from the Czech Republic, Roman Hrabek, as our APT Super High Roller champion.
I feel amazing. Winning tournament is good. Doesn't happen too often, so it's always good to win. It was a little bit of a roller coaster. I lost quite some chips at the beginning, but the key hand was when I hit the set with pocket 6s.
Knows his opponent, very capable, very aggressive. 6 of clubs on the turn. Disaster for Hikaru. Was no reason to think her pocket queens is no longer good. All in announced. And there's the call. She's gonna get the bad news. will be down to just 35,000 in chips.
My wife is playing poker as well, so we travel together, play poker. So thank you for supporting me and coming along for the trips. Thanks for everyone who's supporting and watching, and yeah.
A 组才刚开打，买入就已经超过400组。我说的不是普通的比赛，而是 APT Championship 国家杯。艾缇娜，为什么来打这个 National Cup？
因为买入的金额非常的亲民，而且报名人数真的很多，我觉得奖池会是一个非常诱人的。
那你知道这个 National Cup 保底奖池有多少吗
？1200万台币。
Correct answer。
哎，你还记得2年前的国家杯吗？我们的新馆第一场第一个 Final Table 第一个冠军就是我。哇！对，751人第一个，所以国家杯我是一定要打，而且我是从头打到底。
Nice。那你觉得我们这次的新场馆怎么样？
哦，第一次来这个场地非常大，然后第一次来有点迷路。也是很壮观。
So far, I've only played a couple hours, but super professional to me. The dealers are very good. The setup looks very nice to me. I'm really excited to be here.
蛮大的，可是就有点冷，需要带外套过来。
你知道我们楼上有卖周边商品吗？
对，我刚刚有看到。很适合，很适合。
对自己有什么样的期许？
对自己的期许就是不要爱抓炸胡，然后不要扣太多，该盖牌就盖牌。对，
加油！
谢谢你。
这是整个系列赛的第一场比赛，不过你别担心，我们还有4个 Day One Flight， 在11月14号和11月15号。现在不上桌，就只能看着别人拿冠军了，所以赶快来玩吧！我爱台妹，台妹爱我。
我台妹爱台妹我。I hope I'm close. I hope I'm close.
I understand this is your first time coming to Taiwan.
Yes.
How do you like it?
So far, it's been amazing. The few days I've been here, I've had an amazing time. I'm thankful for the APT to invite me to come out.
This place is we call Night Market, which is very popular all over the Taiwan. So we're gonna take you go to get some traditional Taiwan food.
Okay.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. Let's go.
I don't want to give you something too strong in the beginning.
Okay.
Otherwise, you're gonna like stop eat anything. So let's go for Taiwan beer.
Taiwan beer. Okay.
Yeah. For you, one for me. Cheers. Should we order some stinky tofu for Kevin? Okay. Can you use the chopstick?
No, that's definitely spoon guy. You want to see me do chopsticks? Okay. All right. Well, yeah, we gotta do that.
We will put in the third one.
Okay.
Third one. Then use this finger. Just hold it. Yeah, you get it.
Okay. Let me. You want to see me try this?
Yeah.
Yeah. Be careful.
Wow.
There we go.
Good job.
Thank him. Yep. That's the tofu, the stinky tofu. It doesn't smell stinky, but I can smell something for sure.
This one is veg with the oyster with the egg mixed together, then put a sauce.
Okay. All right. I'll just. There we go.
So, tofu go to fries with the kimchi with the sauce. You want me to show you first?
Yes, please do.
Okay. So normally we eat this one, and we will put kimchi in the middle. It just like smell something, but actually put in your mouth, it's very tasty.
Here we go. It's not as bad as I thought. It doesn't smell. This doesn't smell bad. which is good. I just wish I could give it a better description because I don't have one. It should taste like something, and I just can't think of what it is.
It tastes like sticky tofu.
There you go. There you go. Pork rice, oyster omelet, stinky tofu. Pork rice, number 1, by a mile. Then oyster omelet, very tasty. Stinky tofu, not as tasty as the other two, but it's okay. Cheers.
Cheers.
My impressions of the APT, in the few days I've been here, having so many tables running, having over 100 tables running at Red Space in Taipei. It's a little crowded, but it seems like everything's being run really well. The tournament staff has been great. In the region, APT is definitely the #1 tournament brand. If APT continues to progress, they will be in the same conversation as the WSOP. We have to head them out. We definitely are aware of. There's a group of players that are we call them flag hunters, and they basically travel all over the world to get that flag. It's sort of like people who collect coins, people who collect stamps, people who collect 10-mile flags. So I think there's definitely a group of players that like to travel and play poker. So the flag hunter leaderboard is definitely a way for people to sort of do two things at once. They can see other cultures, see other countries, play poker, hopefully cash, and then just collect as many flags as they can.
I want to make you more close with the Taiwan's culture, so I would like to teach you Taiwan song.
Okay.
我爱台美，台美爱我。
我爱台美，
台美爱我。
So it's basically the reverse.
我爱台美，台美爱我。
我台美爱台美我。I hope I'm close. I hope I'm close.
我爱台美，台美爱我。
我爱台美，台美爱我。There you go. See, enough times I was going to get this right.
Do you want to know what?
Yes, yes, I would like to know.
So, 我 means me. I means love. 台妹 means Taiwanese girl. I love Taiwanese girl.
Okay.
And the last word is 台妹爱我. The Taiwanese girl love me.
Oh, okay. I'll see if I can get one that will love me. For sure. 我爱台美，台美爱我。
我们正式创造历史 ，Championship 国家杯最终买入人次达到2398组买入，正式打破 APT 历史上最大边赛参赛人数纪录。竞争、规模、气氛完全媲美主赛事等级。更重要的是，这将是 APT 历史上第一座 Championship 奖杯。
现在心情希望可以往前面更多的名次前进越好。
Getting this Lion Trophy, that would be a lifetime experience for me.
Not rushing into anything, just take one hand at a time. So let's see how far we can go.
希望那个心态上会可能比其他对手好一点，
打好自己的牌，然后好好享受吧。
所以就希望这一次，真的就希望这一次，希望这一次。
普段ノーリミットホールでものこういう大きいトロフィーがもらえるトーナメントには全然出ないので、まさか自分が本当にもらえるとは思ってなくてすごい嬉しいです。この金額帯のトーナメントだと割とこうアマチュアの人がこう固まってるイメージだったんですけども、普通に顔見たことあるようなプロの人とかも出ていて、本当に人気のトーナメントで注目されているものなんだなっていうのを参加しながらそう身に染みて感じました。もう本当にただラッキーで流れが良かったと思います。感謝です。ありがとうございます。
Did you know we have women's events at the APT every single day?
すごい、本当?
It is sugoi. Let's go find out why women's events are just so popular here at the APT.
私はレディースイベントがそもそもすごく好きで、他の男性とやるトーナメントと違って、私がレディースなんでレディースの気持ちがちょっと分かりやすいかなと思ってレディースに出るのが好きです。
You only played the women's event. Why is that?
I actually find it friendlier. I don't know, there's less pressure, I guess.
APT はいろんなルールのトーナメント、レディースを毎日やるのはもちろんですし、こうルールが特殊な他の大会にはないトーナメント、面白いトーナメントがたくさんあるので需要が高まってるんじゃないかなって思います。
And I think the buy-ins are more friendly, like affordable as well.
25分钟升嘛，而且只要3000块，所以我觉得很有机会拿到冠军，拿到小狮子。
就特别为女生办一个比赛，然后又可以拿奖杯，然后就想说，就是大家都可以来挑战这样子。
As you now know, we have women's events running every single day here at APTC, but the highlight will be the Women's Championship event.
Sponsored by Lips, the Ladies International Poker Series.
For more information about our event and series, go to www.apt.poker. The APT Championship 2025 is proudly presented to you by the Asian Poker Tour, generously supported by our valued partner, Chinese Texas Hold'em Poker Association Taipei, CTP, title sponsor, Natural 8, valued partner, GG Poker, and supported by Copag, the official card sponsor of the Asian Poker Tour. Welcome to the final day of the APT Championship Mystery Bounty event sponsored by Natural 8. 94 players, 94 bounties, but only one of them contains the grand prize mystery bounty of 1.5 million Taiwan dollars. Let's go bounty hunting!
Feel money, pick the bounty, any bounty. 有没有100万在里面？有没有100万在里面？
Where is the big one?
I can instantly.
1 time. Now you have a chance to see a 7. Easy, easy. Go! Yeah! 40,000!
80,000, I believe. One more zero, 50.
Okay, 500,000.
I told you. Oh, it's a 30K. Oh my God, I feel it. 50. 8前面有没有星？哎呀，耶 ，nice。I don't know. It's a 50. So, how do you feel now?
Very happy.
Is it your first APT bounty, right?
It's actually my first time making the money in a mystery bounty. My second ever mystery bounty tournament. I feel great. I won the 2 biggest bounties in the tournament and a lot of smaller ones, the trophy and the main event seat. So very happy.
Breaking news! The inaugural Natural 8 Cup Championship freezeout event has exceeded its guarantee, raising the prize pool to a whopping 39 million Taiwan dollars. That's over 1.2 million USD. What drew you to play the Natural 8 Cup Championship freezeout event?
Well, it's a freeze out, which I think is super fun. I always like freeze outs because it doesn't give people like me a chance to be in for 12 bullets. You know, a little healthier for the bankroll, you know? It's also got a really deep structure, which is super fun, and a ton of money up top. So what could be better, you know?
You only have one buy-in, so that kind of makes the game different. You can't just shove it all in and gamble, and you really have to, every chip matters.
打 freezeout 就可能就多一点技术，然後就可以自己小心一點啊，要去學啊。
フリーズアウトはやっぱり飛びたくないっていうのがあるんで、結構みんな痺れるような場面が多いです。
So I think freezeout event is more fair for everyone. Everyone have only one chance.
Shuffle up and deal. Alright, we have an all-air call on table 88.
Stay tuned for the final table action live on Saturday, November 22nd to find out who bags the top prize of 7.5 million Taiwan dollars and the brand new APT Championship trophy.
That
Oh my
was.
God,
He's ripped it. And he set goal.
Hi guys, my name's JP Rantsu, and I just won the Natural 8 Cup Championship.
Here we are, off to a flop.
flop is ace, ace, queen. Ready to turn. It's the 10 of spades. Folks, please give up your runner-up of the National League Cup Championship freeze-out is Rob Hollink. And give it up for your champion from New Zealand. It is JP Rounds.
I can't believe how lucky I was. I'm so grateful to be in Taiwan and playing poker in the first place, let alone winning a tournament. So that on top of everything else just means the world to me.
Robert has top pair. John Peter has an open ender to the nuts on both sides. With 3 spades out there, but Babu has just turned a set, a piece for everybody. And Robert with 0% equity, anything out 700,000.
And I know the small blind was a very aggressive player, so I decided to call my jaw and hoping if I broke that I could bluff the river and not expecting the button to have much. But to my surprise, the button actually overcalled. And at this stage, I was a bit in shambles.
And it comes the 7. John Peter makes the straight.
And the small blind checked, and I bet $2 million for value.
Full stack of grays, that's 2 mil.
And luckily the button called me and my hand was good.
What a comeback here by JP. Hand million crossed.
And that hand gave me the chip lead going to 300. This year and last year have been a little bit difficult for poker for me. I'm really finding myself and the difference between poker life and normal life routine. And I'd like to say thank you and I love you to all my friends and family back home, because I know there'll be a lot of you guys watching, so I'm happy that I could make you guys proud, and I really do feel the love and support.
Challenging. What a day to be golfing, for sure. Total score of 13. Group 1.
Team event, lucky draw, get some good players, carry out heavy ass and win a trophy. Worth freezing and suffering. Yeah.
The APT Championship 2025 is proudly presented to you by the Asian Poker Tour, generously supported by our valued partner, Chinese Texas Hold'em Poker Association Taipei, CTP, title sponsor, Natural 8, valued partner, GG Poker, and supported by Copag, the official card sponsor of the Asian Poker Tour.
I can touch him, like pet him. Mine.
Let's just run it. 5-bet champs all in with the king jack suited. Was hoping to be in for a flip, I assume. Queen's insta call.
It's gonna get the bad news and a queen straight away on the window.
And the ace does give hope. Both players smiling. $430,000 on the line, and the 3 of clubs means we will crown the man from the Czech Republic, Roman Hrabek, as our APT Super High Roller champion.
I feel amazing. Winning tournament is good. Doesn't happen too often, so it's always good to win. It was a little bit of a roller coaster. I lost quite some chips at the beginning, but the key hand was when I hit the set with pocket sixes.
Knows his opponent, very capable, very aggressive. 6 of clubs on the turn, disaster for Hikaru. Was no reason to think her pocket queens is no longer good. All in announced. And there's the call. She's gonna get the bad news. We'll be down to just 35,000 in chips.
My wife is playing poker as well, so we travel together, play poker. So thank you for supporting me and coming along for the trips. Thanks for everyone who support and watch and yeah.
A 组才刚开打，买入就已经超过400组。 我说的不是普通的比赛，而是 APT Championship 国家杯。嗨，Tina，为什么来打这个 National Cup？
因为买入的金额非常的亲民，而且报名人数真的很多，我觉得奖池会是一个非常诱人的。
那你知道这个 National Cup 保底奖池有多少吗
？1200万台币。
Correct answer。
哎，你还记得2年前的国家杯吗？我们的新馆第一场第一个 Final Table 第一个冠军就是我。哇！对，751人第一个，所以国家杯我是一定要打，而且我是从头打到底。
Nice。那你觉得我们这次的新场馆怎么样？
哦，第一次来这个场地非常大，然后第一次来有点迷路。可是很壮观。
So far, I've only played a couple hours, but super professional to me. The dealers are very good. The setup looks very nice to me. I'm really excited to be here.
蛮大的，可是就有点冷，需要带外套过来。
你知道我们楼上有卖周边商品吗？
我刚刚有看到。 很适合，很适合。
对自己有什么样的期许？
对自己的期许就是不要爱抓炸胡，然后不要扣太多，该盖牌就盖牌。对，
加油！
谢谢你。
这是整个系列赛的第一场比赛，不过你别担心，我们还有4个 J1 Flight 在11月14号和11月15号。现在不上桌就只能看着别人拿冠军了，所以赶快来玩吧！我爱太美，太美爱我。
我太美，爱太美 world. I hope I'm close. I hope I'm close.
Hi, Given. I understand this is your first time coming to Taiwan.
Yes.
How do you like it?
So far, it's been amazing. The few days I've been here, I've had an amazing time. I'm thankful for the APT to invite me to come out.
This place is we call Night Market, which is very popular all over the Taiwan. So we're gonna take you go to get some traditional Taiwan food.
Okay.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. Let's go.
I don't want to give you something too strong in the beginning.
Okay.
Otherwise, you're gonna like stop eat anything. So let's go for Taiwan beer.
Taiwan beer. Okay.
Yeah. For you, one for me. Cheers. Should we order some stinky tofu for Kevin? Okay. Can you use the chopstick?
No, that's definitely spoon guy. You want to see me do chopsticks? Okay. All right. Well, yeah, we gotta do that.
We will put in the third one.
Okay.
Third one. Then use this finger. Just hold it. Yeah, you get it.
Okay. Let me. You want to see me try this?
Yeah.
Yeah. Be careful.
Wow.
There we go.
You did a good job.
Thank him. Yep. That's the tofu, the stinky tofu. It doesn't smell stinky, but I can smell something for sure.
This one is veg with the oyster with the egg mixed together, then put a sauce.
Okay. All right. I'll just. There we go.
So, tofu go to fries with the kimchi with the sauce. You want me to show you first?
Yes, please do.
Okay. So normally we eat this one, and we will put kimchi in the middle. It just like smells something, but actually put in your mouth, it's very tasty.
Here we go. It's not as bad as I thought. It doesn't smell. This doesn't smell bad, which is good. I just wish I could give it a better description because I don't have one. It should taste like something, and I just can't think of what it is.
It tastes like sticky tofu.
There you go. There you go. Pork rice, oyster omelet, stinky tofu. Pork rice, number 1, by a mile. Then oyster omelet, very tasty. Stinky tofu, not as tasty as the other two, but it's okay. Cheers. My impressions of the APT, in the few days I've been here, having so many tables running, having over 100 tables running at Red Space in Taipei. It's a little crowded, but it seems like everything's being run really well. The tournament staff has been great. In the region, APT is definitely the #1 tournament brand. If APT continues to progress, they will be in the same conversation as the WSOP. We at the head mod, we definitely are aware of. There's a group of players that are we call them flag hunters, and they basically travel all over the world to get that flag. It's sort of like people who collect coins, people who collect stamps, people who collect 10 mod flags. So I think there's definitely a group of players that like to travel and play poker. So the flag hunter leaderboard is definitely a way for people to sort of do two things at once. They can see other cultures, see other countries, play poker, hopefully cash, and then just collect as many flags as they can.
I want to make you more close with the Taiwan's culture, so I would like to teach you Taiwan song.
Okay.
我爱台美，台美爱我。
我爱台美，
台美爱我。
So it's basically the reverse.
我爱台美，台美爱我。
我台美爱台美我。I hope I'm close. I hope I'm close.
我爱台美，台美爱我。
我爱台美，台美爱我。There you go. See, enough times I was going to get this right.
You want to know what?
Yes, I would like to know.
So, 我 means me. I means love. 台妹 means Taiwanese girl. I love Taiwanese girl.
Okay.
And the last word is 台妹爱我. The Taiwanese girl love me.
Oh, okay. I'll see if I can get one that will love me. For sure. 我爱台美，台美爱我。
我们正式创造历史 ，Championship 国家杯最终买入人次达到2398组买入，正式打破 APT 历史上最大边赛参赛人数纪录。竞争、规模、气氛完全媲美主赛事等级。更重要的是，这将是 APT 历史上第一座 Championship 奖杯。
现在心情希望可以往前面更多的名次前进越好。
Getting this Lion Trophy, that would be a lifetime experience for me.
Not rushing into anything, just take one hand at a time. So let's see how far we can go.
希望那个心态上会可能比其他对手好一点，
打好自己的牌，然后好好享受吧。
所以就希望这一次，真的就希望这一次，希望这一次。
普段ノーリミットホールでものこういう大きいトロフィーがもらえるトーナメントには全然出ないので、まさか自分が本当にもらえるとは思ってなくてすごい嬉しいです。この金額帯のトーナメントだと割とこうアマチュアの人がこう固まってるイメージだったんですけども、普通に顔見たことあるようなプロの人とかも出ていて、本当に人気のトーナメントで注目されているものなんだなっていうのを参加しながらそう身に染みて感じました。もう本当にただラッキーで流れが良かったと思います。感謝です。ありがとうございます。
Did you know we have women's events at the APT every
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Oh my God, he's ripped it. And he set goal.
Hi guys, my name's JP Rantsu, and I just won the Natural 8 Cup Championship.
Here we are, off to a flop.
Flop is ace, ace, queen. Ready to turn. It's the 10 of spades. Folks, please give up your runner-up of the Natural 8 Cup Championship freezeout is Rob Holling. And give it up for your champion from New Zealand. It is JP Rounds.
I can't believe how lucky I was. I'm so grateful to be in Taiwan and playing poker in the first place, let alone winning a tournament. So that on top of everything else just means the world to me.
Robert has top pair. John Peter has an open ender to the nuts on both sides. With 3 spades out there, but Babu has just turned a set, a piece for everybody. And Robert with 0% equity, hitting out 700,000.
And I know the small blind was a very aggressive player, so I decided to call my jaw and hoping if I broke that I could bluff the river and not expecting the button to have much. But to my surprise, the button actually overcalled. And at this stage, I was a bit in shambles.
And it comes the 7. John Peter makes the straight.
And the small blind checked, and I bet $2 million for value.
Full stack of grays, that's 2 mil.
And luckily the button called me and my hand was good.
What a comeback here by JP. Hand million crossed.
And that hand gave me the chip lead going to 300. This year and last year has been a little bit difficult for poker for me. I'm really finding myself and the difference between poker life and normal life routine. And I'd like to say thank you and I love you to all my friends and family back home because I know there'll be a lot of you guys watching, so I'm happy that I could make you guys proud, and I really do feel the love and support.
当警察你赚比较多钱，还是当职业扑克选手你赚比较多钱？
大家好，我是 Polly， 我来自台湾。那现在是位全职牌手，另外我还有在做扑克的 YouTube。那有兴趣的话，可以到我的频道看一下。
我们听说你有一个很有趣的背景，你可以跟大家稍微讲一下吗？
就是我过去曾是一名警察，但是因为就是后来接触到扑克，然后觉得扑克这个游戏就是非常的有趣，然后也有出一些成绩，那就是在今年初的时候就是辞职，然后成为全职牌手。
可以告诉我们说，为什么你决定从事警察这个行业，又是什么原因让你辞去警察这个工作呢？
从事警察这份行业，其实就是高中毕业的时候，其实不太知道未来的方向，就是没有一些特别的兴趣，对，想说就是做这种感觉比较有趣的工作，可以接触到社会上的很多人，对。然后当警察我做了4年，
因为警察跟德州扑克选手，这是两个集聚非常大的一件事情。你有没有因为你从警察来到扑克打扑克，遭受什么样子的声音？
当然就是连在我的频道下面，就是会看到有一些留言说，就是为什么我不好好当警察，要来打德州扑克？对，但我觉得就是每个人追求不一样吧。我觉得 得在扑克上比较可以得到一些就自我实现上的认同。如果得到好的成绩，我会觉得很有成就感。那这个成就感是我在警察工作上面比较体会不到的。
那在你当警察跟全职扑克牌手有没有最相近的地方？
最相近的地方嘛，我觉得这两个相差蛮大的，但是我觉得两个工作都需要对自己的要求很高吧。
那你觉得相差最多的地方是什么？
那一定是那个自由度的问题啊，因为扑克牌手大家最知道就是我们过生活比较自由，对，但是相对的也要求自己的自律，无论是就对自己身体的照顾，还是学习大牌上，就是我们需要非常多的自律。对，那以前在公部门上班就比较像被人管着的感觉，对，就是可能需要的特质就不太一样这样。
那再问最后一个问题，当警察你赚比较多钱，还是当职业扑克选手你赚比较多钱？
以期望值来说的话，应该是当职业牌手比较赚钱，但是因为扑克的波动就是很大嘛，对，所以就是我们不会去设定说每个月要赚多少钱，那就是持续精进自己的牌技，然后把牌打好，然后收入就是我们自然会来的东西，这样。
好，期许你在扑克选手这条路上有一个光明的前景，祝你好运。
好，谢谢。
I got fired and I decided to go all in on poker. Hi, my name's Daniel. I'm from Vegas. I got fired and then I decided to go all in on poker and take all my savings and go to Vegas for the World Series.
What made you decide on this extreme decision?
I mean, I've always been preparing for it. And then once I got fired, I had to decide what to do. And I always had, I guess, the confidence that I could make it. So I just took a shot. First, I started down like 30K, maybe like 30% of my net worth. But yeah, it was exciting. That forced me to grind. And then I binked a tournament in the series.
What made you decide to come to APT all the way from Vegas?
Well, I've been in Asia for these 2 months, just traveling around for poker and vlogging about it at my channel at Delay Poker.
Excellent. Well, good to see you again, and thanks for the interview. Did you know we have women's events at the APT every single day?
すごい、本当?
It is sugoi. Let's go find out why women's events are just so popular here at the APT.
私はレディースイベントがそもそもすごく好きで、他の男性とやるトーナメントと違って、私がレディースなんでレディースの気持ちがちょっと分かりやすいかなと思ってレディースに出るのが好きです。
You only played the women's event. Why is that?
I actually find it friendlier. I don't know, there's less pressure, I guess.
APT はいろんなルールのトーナメント、レディースを毎日やるのはもちろんですし、こうルールが特殊な他の大会にはないトーナメント、面白いトーナメントがたくさんあるので需要が高まってるんじゃないかなって思います。
And I think the buy-ins are more friendly, like affordable as well.
25分钟升嘛，而且只要3000块，所以我觉得很有机会拿到冠军，拿到小狮子。
就特别为女生办一个比赛，然后又可以拿奖杯，然后就想说，就是大家都可以来挑战这样子。
As you now know, we have women's events running every single day here at APTC, but the highlight will be the Women's Championship event.
Sponsored by LIPS, the Ladies International Poker Series.
For more information about our event and series, go to www.apt.poker. Today is day 1 A, B, and C of the APTC Ultra Stack, just one of 20 championship events here at APTC, each with a chance to win one of our championship Mega Lion trophies, a 25K buy-in, 20 million guaranteed, and an Ultra Stack of 100,000 chips. Nice pot. Well done, Frankie. Well done.
He was filming and I was all in drawing dead and I had Jack 3 and I'm like, stop the camera. He comes back and we catch a big bluff. So 1 for 2. 50-50. That's not bad.
Well done. What drew you to play the Ultra Stack event today, Frankie?
I feel really comfortable playing the Ultra Stack for my buy-in for field size, and right away had 3x starting stack. Got about 3.5 now, so I think it was a good decision.
Miss Fawn, what is a famous actress from Thailand doing here?
I'm playing Ultra Stack and trying to get in the money. It's not just Ultra Stack, it's Ultra Stack Championship. Can you see the trophy? It's newer style. The big one is really heavy, but I would like to grab it home anyway.
Let's go. Welcome back to the APT. What keeps bringing you back series after series after series?
Just the fun player pool, the good arrangements, and even other top pros have come from the other country, and I look forward to battling with them.
Well, some of my friends just told me how good the Asian Poker Tour was, so I thought I'd come down and experience it for myself. There's so many tournaments on, it just seems a really good service.
And even though we had 3 flights yesterday, we still have 3 more flights today. Day 1, D, E, and F. For more information, go to apt.poker.
안녕하세요, 이경병이에요. 드디어 울트라 스택 이겼습니다. 일단 런이 너무 좋게 깔려가지고 기분 좋았고 그냥 계속 평정심을 유지하려고 노력했어요. 그냥 계속 게임에 집중했어요. 그러면 3명 남을 때 테이블 침리더가 됐을 때 이제 그 버블 점프 때문에 애들이 타이트하게 한다고 생각해서 어그레시브하게 플레이했는데 상대가 죽을까봐 좀 약하게 배팅했는데 또 상대가 홀해줘서 좋았어요.
All in that race for his last 3 big blinds. His 5-3 option. The river ace. Folks, give it up for your Ultra Stack champion from South Korea, Lee Young-myung.
포커를 한 지 한 10년 정도 됐는데 이제 결과에 신경 쓰기보다는 이제 과정에 집중하려고 노력하고 있어서 사실 트로피 딴 것도 물론 기분 좋지만 그냥 제가 열심히 했다는 거에 더 기분이 좋아요. 응원해준 그러니까 한국에서부터 응원해준 친구들이 너무 많은데 친구들하고 가족들한테 너무 고맙다고 얘기하고 싶어요. 고마워.
Oh my word.
Oh wow, he didn't even waste time. He just flipped in the pool. It's all over.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have it. Our winner, Superstar Champion, Kelvin Sung-won Lee.
Oh, I would like to dedicate to my mom, who's over there. So this is her 2nd or 3rd time seeing me play. The first time she saw me play was back in APT tournament, and she came for the final table, but I got 2nd. But now she's here and then I got 1st, so that's kind of cool, right? I was in an interesting spot where I was chip leader for the most of the day, and then something happened.
And the 10 means we have gone from worst to first. Daniel Nielsen is the new chip leader here at the Superstar Championship.
So I kind of adjust my mode of thinking. And then we started heads up. I was down 2-1.
The splash of color, that is Daniel Nielsen going from 5 bigs all the way to a massive chip lead, going to heads up, 2-1 almost. We are playing for that glorious trophy.
It takes a lot of luck for sure, getting hands. And just to be able to catch the good cards and calling down correctly and then take the lead.
Calvin calls it off, and Daniel, with the cheeky smile, reveals Calvin Lee has 90% of the chips in play. Daniel Nielsen down to 5 bigs.
And to be able to come back from that as well, you know, it's really nice. This is the biggest event that APT has had, just to come to the championships and to win it against a pretty tough field too. When you win a tournament, it happens so rarely that you kind of appreciate it. So, you know, I feel very fortunate to have done it twice this year, and very enjoyable.
It's amazing. It's a lion for a lioness.
Meet the final 9 player of the very first APT Women's Championship.
Actually, I play women events a lot. This tournament is a big trophy, so I go for it.
Before I came here, I hated to play with women's on table. But now, yeah, after this, I prefer to play with women's. I don't know. It's the feeling, I guess, it's different because in the Netherlands, you only have...
Hello and welcome back, folks. We are returning from the dinner break to bring you through the final two tables of the APT Championship Main Event Freezeout Day number 4. My name is Sam Insel. I'm joined in the booth by Pocket Kyles. How you doing, mate?
Doing great, Sam. Thanks for that wonderful intro, and we are getting down to the thick of it. Nearly one table left. It is so close. Just 11 players remain. We are trying to find out who will be the lucky 9 to come back for the 5th and final day of this main event. We still need to see 2 more eliminations, and we were seeing this day that could have gone on very long with how deep the blinds were actually come very quickly to this soft final table bubble. But it seems with a bit of some bigger pay jumps coming up, there is a bit of more hesitation to get into the action. Things are slowing down a bit. Our top 11 have locked up $79,000, but there is a fairly hefty pay jump all the way up to $97,000 for that final table. So it's getting intense. Our top 11 will be playing down to just 2 more eliminations today. That will end the day, and we will come back for the ultimate final table coverage where someone will be walking away with $1.2 million for first.
Yeah, no kidding, you know, and we're looking at an average stack right now, 61 big blinds. Who knows how late this is going to run till, Kyle. We do have 2 more scheduled levels of play, 19 minutes apiece. But with 60 big blinds, you know, it's tough to imagine we're going to lose 2 more players when the final table is so close, you know, when the 100K pay for 9th place is coming up.
Also, real quick credit to the media team. I absolutely love that transition. Went from the graphics to the live camera filming the graphic, and just a seamless transition to the live floor. Very fancy work from the media crew.
You know, we began this tournament with 84 tables. We're now down to the final 2. It's so close for all of these players. And we have some familiar faces that have made final tables with the APT. One of them, John Constantiniano, 3rd place finish at the APT main event in Manila. His neighbor, Martin Finger, a 4th place finish in the Superstar, also at Manila. Hao Shan Huang, another regular at APT. Look at John's stack. You know, he had 200K. What was this, like 3 hours ago? And now he's got 3.7 million.
Wow, that is absolutely massive, even with the 50K big blind. Still going to be a stack that can apply a lot of pressure on this final table bubble. Remember, this is approximately a $18,000 pay jump, I believe. That is a lot of money just to survive 2 more bust outs.
John's going to kick things off with a C-bet on the King-Queen 3. Should just end the hand. Certainly does. He's going to chip up to 4 million now. How does he do it?
Keeps the pressure on, doesn't let it off. Something we can say for fair select players, fair amount of select players in this final 11. Matas Simbolas, another player at this table who qualified from that Step 2 satellite. Just $1,700 is all it costs to enter this tournament. Already locked up approximately 80 grand. It's more than 50 times his buy-in. Not even at the final table yet. John Constantiniano going to get involved in the action once again. We are just playing 5-handed on this table. Toss looks like he wants to choose aggression, but I read it wrong? Just goes for the fold, ace-10. Martin Finger, who we got to see some action on our hand analysis break during the dinner break. Not even going to defend the 10 deuce suited. Everyone tightening up as the final table approaches quickly. No one under 20 big blinds at this table, but 2 of those stacks under 25. Could start to get dicey post flop. Matas Simbolas, ace queen on the button.
Go slightly bigger, just wants that extra fold equity. Charges opponents out of position, play a tighter range. Jag offsuit once again for Joan.
Toss on the stack, just a little over 50 big blinds. Isn't going to face too much pressure, still being that deep, as long as this pot doesn't blow it up. Flop becomes king, jack, king. John with the pair of jacks. Toss, just a gutter, ace high. Pretty good board though. Normally just fire small, take it down. Won't happen in this case. Checks back to Matas. Just going to check it back. Does have ace high, not going to get any hands that connected with that flop to fold. Double paired board, isn't that the board that ace high is always calling on? 150 in the middle. Where the leveling comes into play, but you go, ace high is never folding, but then
such a cheap price. And John Nico Constantiniano up to 4.5 million in chips. Look at him go, 90 big blinds. He's on a tear from 200K to 4.5 million in just a few hours. Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, clearly found some spots to really chip up. Sure was the recipient of some bust outs.
We do have a really cool story from Kai, one of our live reporters. Our $1,700 satellite was bigger than 3 of our main events in terms of prize pool.
Oh, wow.
Only being eclipsed by APT Da Nang at $20,000. That's just like so crazy to me. APT's just growing so fast. Yeah, about 600,000 USD in the prize pool for a satellite.
Damn. That's astonishing.
Thank you very much, Kai, for that. Jun gets the steal through.
There is no pay jump from 11th to 10th, but of course that final table bubble does come with a sweet prize. Just 2,400 short of 6 figures. Locked up for the whole table that can make it to the 5th and final day of this main event.
See if Matas can cement himself a spot at that table. Ace-King suited now.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier, saying somewhere around 3 million would probably be a good final table chip stack size. 2.5 maybe, squeezing in there. It's one of the shorter stacks. But
could potentially see a 3-bet from time to time from Jun. Not this time.
you know, the goal tomorrow is for the final table to play all the way down to a winner, but we are still very deep here on day 4. And if we do find ourselves in that final table sooner than later, which is very possible with just 2 eliminations to go, it's going to be an incredibly deep final table of at least over 60 big blinds average, maybe even over 70.
I texted him, otherwise I don't. Maybe he thought the day is over.
See if Jun wants to get involved. 9-5 off in the small blind. He's not looking to tighten up too much. Tass may attack this. 10-4 off. Look at that. Just flops trips in the ace 4-4.
Easy game. Just a backdoor wheel. Really nothing else going on. Not sure Jun continues with this hand at all. Probably see a 1 big blind bet from Matas, and I think that just ends it. Matas still slowly climbing towards that 3 million chip mark.
Actually happened to me as well on the
Showing the likes of Hao Huang and John Constantiano.
Yeah, I look at the app. Yeah, good. Yeah, there's like 2 minutes off. Oh, okay. And I missed the big blind. I was like,
I slept in online levels in Main Event. I was unlucky. Didn't wake up.
Oh, because it's
No, I did.
Yeah. 对。现在找如果佛有在旁边看到 maybe. Yeah, because probably you need to wake up like 3 a.m. 家应该会很希望他们打快一点。对啊，不然你这是有点恐怖，因为对你很困难，因为这个是5人。
All right. Got a real hand. Huang, pocket jacks in the cutoff. So far, no action. And looks like this will just end it.
I think Renee's asking, you know, calculate how long it'll take to get to 100 big blinds total. I believe it'll still be a little over 100 big blinds, but I think level 35 should see approximately 100 big blinds in the field, a little bit more than that.
Yes, our final level of the day will be 112 big blinds.
Of the final day?
Of the final day, yeah. Will be 112 big blinds in play.
I think maybe they added more since you last checked. I think it goes quite. Yeah, it goes all the way up to 500K a million at the moment.
Okay.
So I think they added.
I think
more.
it was at 36 before.
Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah. Or probably 35 because that would be closer to 100.
So just do 6. What are the first 6 levels? Where would it end?
Yeah.
So
Well,
it's at 29.
Well, there's 33.5 million chips in play, so at 200, 400, we'll be under 100 big blinds.
No, just to know which one was the previous final level. So it starts at 29?
Yeah. So it was 34.
So 34, yeah. Yeah, we did not expect 671 runners to be in the field. Love it.
Remember early in day one when you were getting a little bit worried about if we were going to hit that guarantee?
Yeah, we're like 2-3 hours in. It was like 300.
Yeah.
And I think we just expected so many people to show up right away for the championship.
So Renee's wondering, was that in real time? I mean, just the levels alone is was it 12 hours, I think, to get through that. About 8
For the first 6 levels?
To get to 100 big blinds total chips in play.
Yeah, around
I mean,
12.
a little bit more.
Yeah.
It's about 12 hours of just play, not breaks or anything like that. So that's it's a lot. Quite a bit. Try to get into those 12 hours starting now.
So far, card distribution not doing us any favors on the stream. Just some small ball pots so far.
Have a good night, Kiwi Special. Glad to have you on the stream. See you tomorrow.
Huang defends a dominated queen 6. Gets flop pretty close to dead on the king 9-5. To us, connecting with top pair. That is an unfortunate turn card for him, picking up the queen. Wisely checks. $180K bet. Yeah, looks like a quick call from Huang. Jack of hearts, real connected board.
Yes, everything gets there. Check, check. Huang announces queen. Matash shakes his head. You are no good, sir.
work out this time. I waited until we catch queen.
So I see a rack player coming onto the table. We are playing 5-handed and 6-handed. I wasn't in the booth when I think this call was made on the floor, but if I am correct, I believe due to some, you know, I guess proactive or maybe issues with potential stalling, they are trying to move one player from the 6-handed table over to the 5-handed table every 6 hands, I believe they said.
I think it was every 9 hands,
Every
but
9
I'm
hands.
not.
Yeah. I think there was some complaints about
Just balance it
stalling
6
and saying
one
it was
hand,
because
5 in one hand. Yeah.
Because one hand was, yeah.
Or sorry, one table would have less players. Yeah. We are 1 away from hand for hand.
You coming? We're waiting for you.
Yeah, that'll resolve the issue as well. Both tables will be 5 and 5. Matas, 3 million in chips. 8-9 of hearts.
Right.
Decides he's got a stack to put on some pressure. Matas is not the chip leader at the table, but being 60 big blinds deep, it's going to be plenty to play with. Even if the chip leader wants to get involved. Can't really corner you that easily without sacrificing most of their stack as well. Look at this, we might see some action from the big stacks. Ace-deuce suited with Constantin. Oh my gosh, I keep butchering his last name. Constantiniano. Constantiniano, thank you. I was like, I'm doing something wrong in the middle there. Sorry guys. John Constantiniano. Flatting the ace-deuce of clubs on the button. And even Jun going to come along for the ride. 7 deuce of clubs. Go to the flop. King 5-4. Both John and Jun with flush draws. John also has the gut shot. Not a whole lot going on for Matas. There is some backdoor equity, but it is multi-way, out of position. Constantiniano putting on the heat in position with the large combo draw.
This could get big.
Yeah. Jun likes what he sees. He's going to come along for the ride. And club could be disastrous. Jun just 860K behind, already 625 in the pot. Jack of hearts on the turn.
John may just shove on the turn. See how he plays this.
Yeah, I guess you
Just
got
goes for the check. Does this open the door for Jun to try to bluff? He's blocking a lot of hands that could potentially fold, like 10s, 7s, clubs.
He's going to go for it. Going to size up quite large. About 70% pot. 450 gets the job done.
Big pickup for Jun. Nice to see him go for that steal in the river.
Yeah, these pots are worth a lot of money approaching the final table. The next pay jump is already very massive, and they're just going to get exponentially bigger from here. You know, there may only be 11 players left in the field, but the difference between 11th and 1st is over $1 million.
Yeah, what is it? Like 1.1. Yeah, about 1.1.
Yeah. Yeah, even from 9th to 1st is over $1 million. That's incredible.
You want to be my babe? I think I'm good, bro.
It's a nice walk for Symbolis.
It was Symbolis last night that wanted to get everyone to show their hands, right? Was that his idea?
No, it was the Romanian. What's his chops? Dominicus? No, it was the other one.
Okay. Despite the obvious hands, the dramatic action seems to have slowed down. Very tight folds from the big blind. Not taking some of these later 3-bet spots or these squeezes versus late position opens. I mean, obviously no crazy opportunities, but stuff we might have seen hours ago. Not really getting in the mix as the pressure really builds. It's kind of, this bubble is basically almost the most ICM pressure you'll face outside of the actual bubble itself. This final table bubble.
Love this limp from Matas. You're 60 effective. You know, ace is one of those hands, if you raise bet jam, it gets pretty tough to be good at the river in that line with 60 bigs. So you're really hoping to go for that limp, go for that big check raise, really knock down that SPR. Fortunately, not going to get it, and he's going to get a pretty rough flop. Jack 8-7. So quite a good board for the big blind. They're checking a lot of this middle of range stuff, and they're raising bottom and top. Matas correctly identifies it, checks it over, and Nishant flopped himself an open ender. 9's not too strong, as you know, Matas can definitely have a lot of 10x in his range. And Matas also does hit this board, just more of Nishant's range is condensed around it. And with that, he's sizing up 100K. Check call. Here we go off to the turn. 10 of diamonds. Let's see if Nishant can keep his foot on the gas. Situation is not going well for Matas's aces. Doesn't have to go big. Another call. The spades, not a bad card. 8-7 got counterfeit. I suppose with aces, Jack 8, Jack 7 as well.
Yeah.
But Nishant left with just 6 high. Decent bluff hand. Might go for it. No, just gives it up.
Look at that. Matas continues to add to the pile of chips. Of course, Nishant Sharma is the big stack at the table with a solid 100 big blinds with just 11 players remaining. 5 million in his stack. That is 100 individual players who had hopes and dreams of maybe leaving with $1 million+ dollars. Now they reside in the form of white and green chips in front of him. At least 99 of them that joined the one.
Yeah.
With still hopes and dreams.
I always like it when we eliminate the 5Ks from play. So those were the chips that you started with at the beginning of the tournament. It seems like a big turning point.
It usually comes much earlier in a big tournament like this, but with such a deep structure, nearly the final table before we saw that starting stack big blind.
Yeah.
Shan Huang, pocket eights in the hijack. Gonna get looked up by Martin Finger with 7-8 suited.
Oh, look at that, 10 remaining.
Oh, wow.
I believe we're gonna be hand for hand after this.
Martin makes the call.
Doesn't know how rough shape he is in.
I think given this, it's the final table bubble, going to be calling wider or tighter than normal in the big blind, but 7-8 suited, I think just a little bit too good to be folding. But I think just very fit or fold post flop, even for an aggressive player like Martin. It's just an awkward time to do it with, what, 20 big blinds in your stack. Although that being said, I'm used to 20 big blinds being plenty to play with on like a final table bubble. He might be the overwhelming short stack in the field right now. Don't really know what's going on at that other table, but given how deep we are, it's actually not impossible that he is by far the shortest stack right now.
It's definitely possible. So it looks like we are going to lose John, as he's going to head over to the other table to balance.
Oh yeah, sorry Gilbert, just saw your message. You were wondering where Punat was for the hands review segment. Yeah, we would have loved to grab him. I think the timing just didn't line up this time around. It's a little bit tough. We weren't sure exactly when it was going to happen. We thought it was going to work. He definitely wanted to be part of it, but just didn't quite line up with his tournament schedule this time. But the exciting thing is this new segment may be here to stick around for future events, and well, you know Punat's going to be there, so maybe it's going to just, he'll be there every time. It'll start to be called Punat's Corner or something. Punat's Corner. Be very funny if he was doing one of his own hands and he's just referring to himself as like, what is this guy thinking here? I don't know. Must be tilted or something.
Yeah.
Not likely from Punat. You don't see him make big mistakes very often.
A very composed player.
Yeah. I mean, you don't get to be one of the top players in the world with a weak mental game. Should also point out the winner of the last hand while we wait for tables to balance out here. Hao Shan Huang, I can confirm, was another one of those step one $350 satellite winners that got his main event ticket for an absolute fraction of the cost of the 10K buy-in. Just the value he has amassed from that $350 buy-in. I mean, how many of you in chat, you know, have taken a shot at a $350 buy-in? Sure, a good amount of us have given it a try, even if you never play real high-stakes poker. You might just see a series come by, maybe just like a slightly higher buy-in game in your town. That's just like a, you know, that's just like a small town, you know, Sunday night special. Oh, 350 buy-in. We got the big 350 tournament coming up, you know, this Sunday at the local Legion or something.
Yeah. Here you are playing for 1.2.
Yeah.
Alright, for the APT Championship Main Event, we are now down to final 10 players.
Already
So
locked
we are
up.
going to the final table bubble. We are going to the hand-for-hand process, so every hand we're going to take 3 minutes. If they have any ordinary call, please freeze all the action and wait for the further instruction. And players, do not refill your hand until you are told to do so. Alright, good luck to 10 of you. Alright, shuffle up and do 1 hand.
All right, there's the announcement, officially hand for hand for our top 10.
His 11th place finisher was Xiaowen Xiao of China. Locking himself up $80,000. So close. Still a great payday.
Yeah.
It was sad to see Pan go. You know, he's firing up 5-bet bluffs right before the money. I mean, give him a big stack on this final table, and I think we'll get a very interesting 12 hours of play tomorrow.
Yeah, right. And I mean, he was also another one of those $350 qualifiers, and
that too.
To be playing like that on before the money.
Mm-hmm.
Man, what a.
But to be fair, we have a lot of action players left in the field, so I don't think we're gonna have any shortage of action going into the final table.
Yeah.
The pocket aces for Sharma. Can he get some action? He cannot.
I got 4 deals. What do? That's bad. Sorry, man. Alright, okay.
I love that. I know it's like a pretty, whatever, simple, obvious spot, but to be on the final table bubble with, you know,
I like where this is going.
millions of dollars in this prize pool, 1.2 up top, nearly 100 grand locked up if you can make this next pay jump. And you're still kind of joking around, showing your hand and saying what you had, what you folded in the big blind.
Yeah.
Like, that's a, wow. I'd be nervous to be sharing that, even if it isn't that much information. It's, I don't know if I could feel that loose at this table. Good to see it, though. Makes the game fun.
Somebody asking how Xiaowen Xiao was eliminated. Hao Chang opens 100,000 under the gun. He faced a 3-bet from Xiao to 350K in the big blind. Made a call once the flop, board 955. Xiao continued for 260K. Chuang jammed. Xiao snap called. His queens versus sixes. And the turn 6 of clubs. Brutal.
Rough.
Oh man, that hurts so much.
How deep was he? Right now?
He popped it to 350. 260 doesn't say because he just jammed for 1.5. Looks like they were about even stack actually if he jammed for 1.5. Maybe like 1.2 million, so 20 something bigs.
Okay. Yeah, not too far off from where our short stack is on this table, so seems pretty reasonable. I mean, we've seen worse bad beats in this tournament alone, and more horrendous timing, infamously the aces versus queen 5 on the stone bubble. And that was the first stone bubble all-in as well. We did have multiple all-ins that could have burst the bubble on the, with 2-3 off the money. So it wasn't necessarily the first time it could have gone, but just the hand before we saw one elimination that brought us to the stone bubble. And I think it was the very next hand, maybe one hand after that. For this structure, that was incredibly fast. I kind of forget about it. I was out there on the floor, not watching it on the stream, but I think if I was in here, I would have paid attention to just how different that was from all our other hand-for-hand moments. And, well, okay, there was that one event last series that went pretty fast as well, but for this main event, astonishing.
All right, that's a fun flop. Ace 9-7 with the 2 diamonds. Matas flopping the nut flush draw, backdoor straight draw, and Nishant. It's a very interesting combo. He's got the 10 of diamonds, key card, as well as a gut shot to the nuts. It's a board you can size up on as well. And Matas is going to flat some like king 7, queen 7 offsuit, so sizing up to like 135k, putting some immediate pressure on those hands right away. Yeah, look at that. Nice find from Nishant, 150,000. Right, this just has the effect of like, 7-5 suited is already extremely uncomfortable and can already start to fold. Maybe a hand like queen 9 off is already hitting the muck. Makes the call. 575,000 in the middle. 8 of spades on the turn. That is the nuts for Nishant Sharma. And Matas could find some leads as well on this turn card.
Yeah, still has the nut flush draw. Not sure how you feel about the 8, but it does at least bring some 2-pair trips outs that you think are going to be good portion of the time. Ranges are a bit wider than, it says under the gun, but we are only playing 5-handed, so effectively hijack open from Nishant. Still has a pretty wide range that can connect the 7, 8, 9.
Nice sizing, 300,000. Might even induce a bluff raise from Matas, who thinks he can put a pressure on an ace. It's a very connected turn card. Little does he know, Nishant has turned himself to nuts. So us keeping it simple, we'll just call 1.2 million in chips out there. Can he find a diamond? He cannot. The queen of hearts rolls off. It's still the nuts for Nishant. He's got to be feeling fantastic.
Yeah, you're in position as well. Checks over to you. Gotta figure out what you can get value from here, how much. Maybe Matas still has some ace-X in here that you can squeeze value out of.
I think he's probably just targeting 2 pairs plus at this point. Yeah. I mean, I can't really see ace-5 calling a 3rd straight. Quite a reasonable size. 100,000, a good chunk of Symbolis's stack.
Doesn't take him too much time. Still sitting on 2.8 million, despite losing that hand. Pocket fives for Jun on the button. One of our shorter stacks. But even as a shorter stack, still has heaps to play with, 26 bigs. And a very pretty looking 9-10 of hearts for Nishant Sharma. Flicks in the call. Do you ever jam there with 9-10 of hearts versus Jun's open? Is that too crazy?
I think I prefer something like King 7. Like 10-9 just blocking like bottom of his open range. You're blocking like the King 10 off, the King 9 off, Queen 9 off that are just auto folds.
Yeah.
So I think I want to be like one blocker, one card under. So like you typically see like King 7 because that also blocks their lowest pocket pair that will call you.
Yeah.
But it's also like, it's a huge jam.
Yeah. It's 26. I guess 3-bet would be more appropriate at this point in the tournament. But
Jun flopping his like 5th set of the day or something like that.
it's a good time to do it. Final 10 of a 10K main event. Some outer table coverage here. Still waiting, hand for hand. Let them finish up before we move on to the next one.
I think too much from outside is kind of like fun, but to play with it, it's a few parents of yeah, like a Martin Cabral. You know, if you play with him, it's like.
Here we go. Another hand, another pocket pair. Haoshan Huang, pocket sixes. First to go. So far, so good. Nishant Sharma is our big stack at the table. We are on a final table bubble. Lots of opportunities to consider applying the pressure. You still have to thread the needle. Can't go too crazy. Huang will take this one down. Sitting comfortably over 50 big blinds, nearly 3 million in chips for himself as well. Some more action on our outer table. No carnage. Dominic Nietzsche pays off a small pot. And we move on to the next hand. Not too much happening at the moment, but there is a big pay jump imminent. Approximately $18,000. It's about the price of the car I bought back home, Sam.
There you go.
Just this pay jump alone.
You know, a
massive value.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was used. It's 5 years old, but it had all the nice features on it. Thought it was pretty good.
So Nishant, since he's come over to the table, has been playing very, very well. The field has definitely gotten tougher since early yesterday.
Yeah. It's better this time, he says.
Oh, decides not to defend the 4-3 suited.
Also announces it. Showed 4 deuce suited. Says it was better. Says it's 4-3 suited. I mean, remember, this guy did qualify from a $350 buy-in. He's loving life. He's got 80 grand locked up from such a small entry. What was that, like 230 buy-ins? Something like that.
Yeah.
A little less, but either way, it's absolutely massive.
Break time for no limit holding freezeout. 15-minute break. This is the last chance for you to get in. Registration is closing in 15 minutes.
Oh, just take a look at that outer table. We're seeing some, like, look at Dominic Nietzsche's stack. Is that like 5? It's over 5 million, looks like, as well. But look at Alexandru Papazian. He is real short. It looks like less than 100K.
I didn't see it there. Wow.
He was chip leading our table early, our tournament early today.
Less than 100K.
Looks like it. I think it just saw a single stack of blues.
Like a couple big blinds?
Yeah.
No way. Oh, wow. Let me go back and take a look. Missed that.
No, he did try to bluff into a straight flush.
Wow, you might be right, Sam. Yeah, like maybe there was a different color chip on top, but maybe not. Like I can't tell if
Yeah, that
it's
looks
the
like less
white
than
chip
100K.
maybe, but
Is that stack his to the left, actually?
oh, that must be, yeah. That's
Oh,
not
okay,
just
never
that.
mind.
Okay,
He's got
no.
like
He was
3
just
mil.
shuffling those chips. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, that's like 2 big blinds. Like that would be really intense right now.
Oh, so let's see. Can Martin, does he have fold equity if he jams against the bluff?
Wow, massive action.
So he knows Nishan will be going after Matas quite a bit. Nishan, you know, 3-betting quite often, but does have to get through Matas, who's opening the hijack. King Queen suited might just be good enough for Martin Finger. He's been quite patient, been very card dead since we began at this level of play. Thinks better of it. Oh. Oh boy. Pocket jacks now for June. With his stack depth, a little bit of a different story. You know, if you jam, you're never getting called by 10s. If you get called, you're hoping to be flipping. So how do you even proceed?
Toss opens, 3-bet from the big stack, but I haven't seen Sharma be that aggressive on this final table bubble, even with that big stack. A little more selective with his aggression.
But he's only been here for, you know, an orbit.
That's true. This is a very small sample size. Looking at, but does elect to jam. Still jacks.
I bet Martin Finger's elated right now that he didn't shove.
Yeah. What are you doing here with like aces? Are you 4-betting small or are you just jamming?
Just jamming. You're on 30 bigs.
So then, I think if you're just doing that with aces, then I don't know. I think you just throw jacks in there too. Like I feel like they're too strong to fold the spot, but it is a final table bubble. It is a very, very heavy ICM spot of the tournament.
All right, next hand. We'll see on the stream if it's fake hacking or real decision.
Martin letting his new neighbor know, asking him if he was fake tanking or if he actually had a real decision. He'll know that it was a fake tank.
99% fake tank. Not 99. I'd say maybe 80. You're talking about yourself or general? I think it's a little lower. What's the benefit? Yeah, on the stream, there's definitely.
Maybe trying to extract a little bit of information ahead of time. Of course, they can look back on the stream.
Okay, I got it.
Very, very, very patient and good time to make a fold with the Jack 10 offsuit. Pocket kings now for Huang. Sixes have cracked pocket queens a couple times. See if Matas can crack the kings.
About 2.5 million behind, 285 in the middle. Up comes Jack 7-5. Not amazing for sixes. It does connect with the board a little bit, but no backdoor flushes. Just backdoor straights. Only an overpair to one card on the board. And kings, obviously, still a monster hand. Be good enough for one street of value. What does the turn bring? Pairs the board. 7 of hearts, 3 hearts out there now. Another bet from Huang with the kings.
This is way too thin, I think. The 7 is really bad for you. The hearts are really bad.
Yeah, you're not going to get called by too much
Wow.
at this point, but I stand corrected.
If you can get value from 6s, someone must think something's up, eh? 4 spades on the river.
Yeah, there must be a bit of history, these two players today. Matas maybe thinking that Huang getting a little overly aggressive in some spots. Willing to double barrel some, maybe like backdoor hearts with 1 heart or something like that. Not sure.
Could see that, yeah. Although along the same vein, it's a good turn card for him. Means he's going to have a lot of good hands.
Yeah.
That turn card.
Yeah, maybe seeing the continuation there was suspicious in a spot where you'd expect, handling kings to check. So
yeah.
Maybe that's why. Jun takes down a pot. Quick open. Comfortably sitting with 2 million in chips. Martin Finger still very patient. Under $1 million, just 16 big blinds. Approaching this final table bubble. Do see there is at least one other short stack on our outer table. Dynamics pretty equal though. It's still very deep structure, so anyone's game here hand for hand. And it's a special treat. Little pop into the booth for this hand for hand action. We will welcome back Vidur Singhal. Vidur, good to see you.
Hello, hello, Kyle.
How's your evening going?
Well, exciting to say the least, considering where we're at and what we're trying to get to, the final table of the APT main. Now, a little bit of revenge for Henry Kilbane here because he kept resisting the idea that we get to the final 9 shortly.
Yes.
Sam did give us some jinxes with the speed run that he was promising. However, once we got down to 11, what a grind it has been. And you've been in the booth for it, so why don't you summarize it for me before I give you my thoughts on these remaining 10 contenders?
Yeah, well, and it's funny you should say that because I believe we got down to the final 11 when you were still in the booth.
Yep.
If I have that correct, but I remember being out there on the floor getting ready for the hand analysis and being like, oh man, this could end before dinner because we were down to, I was actually at a break in my hotel room when I noticed we were down to final 11 and I went, oh man, we got to get back to the venue. That hand analysis could happen before dinner because it's going to end. It was like a whole level and it was going so fast and then suddenly 11 players just really started to drag this one out for that final table spot.
I think the poker math of average big blinds and the skill level of each of these players combined with what's on offer here, 1.2 2 million up top, and of course the final table bubble. It's all coming into play. So we did lose our 11th place finisher, and let me just pause here because the 8-4 suited has been jammed into the short stack of Martin Finger. You know, certainly a kind of jam that could suggest something would happen one way or the other.
Yeah, definitely. And
14 bigs.
Yeah, I think maybe the reason he's jamming, you know, something as wide as 8-4 suited, you know, virtually saying you're going to jam almost anything, blind versus Martin Finger. I think we've kind of, you know, I don't know how long they've seen it. It's this table's still kind of newer to the stream for the sample size, but since we've gotten to this final table bubble, it does appear Martin Finger has tightened up his play quite a bit.
Interesting.
Yeah, so
8-4 suited, certainly not correct in theory to try and steal the 2.5 bigs in the middle by jamming 14, but when you have that day 5 final table ICM pressure, I think you can jam a little bit wider, not to mention Nishant can afford it. Junhao Wu grinding the 2 million, good for 40 bigs. And you have to start wondering what kind of final table stack you're bringing in and how much you want to maximize versus the idea of trying to get the day over with. Let's do the math. How long have these guys been at it? 11:15 we started?
Today alone.
Yeah, so 21:15 in real time. So 9.5 hours of intense poker going down from 33 to 10. And pocket jacks for Martin. The squeeze is on. Nishant almost inviting Martin to jam light, but this ain't light. Pocket fours likely unexciting in this spot. Pocket fives should feel the same way for Junhao. This is not how you want to get a lot of your chips into the middle.
Yeah, and at 14 big blinds, I mean, even Nishant Sharma.
He's getting offered a price, though.
It's getting offered a price, but, I mean, keep in mind, I mean, I don't know if we've really seen him take advantage of it, but kind of likes that there's a bubble going on right now.
True.
You've got a big stack. Why, you know, how much value is winning those chips really going to add to your final presence? Like, yes, it's going to be valuable, but is it more valuable than losing the chips when you just call a bit tighter? And then how many chips can you pick up if you can keep a short stack in play at this final table, or at this final table bubble, sorry. So
that's a great point.
I think when you consider all those factors, yeah.
And I think it'll lead Nishant to the decision you're talking about. But keep in mind the fatigue as well.
That's true.
The desire to get there.
I mean, this is, you know, what's started to look like it might be a short day is now starting to go about as long as we predicted. Possibly another level at play here.
Something to the speed of the jam, you think? Looks less like a move. Everybody at the end of their rope, surely, in terms of timing tell balancing, but
yeah.
For Martin to take this spot with weaker than ace-7 suited, while he's certainly capable, Nishant would really have to give him a lot of credit for putting the squeeze on.
Yeah, and I mean, knowing the player Martin is, you definitely know he's going to be looking for any spot he can find, including a squeeze spot with a hand that might just have good blocker potential. But I don't know how often Martin's actually doing that on something as important as the final table bubble.
How's the chat doing? 1,300 watching. Apparently enjoying the tension of that final elimination along with yourself, Sam, and I.
Yeah.
Would love to hear who people are rooting for, as always. Wondering who you guys are anti-reeling. This is the time to be honest.
Yeah.
Plus, you can't really affect much. 30-minute delay. That being said, Kyle and I are not spoiled at all. We have no idea what's going on out on the floor. And tomorrow, coverage for the final table will be the same way. Live reports will be in sync with the stream, so this will be the place to support your near and dear poker players. I suppose once we get this done with, in terms of the last elimination, the happy updates will be sent.
Oh, yes.
The final table photos, although a drag at this hour, are made up with the adrenaline of actually making it to the FT.
I think they'll be okay with it. Yeah.
Yeah. There's always one or two whiners, you know what I mean?
Right.
But
Yeah.
here we go. Martin Finger takes the spot with the pair. Ace-9 off for Nishant. Seems to have bled a few chips to Martin Finger. This is assuming he doesn't find the call. Couple of pips too low.
Yeah, no, this is the spot where I thought actually Martin would be, like from what I was watching, I thought maybe he was tightening up a little bit, maybe not jamming something as wide as 20 bigs with lower pocket pairs here, but
yeah,
it's a pretty good spot to take.
Yeah, I think it's just so plus EV in theory that he knows he has to run with it. Yeah. And Nishant is going to be opening so wide, and these are the kind of pickups that make or break your tournament. You just have to take the risk that Nishant actually has.
Yeah.
You know, the top 10% premium. There was a spot yesterday on the bubble which really caught me off guard in terms of theory versus what I thought at the time was a misstep. Ace-Queen off, I believe the hijack, open shove 17 bigs on, let's just call it the stone bubble because it's hand for hand and you have 17 bigs. You can certainly fold your way into the money if that's what you're after. And I have to admit, a little bit results-oriented on my part. Ace-King in the cutoff obviously snaps it off and you're eliminated when you're hand for hand. But kind of ran that spot by the professionals and the whole thing was, well, what are you going to do? Not open it? What are you going to do? Raise it and fold to a jam? If you jam, get tons of equity to fold. So
yeah, it's interesting. Yeah.
Different mentality towards ICM and min caching and FT bubbles.
I think one thing that came into play yesterday was how deep the average stack was on that bubble as well. You know, you don't, sometimes when you've got these large field MTTs and you're on the bubble of a main event, sometimes you've got a ton of stacks that are under 5 big blinds, maybe several that are under 3 big blinds, you know, that are just really holding on, that are going to get hit with 2 orbits of the blinds. And I think that's where, you know, a stack like 17 bigs is just plenty, but I don't remember the exact counts. I mean, we didn't obviously have everybody's, but it didn't look like many people were below 10 big blinds on that bubble.
Yeah.
It's very deep. No one was going to be forced all in by the blinds anytime soon, hand for hand.
This seems like a spot to bump up the pressure. The holding is ideal. Extremely solver approved. The opponent is as well. First off, button open. Second off, I'm sure you've been highlighting how's Sunrun from the Step 1 satellite may be perceived as one of the more bubble-aware players, not to mention less experienced based on pure hand and mob statistics.
Yeah.
And what do you know? It's the correct timing. Ace-5 off is just too weak. How does Jun still manage to look cool at 9 p.m.? This is ridiculous. 10 hours into the day.
It's a skill. It's a real skill. But yeah, you were mentioning Hao Shun Huang's hand and mob, as well as that, you know, satellite in from the 350 ticket, but his largest cash ever on record was a $40,000 cash, courtesy of a somewhat deep run in the Millionaire Maker in Vegas this summer.
Pretty cool.
But he's already doubled that.
Even cooler.
Practically 80 grand locked up, and a spot at this final table will net him just shy of 6 figures. This one score. So, an absolute Cinderella story from a Step 1 satellite. Reminds me of when I got a Step satellite into the WSOP Online main event one time. It was, I mean, I fired a lot of satellites, but the one that worked was a $5 entry.
Okay.
All the way.
Oh yeah, you told me that.
5K ticket.
Amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I probably spent a few $100 on satellite tickets, like maybe
we don't think about that.
But yeah, but it even still worked its way up to a 5K ticket. But alas, no cash in that tournament. So all that excitement and effort for no money, no reward.
I don't know, man. I've been talking to players who bricked, but I think the idea of playing a 10K to begin with, or in your case, a 5K,
yeah,
it is pretty exhilarating. And shot taking is the only way to go. That's how
Oh, it
you
was.
move up.
And it was one of the few tournaments that I was in that I was like, this could be life-changing. There is potential to change my entire life in this tournament.
And I did get an amazing stat from our friend from the live reporting team, Kai, about the satellite we ran. Yeah, 58 main event seats were awarded.
Wow.
585K prize pool. That's actually bigger than sort of the early experimental APT main events in the new era, where 500K or so is the prize pool.
The growth of this series is just astonishing. I mean, I only came in this year, and I can already see growth in this year alone. I mean, the amount of times I've been on stream having to announce that we've broken records, I can't imagine how many more we're going to break next year, as this series is just too enticing. Who wouldn't want to play at the APT with these massive prize pools, these massive fields? That's what everybody wants. They want their shot at life-changing money in a tournament. And you're going to get it here now. Is it Daniel wondering in chat? No, we're just playing down to the final table, not past it. So we're one elimination away from the end of the day.
Havo referring to Nishan's deep run in the WSOP. He actually has the deepest finish ever in the WSOP main. Back-to-back-to-back victories at the Poker Dream main event, which might be an accomplishment that is simply never repeated in the poker world statistically. And here he is, looking to close the year out with the biggest tournament in Asia. Let's not forget this man, calmly watching the proceedings, having chipped up slightly. Martin Finger. One of the two Martins who made a run for it in Germany today. Loose Sedlak, but Finger holding strong. Thinking back to when he was on our feature table, so many spots. You know, the butterfly effect of poker never ceases to amaze me, but he did crack O'Dwyer's aces, I believe. Now, one of the few players, and annoyingly good-looking, might I add, Atas Simbolas, who I haven't seen on the feature table while in the booth too much. Any thoughts on what we've been seeing from him?
I liked his play. I think fairly straightforward, just solid action, taking his spots when he can find them. And nothing too notable about it, as you know, the field does kind of get better as we go on.
Oh, this is trouble.
Look at this.
This is trouble. Surely this could be it. Top and bottom versus the top pair for Martin Finger. Martin hiding the ace in the big blind and his short stack. Are we about to hit the final 9? Or can Martin somehow escape unscathed? The obvious outs in the form of 7s and 10s, pretty much whatever card comes next should provide some outs. His sizing is decent here, Kyle. Do you think he can get away? At any point?
It really depends. Button versus big blind. You feel pretty good here with top pair, even with your weak kicker. But to get in the remainder of your, is it about 22 big blinds on the final table bubble, it's going to depend. And I think that deuce of diamonds starts to make it a little less likely. If this was a board that was going to feature a lot of missed draws, then I think you're just kind of screwed. But
yeah, it is.
More draws coming in, you get more chances to get away from it.
Like a narrow one-lane exit off the freeway being offered. Matas has to be super comfortable in the form of the aces and threes, 3 of diamonds for that teeny little bit of backup. Should be looking to get stacks in if he can hit a brick.
Martin continuing with their 200K.
Matas.
Sorry. Matas is continuing, yes.
It's that time of the night, Kyle.
Yes.
I hear you. I mean, there is a world where he just rolls with it. Check call, the standard play. Check fold would be, I don't even know. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
What in the world am I watching? How do they do it, Kyle? Is this why I'll never be on the final table bubble of the main event?
It's possible. It's possible, Vidur.
How did they do that?
I think me as well, but yeah. And well, and that's kind of some of the tighter folds I was seeing Martin make. Not exactly that position post flop, but I'm seeing a few opportunities where I think even his big blind defense seemed a bit tighter than normal. I mean, probably appropriate just given the ICM. Not that he was playing too tight, but definitely adjusting to this final table bubble. And possibly, maybe even slightly tighter than what ICM might suggest, just noticing that some people are occasionally been too loose in this tournament. You know, maybe not even on your table, but the other table. And I think it's kind of one of those examples. And that's why I think the pocket threes jam, I mean, it's so profitable, but I wouldn't have even been surprised if he just didn't go for that spot. But I might be thinking a little too narrow in where he's tightening up.
It's hard to believe that we're still on the bubble. Hand for hand, mind you, for those of you unfamiliar. The hand ends on one table. You wait for the other table to end as well. Keeps things fair. How was it when players were being moved around every 9 hands?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I didn't actually pick up on it too much. We saw it once or twice there, and I think it didn't take too much longer until we got down to the final 10. So it was wasn't too much commotion. Could have been a lot more, but balanced stuff out. Hopefully helped with any timing issues. And there we go. Top 10 on this final table bubble. Just waiting for some action. I've seen a couple spots where maybe something could have gotten called off. Maybe someone could have jammed, but nonetheless.
I think your point about Nishant wanting the bubble to continue forever is a super important one. When you have the chip lead, almost 1.7x the next contender, 5-handed extra advantage for the big stack. One small stack in there. Well, the small stack apparently finding the best folds known to man. So very interesting dynamic. Catching up in the chat for when I asked who people were rooting for. Thanks for responding. Oh, I asked who you were anti-reeling as well, so now I feel bad about reading some names out, but I will. I asked, so I will. Maybe not too surprised to see Neng Zhao mentioned for the anti-rail. I'm rooting for Matas, says our friend Rene, APT Main Event winner. Anti-railing everyone except Nishant. Now that doesn't help Happy Enter, does it? Let me pause on the comments as I welcome back Sam to the booth. I mean, I've said the words, this could be it. I don't think this could be it, given the ICM situation. Pocket nines in Hao Shanhuang's situation. Yeah, do proceed cautiously, but you think there was a temptation?
For sure. He's opening so wide. It makes sense to attack. But I did hear you mention that he does want the bubble to go on, but I don't think these players are deep enough. You know? Or sorry, I think they're too deep, right? It's 50 versus 100 big blinds. There's really not that much pressure. Your risk premium isn't that high. You're still able to flat like 10-7 offsuit. You're not forced to fold second pair on the turn. You know, if they were a lot shorter, but let's focus on this hand because 9s is still an overpair. 7-6 has a gut shot. This could be a pretty big pot 3 ways. Everybody's got enough of a piece.
Very easy spot for Nishant to start extracting. an unfoldable spot for House, surely. And then Matas maybe getting some odds to try and bink.
Oh, just a call. Just straight out of there. No help to the pocket nines, however, 1 overcard. See if he wants to get fancy with the check raise. You know, how, if he calls, it's usually pocket pairs. There aren't any flush draws. Decides to go for 400,000, keeping on that pressure.
It's nice to just have it as a chip leader, isn't it? You're just bluffing so often in these spots, using the pressure, the FT bubble to try and steal. This time around, effectively top of range with another queen. Shouldn't matter too much.
I mean, you block ace-queen pretty heavily. I don't even think king-queen floats with the big blind calling as well. Perhaps heads up, but I think this is a huge brick, and Sean can feel pretty good about firing again on the river.
He has 2 of the aces, so you're not trying to get a hero call from an ace high. Might as well size up a little bit, polarize a little bit, and get exactly the kind of hand Hao Shan Huang has to pay you off. Yeah, it's over 1/3. I mean, Nishant, with all his experience, can probably squarely figure out what Hao is working with. A pocket pair. And this is not an easy fold to find. Nishant is going to be barreling and finding the triple on a board like this more often than not with rags. He's grabbed the chips and he pays it off. And a huge swing in the favor of the chip leader, now 6.5 million. Haven't checked the other tables. Sam, any idea whether he is the outright chip leader?
It's gotta be. Dominic Nietzsche was actually quite big. We saw him on screen. I saw 4 million plus in grays alone, and then maybe 1.5 in greens. So I think they're going to be close contenders. I think Nishant might be slightly ahead now.
It has worked out for them to be on 2 different tables, hasn't it?
It really has. And Nishant was one of those players that got moved over during the 5 and 6.
Yeah, he put in his time with... Who was it when we had the feature? Alexandru and then Dominic on his immediate left. So, you know, the luck does balance out, but in this spot, when the tables settle at 5-handed, as they will be till the FT bubble, or till the FT, I should say, has worked out to not have the menace that no doubt is Dominic at the moment. And shout out to Dominic, man. You and I haven't been in the booth while we saw him do his thing, but simply one of the game's best over such a long time. Just showing how it did run good in certain spots, but you know, when chat started complaining about some of the coolers, he had an aces versus queens situation. Then you start recounting some of the hands that he did pick up, and it actually comes from people paying him off. Now, how do you get people to pay you off with third pair? You're aggressive all the time. You build an image, you utilize it, you put people in tough spots. Easier said than done.
We did see him make some very good folds as well. These two are going to have some more blind on blind violence.
Only you and me, we get it.
Decades of experience between these two. There's the ISO, and with a hand like A7 suited, you would love to fight back. The only question is, how are you valuing your stack in terms of its ability to make 1.2 million? Proceeds with the call for now, as one would with a hand this strong. King 9-5 Rainbow favors Nishant. No connection for Matas. Pretty dry. Soul King. Nishant can rep them all. Unfortunately for Matas, I sense a check fold is very likely the line. Has a gut shot to boot in maybe even stack tournament situations could make the case for not wanting to get blown off. Right now, pressure, pressure, pressure.
There he is, he's reaching. Doesn't have to go big, 125.
Yeah, not much you can do. Don't blame him. That is actually good poker. Gotta respect the dynamics, the situation, the chip leader. That's why you fight for the chip lead, to be able to do things like this. Hard luck to have him on your left in small versus big situations. But you gotta pick your spots, and that ain't it.
All right, looks like this will be the last hand before break. I wonder, Vidur, how much these players are going to review the stream on their 15-minute break. Or maybe just go clear their heads, walk around outside, get some fresh air.
I think varying strategies, you know. If you're in a high-tension situation and you pretty much know you're being bullied, I just don't see the advantage of getting more in your head. But you know, the larger stacks, or perhaps people who've been curious about a spot, might go and take advantage of the fact that they're on the stream table. What do you think you would do?
I'd mix both. Go outside and watch the stream.
Oh, definitely go
review.
outside.
Yeah.
Oh, you'd
definitely
review.
Yeah.
Curious soul you are, Sam.
If I make day twos, I usually will review the players beside me, see if I can pick up anything on them.
It's a game of information.
Better be prepared. An uneventful final hand. We are going to take our final break of the day. These players have one level remaining. It will be hand for hand the entire time, so 90 minutes will equal to exactly 45 hands. I don't see it lasting that long. Do you, Vidur?
No, but I've been wrong before. Sam, you did jinx it a little bit with the confidence. When Henry suggested this could be a grind, Henry, with all his experience, does know how the higher buy-ins sometimes work, but I have to say, I think it just shows the grit, the tenacity of the players, and what you see on the screen. What is at stake? Not just the 10th place payout, 80,000 US or so, but the next screen will spell all. 97,000 USD to 9th place as we climb all the way to 500,000 or so for third, 750 or so for second, and then what could be almost a $450,000 heads-up battle here at the first ever APT Championship Main Event. Before we head to the break, make sure you hit subscribe or set your reminders to join us after as we hit the final table.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
It's amazing. It's a lion for a lioness.
Be the final 9 player of the very first APT Women's Championship.
Actually, I play women events a lot. This tournament is big trophy, so I go for it.
Before I came here, I hated to play with women's on table. But now, yeah, after this, I prefer to play with women's. I don't know. It's the feeling, I guess, it's different because in the Netherlands, you only have men who play poker.
女生其实还是有一点不一样，但是很难用言语说出那个差别。对，但是我觉得女生还是很多靠感觉打牌的，所以你也要感觉要跟得上他们。
It's really fun to have lots of people from like different countries. Really tough competition.
I'm feeling amazing. It's a big achievement and my biggest and nicest trophy ever. It's my second trophy, yes, I got the small one, so now it's a family. I got the chip lead the whole FT, so it was easier, but some of them were pretty tough. The girl I heads up was not easy to play against. Very aggressive player. I think it's important because some women wants to play only with women, they will feel more comfortable. So it's a good thing in general. And here I like it because there is ladies events every day and at every buy-in. I would like to say thanks to my future husband, which is amazing and support me all the time. Thank you.
我爱台妹，台妹爱我。
我tie my A, I tie my world. I hope I'm close. I hope I'm close.
Hi, Given. I understand this is your first time coming to Taiwan.
Yes.
How do you like it?
So far, it's been amazing. The few days I've been here, I've had an amazing time. I'm thankful for the APT to invite me to come out.
This place is we call Night Market, which is very popular all over the Taiwan. So we're gonna take you go to get some traditional Taiwan food.
Okay.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. Let's go.
I don't want to give you something too strong in the beginning.
Okay.
Otherwise, you're gonna like stop eat anything. So let's go for Taiwan beer.
Taiwan beer. Okay.
Yeah. One for you, one for me. Cheers. Should we order some stinky tofu for Kevin? Okay. Can you use the chopstick?
No, that's definitely spoon guy. You want to see me do chopsticks? Okay. All right. Well, yeah, we gotta do that.
We will put in the third one.
Okay.
Third one. Then use this finger. Just hold it. Yeah, you get it.
Okay. Let me. You want to see me try this?
Yeah.
Gotta be careful.
Wow.
There we go.
You did a good job.
Thank him. Yep. That's the tofu, the stinky tofu. It doesn't smell stinky, but I can smell something for sure.
This one is veg with the oyster with the egg mixed together, then put a sauce.
Okay. All right. I'll just. There we go.
tofu go to fries with the kimchi, with the sauce. You want me to show you first?
Yes, please do.
Okay. So normally we eat this one, and we will put kimchi in the middle. It just like smell something, but actually put in your mouth, it's very tasty.
Here we go. It's not as bad as I thought. It doesn't smell. This doesn't smell bad, which is good. I just wish I could give it a better description because I don't have one. It should taste like something, and I just can't think of what it is.
It tastes like sticky tofu.
There you go. There you go. Pork rice, oyster omelet, stinky tofu. Pork rice, number one, by a mile. Then oyster omelet, very tasty. Stinky tofu, not as tasty as the other two, but it's okay. Cheers.
Cheers.
My impressions of the APT, in the few days I've been here, having so many tables running, having over 100 tables running at Red Space in Taipei. It's a little crowded, but it seems like everything's being run really well. The tournament staff has been great. In the region, APT is definitely the #1 tournament brand. If APT continues to progress, they will be in the same conversation as the WSOP. We have to head them out. We definitely are aware of. There's a group of players that are we call them flag hunters, and they basically travel all over the world to get that flag. It's sort of like people who collect coins, people who collect stamps, people who collect 10-mile flags. So I think there's definitely a group of players that like to travel and play poker. So the flag hunter leaderboard is definitely a way for people to sort of do two things at once. They can see other cultures, see other countries, play poker, hopefully cash, and then just collect as many flags as they can.
I want to make you more close with the Taiwan's culture, so I would like to teach you Taiwan song.
Okay.
我爱台美，台美爱我。
我爱台美，
台美爱我。
So it's basically the reverse.
我爱台美，台美爱我。
我台美爱台美我。I hope I'm close. Close.
我爱台美，台美爱我。
我爱台美，台美爱我。There you go. See, enough times I was going to get this right.
Do you want to know what?
Yes, I would like to know.
So, 我 means me. I means love. Taipei means Taiwanese girl. I love Taiwanese girl.
Okay.
And the last word is 台妹爱我. The Taiwanese girl love me.
Oh, okay. I'll see if I can get one that will love me. For sure. Wo ai Taipei I wo.
Welcome to the final day of the APT Championship Mystery Bounty event sponsored by Natural 8. 94 players, 94 bounties, but only one of them contains the grand prize mystery bounty of 1.5 million Taiwan dollars. Let's go bounty hunting.
Feel the money, pick the bounty, any bounty. 有没有100万在里面？有没有100万在里面？
Where is the big one?
I can I instantly.
One time. Now you have a chance to see a 7. Easy, easy. Good. Yeah.
40,000.
80,000. I believe. One more zero. 50.
Okay, 500,000.
I told you. Oh, it's a 30K. Oh my God, I feel it. 8 有没有7？哎呀，耶 ，nice。I don't know. It's a 50. So, how do you feel now?
Very happy.
It's your first APT bounty, right?
It's actually my first time making the money in a mystery bounty. My second ever mystery bounty tournament. I feel great. I won the 2 biggest bounties in the tournament and a lot of smaller ones, the trophy and the main event seat. So very happy.
Challenging. What a day to be golfing, for sure. Total score of 13. Group 1.
Team event, lucky draw, get some good players, carry out heavy ass and win a trophy. Both freezing and suffering. Yeah.
I got fired and I decided to go all in on poker. Hi, my name's Daniel. I'm from Vegas. I got fired and then I decided to go all in on poker and take all my savings and go to Vegas for the World Series.
What made you decide?
Hello and welcome back to the APT Championship Main Event Freezeout Day number 4. We're down to the final 10 players. One more will go home tonight. And then we'll resume tomorrow for our final table where our final 9 contestants will be returning. 671 came with the dream of that $1.2 million prize up top. And it's so close for the remaining 10 in our field. My name is Sam Mintel. I'm joined in the booth with Pocket Kyles to take you through the rest of this level.
Sam, you know, today has been a fast one for the most part. We were cruising through these eliminations. It seemed like we were going to hit the final table before dinner break. And then suddenly, the play has intensified. The coolers have dropped off the face of the earth. And we sit here with our final 10 players in hand for hand, just waiting to see who will be the last person to not make it to the very last and final day of this tournament. Started with 671 hopeful dreams, purchasing their ticket for $10,000 US. We are now down to just 10. And even after all that play, nearly 4 full days already gone through, the average big blinds is still 56. I can't imagine playing that much poker and still, for the most part, being deep. Sure, everyone maybe has had a little bit of time short stack at one point or another, but to get this far and to, you know, not get to, you know, what I'd call simplified short stack poker, that's got to be exhausting to have to think through these complex post-flop spots, be adjusting the ICM, and just trying to stay awake, you know, and not like actually awake, but trying to stay alert and on the top of your game after 4 full days of poker. That's got to be an incredible challenge, and these 10 they sure seem to still be on top of it. Like, I don't see anyone getting impatient, getting out of line. These are some very stoic, meditated people, maybe you might say.
Yeah, indeed, Kyle. Speaking of those short stacks, you know, saying some of the contestants have been shorter. You know, John Nico, 200,000 early in today in chips, skyrocketed up to about 3.54 million. he's having a crazy good run. Was a 3rd place finish at the APT main event in Manila. Really cool to see him just put all on the line. Made a big call to ace deuce off for his tournament live, 10 big blinds not too long ago. Knew it had to be done, just put the chips in. He's calm, cool, collected. And then he went off on the other tables. We didn't really get to cover him. Now look at this, he's back at it. One of the main contenders to be taking this entire thing down.
And I mean, I think for me, the highlight of the last frame was Martin Finger. Just what I perceived as playing a little bit tighter than normal at first, but then taking a spot with pocket 3s versus the big stack button open, just jamming 20 big blinds with 3s in the small blind, which seems like a pretty typical spot, but I feel like on the final table bubble, that's a lot of pressure, and there's a lot of other things running through your head, like, are there shorter stacks that are going to bust here on this pretty large pay jump? Is there, a better spot to take than the spot with the low pocket pair? Do we be a little bit more patient? And
well, I think, if you don't take that spot, you do become that short stack.
Yeah.
Right? Like, Martin Finger, one of our shorter stacks on these final 2 tables, he does have to take these spots. He is the most likely to bust. I think we had him at about 16 big blinds on our table. And with 5-handed, you're losing 2.5 big blinds. So it's about half a big blind per hand on average that you lose. So, it goes down fast, right?
Yeah, and I mean, he's kind of balanced it, though. So for him to take that spot, but then also still, defend much tighter in the big blind versus some opens, and even open fold some hands like ace-10. I believe I saw that one too. Actually, that might have been a squeeze hand now that I think about it. But even still, it was just definitely picking his spots very specifically. And I think even though it wasn't anything that crazy, he definitely found his way to maneuver this final table bubble very efficiently. And
yeah, and we're coming into the 30K, 60K blind level. So that has obviously knocked down the average big blinds just a bit. We're just coming from 25K, 50K, so it's only a 20% increase.
Yeah.
Right, that's why we're only seeing the average big blinds drop by 6. So it's still essentially the same level, and because we're so deep, some of the shorter stacks may feel it. But overall, I don't think it's going to change too much. We have a 90-minute level. It's hand for hand, 2 minutes per hand. So we're going to see 45 hands to get us through this level. What are your predictions, Kyle?
I mean, in my head, the bubble must burst here, but I don't know. It's really tightened up. The level of play is excellent, and I don't know if we'll get it done on this level or not. It's getting to basically the last level of day scheduled, or last level of play scheduled this day, and there will be a tournament director's discretion if we do not make the final table in this last level, whether we continue or not. I imagine we will try to, just being one off the final table, but as it gets late into the night, might want to keep the players with a decent sleep schedule.
Yeah.
We already didn't make the bubble on day 2 like we normally do. Had to do it on day 3 for this tournament. So it wouldn't be that surprising to see some things get pushed back. But with how quickly we went down to the top 11, I did think it was going to go fast.
Yeah, I think we all did, but we do see another short stack on our table. Alexandru Papazian was our chip leader at one point today, is now 2 million. It's not that short. But
I mean, I think what's going to happen is, the short stacks are always going to be the most at risk. They're going to be the ones looking for those spots to steal or re-steal. And at some point, even though you're going to have a good chance at getting a lot of fold equity with those ranges, someone's going to get called eventually. And that's just the most likely scenario with this final 10.
Do you think John's going to attack?
Well, didn't even have time to answer before he proved your point.
Love to see this man with a big stack. He is a menace. Papazian forced to fold the queen jack.
Yeah, Papazian about 2 million in chips. Still fairly solid for the final 10, but it is the short stack at this table. It's not quite as short as Martin Finger was having to navigate on the other table. Most of it under 20 bigs. Did chip up to over 20 bigs by the end, but still kind of most at risk is that, you know, sub 25 big blind stack is going to be put in a lot of positions to re-steal to stay in this thing, and you just might run into it at one point.
For sure.
But of course, even if you do run into it, you're generally not dead. You're still flipping, and if the short stack doubles up, it changes the whole
Hang
thing.
on a second, Kyle. We got a pretty big pot. Looks like a flop check raise up to 500,000. That's like a third of his stack and a call. No, an all-in, a 3-bet jam. Putting him to the test. Could this be it? Shot versus Huang.
Yeah, both of them satellite winners into this event. Nishant from step 2, Huang from step 1.
I can't really make out the board. Gets the fold. What is he up to now? Like 7 mil?
That's astonishing.
2, 4, 5, 5.5. Oh, that's like 15 on tops. 2, 4, 5.5. 6 million. 6.2, 6.3. It looks like.
That seems close. Yeah. Still hand for hand after this break. Go back to the feature table. Chow opens up King 10 under the gun. Strong. King Jack offsuit in the big blind. Sitting on about 55 big blinds. Both players very deep. Gonna come along for the ride. Is ahead, dominating the King 10. We go to the flop. 6, 3, 9 rainbow. Almost absolutely nothing for both players, but
good board for the under the gun player. Should be bluffing for the bottom up, so he's opening the offsuit 10x block. Most likely to be bet. Could be a big size as well. Oh, that's very small. 90K. Gets the dominating hand to fold.
Remember, this is also 5-handed poker on both tables, so those shorter stacks are going to get more spots to reshove than they normally would in a full ring game of poker. Constantly being in either basically late position or the blinds. Other than the end of the final table, you don't get much more action than that.
I said to my girlfriend before the start, it's not that bad. I can still play with you. It's not better. She does not quite understand how I like it. Alright, next hand. Bring it next hand. Now she
Jumbo and chat's wondering what the payouts are. Currently, everyone has locked up $79,000 for the top 11. There is, of course, a pay jump for the final table bubble up to 97,000, nearly 98,000. It is a $18,000 pay jump imminent on the next elimination. And of course, everyone from there will bag for the final day and the final table of this main event. Yeah, some people wondering, you know, this is an 8-max tournament, so isn't it too much of the final table? No, final table, very often 9-handed, especially for our main events. Even though you play an 8-max tournament, you don't want to be playing 4-handed and 5-handed.
It's just a dummy, that's all it does that matter to me? What are you doing?
It's playing games. So, action on you. Okay.
Yeah. Take your chips back. Yeah. I changed the action.
Once again, 1 minute warning for all tournament players.
Hear what's going on here.
So, yeah, you are binding to call. You are binding to call. Binding to call. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay. First, you have an action, right?
Yeah. I raise.
Oh. Alright, so keep going your action. Yeah, because you haven't raised yet.
I'll play a point. So how much is it?
120. He makes the rules. I can't.
Whatever. I'm chill, bro.
You're fucking funny.
Huh?
You're funny.
Next time, 1-hand penalty.
I can't save you.
You got 1-hand penalty next time.
Yeah, a little bit of confusion, but ends up Xiao will get a 1-hand penalty next hand. Queen Jack 3 does flop himself the open ender, backdoor flush draw.
All right, all tournament dealers of APT Championship Day 1. New lines are empty. 1,200, 2,400, and 2,400 for a big line empty. Once again, 1,200, 2,400, and 2,400 for a big line empty.
Bet and a call. Be interesting to see a 5 or 4 if Dominic continues barreling. And look at that, 5 of hearts on the turn. Is this enough for Dominic to continue barreling? Heart's a very good combo as well to do so with. Unblocking both or all 3 backdoor flush draws and sizing up real big.
It was a mistake.
I know.
Just pots it, takes it down.
Yeah, I know. I don't think you should be forced to call either, to be honest.
I zoned out. I thought he's on the big blind. That's why I opened.
Ah, okay. So you are on a 1-hand penalty. 1-hand penalty.
Action out of turn will be a 1-hand penalty. Xiao, so in theory, a 4-handed hand of poker here.
Sorry?
I would do it first if you any wrong. Yes, so that's he was on the big right. And maybe he thought he is under the gun, so see 5 player for his hand, he already put in. Here's the Brian 30-60. He just throw in 120. So actually it's an action of raising. And now C6 raised to 120. So even C7 have an action and the dealer call him roll. I'm over and I ask, I take his bad chip. And you have oil out. We have oil action and after this I give you a 1-hand penalty because of the action of that.
That's fair. Yeah, sort of content.
Yeah, okay, sure. So 30-60, 1-hand penalty for 60.
There's the explanation from the floor.
Yep, acted out a turn. It is a 1-hand penalty at the APT.
What do you have?
Huh?
What did you have?
Me had a gut shot. 10-8. What?
I also had a gut shot.
10-8. And a backdoor flush.
He was actually honest about his hand that time, but it was not a gut shot.
Huh? 10-8. Clubs.
Me. Oh, you had the best hand.
I'm close though. Can I have a peel at least? Sorry.
No, you're never allowed to peel.
Does it get scanned though? That's the real question. Do we get to see it home?
No, you shouldn't. You're not even allowed to touch them. So.
There's effectively a dead small blind in play. John Constantiniano opens 10-7 of spades. Defend for Papazian. Going to flop top pair with the Queen Jack. But it is a pair of sevens for John. With the betting lead.
Quite deep, 30 big blinds effective. Could see some potential check raises in this spot. Main play is mostly just a call. I'm not sure if you're looking to get 30 blinds in with top pair at this stage of the tournament. Let's see how he proceeds. Just a call. Six of diamonds on the turn, quite connected. Two flush draws now.
Still just checks back to John. This time checks through. Five of clubs on the river. Brings in that club flush draw. Does connect the board for straights like 8-9, but we'll just check through, and Papazian can't be too upset with that. Got a big pot for top pair, but you don't really want one on the final table bubble.
All right, main event, next time.
We're the slow table, so right into the next hand. Gotta wonder if Martin Finger is still short over there. It was above 20 big blinds last we saw. Blinds did go up though. Ace queen for Castellano.
From the ground level.
Ace-9 suited, interested. Makes the call on the cutoff. Off to a flop, Jack 9-4, outflops the ace-queen. Still 65% equity for John. Ah, there we go. Now that the flops come out, down to 13. I was wondering how that was possible.
Yeah.
All right, there's some chance now. Gut shot, straight draw could bluff his opponent off the hand as well. We'll see if he does want to. Maybe just thinks ace queen. Enough showdown.
3-minute call, but no limit holder event. 3-minute call. Please come back to the tournament area and take your seats. 3-minute event. Last 3 minutes.
Check, check. Go to the river for free. 7 of hearts. Doesn't change much on this board. Imagine John still thinks he has showdown value. Hoping it goes check, check, and it does go check, check. Hao Shuang will take it down with a pair of 9s. I was wondering if Hao was going to consider going for very thin value on this river, but
it's
maybe
not
just
enough.
given the...
Like, you're trying to get called for like 8s. So first of all, he has to have the hand, and then
Yeah.
pay you. And then you could just get check raised.
I was thinking just, you know, even just going a bit small, some hands that have absolutely no showdown value, just trying to get ace high to fold. Maybe ace high finds a small hero call in that river. But it is
I really don't like going small. Right, small in position, you just open the door to get bluffed.
Yeah.
They have to call you with worse. Right, so just say you bet like 1/3. First of all, they have to call you with worse to gain that 1/3. Sometimes they're going to call you with better. And then if they ever bluff you off the hand, not only do you lose your 1/3, you lose the entire pot you already had locked up. So in position on the river, generally, you're not really looking to go any less than 50%. Just the risk reward is not worth it. Right?
I think it's even losing your blinds with the king 6 and the ace versus queen in terms of luck. Good luck and bad luck.
Martin Finger, with most of his stack invested in the middle. Hard to make out the board with the sliding. It only has, I don't know, about 450K behind. I think less than 10 big blinds. It's about 600-700K in the pot. And is going to face a jam. This could be it. If he calls it off for his tournament life and is wrong, this will be the final table bubble, but he lays it down. Martin Finger's been very patient, perhaps just running into it, but it looks like he will be under 10 big blinds after that hand.
Last chance to get in. Registration is closing in less than 15 minutes. The 60K high roller ultra stack.
Mine is not good friend.
Oh, did you have a swap?
Huh?
Did you have a swap?
Yeah, big one.
What's big for you? 5%?
Huh?
Yeah, picking up some chatter from the main table. Now realizing how short Martin is.
Depends on how much you have.
Dominic Nietzsche with jacks in the small blind. Is the chip leader with 6.2 million. Raises it up to 4 big blinds versus another big stack. Castellano, just shy of 4 million. Has ace 10, blind versus blind. 2 very strong hands for the blinds. Just elects to call. It is a very large open. Don't normally want to be getting involved into a really big pot with another chip leader at the table in a high ICM pressure situation. Flop 5-4-6. Jacks check it over to Castellano. Could have a lot more holdings that connect with this board. Just calling the raise from the big blind. Checks it back with ace high. King on the turn, now an overcard to Nietzsche's jacks.
Wonder if he's still going to try to extract value despite the king. Nope.
Check once again. The 3 of diamonds on the river. 4-liner to the straight. Deuce is not really going to make a part of either player's range. Maybe some deuces and Nietzsche's ace deuce suited opens possibly, but
this is
Castellano with way more 7s.
Really try to squeeze some value out of the river.
Shorter stack at this table, over 35 big blinds. That's a massive difference compared to Martin's short stack on the other table. Just waiting for them to wrap up the hand, and once the cards are in the air, another hand of hand-for-hand play while we wait for this final table bubble to burst.
Where's the button? Button here. Just want to make sure. That was an honest mistake. I was opening that.
Pocket 5s, Pazian.
He's been getting bullied a little bit, and he's just about to get bullied once again.
Yeah, I mean, he is the shortest stack at the table. 30 big blinds could be pretty vulnerable post-flop to getting all the chips in when you really don't want to. The cards all the way over to the other side, takes a peek. Makes the call. 870K in the middle, just 1.8 million behind. The bubble pressure is on. Flop comes ace 10-7.
No set for Papazian. One overcard. Dominic's pocket jacks. And he's just gonna have to let this one go.
Yeah. Flashes the jacks.
Oh yeah, had it this time.
I had jacks both times.
What was that?
I didn't give back my jacks and I fucked it up.
Don't show that. How are you having a hand this time? Yes, next time.
Your wallet. Did you also have jacks? Spicy? No.
Yeah, jacks again?
Despite losing the hand, Papazian still at 30 big blinds. Doesn't look like Martin Finger has chipped up anymore since that last pot that he lost. Martin currently the player most at risk. Could be getting it all in any moment now. And if he doesn't find a double up, that will mean we have our final table.
For the 60K buy-in high roller stack, they won.
Last chance to get in.
Look at this. Despite being the short stack on the table, high pressure situation, 30 big blinds effective. Papazian opening once again. Ace-4 suited this time.
Yeah, Papazian really getting bullied at this table, facing 3 bets from John, 3 bets from Dominic, and now a 3-bet jam from Xiao. All 3 hands he's played, he's faced pre-flop aggression.
Yeah, I mean, the holdings kind of make sense, but I wouldn't be surprised to see them even later than what we're seeing.
We're going to see another hand on the outer table. Huang involved once again.
Can't tell who. Oh, there it is. It is Matas.
Yeah.
Looks like a fairly small pot so far. Could be fireworks.
$90K bet. And the call. Triple Broadway board. Can't really make out those are kings or jacks. Or even potentially a queen. I think that's potentially a deuce.
Oh, I thought it was a 4.
Could be, yeah.
Definitely 3 paint cards. I think 4.
Yeah, looks like a 4. Stacks look about even as well. I think Huang is covering Mates.
It does have a big stack of greens, maybe a few less whites. It's kind of close.
Another bet, 120K.
Alright, no limit hold on freezeout event myself. 2,505, 5,048. Round number 16.
It's a big spot for Mates.
反正你不能怕，你不敢打翻后的话，那你这个游戏不要玩了。我问一下你教练，跑那个刚刚那个 IC。
One time bet going in on the turn. And makes the call. Pot must be up to like 600 or 700K at this point. Another low card.
这2个理论能 induce 到你，你能懂吗？就是他会拿更差的牌给打回来。不会的，我这边的散打只有真牌，没有假牌。哦，那你就被人剥削 fold 了，那你很简单。什么时候还有假牌？但是没有假牌，但是你蕊了之后，你也是收持啊，跟推有区别吗？他90冲刺扣不着，6七七八八扣不着，都扣了。那第4点打翻后了，打不过，你都说人家世界第2，我怎么打得过人家？那明天直播之后就看你表演。比大小可以，那肯定啊，只会比大小。小了吗？是吧？反正我是一定 induce 的，那天是玩的强。
And a snap call. So Matas taking that one. Maybe trips?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe like trip queens or something. A queen 9 hand. Pretty hard.
Maybe
to tell.
river to flush or something, like pair plus flush draw.
Could be. Either way.
We do have our live reporter on there. Let's see if he jotted it down. Unfortunately not.
I think they have started to try to time it, so there's less spoilers. We get off to another hand. Back to our feature table. Folds the blinds.
Big raise considering Pazian's stack.
And what's normally an easily defendable 7-6 suited now has to call for a bloated pot.
He might rip it.
Alright, less than 2 minutes for Ultra 500 men. Tournament players, please back to your seat.
I mean, I honestly don't know what I'd do in this spot. 25 effective, 7-6 suited, facing a 4.2 big blind open. Someone that I perceive as a little bit wild. Just gonna fold.
I kind of like the fold. I'm not gonna lie. If you peeked at all at the other table, you know there's a short stack over there.
Honestly, I would overcall. Just make sure my mate just jump on the FT. Honestly, I was like, share, Alex, bye.
Table talk continues on this bubble.
1 minute warning for Ultra $500 event. Last chance to get in. Registration is closing in less than a minute.
Hold on, hang there. I'm getting Alex for you. It's tiny.
Not that tiny.
Me and Don will get him for you. We have our all in and call.
Oh, is that on our main event?
Yeah, based on their faces, it looks like it. And, oh, they're going right for it. Who's all in?
Jacks for someone. And looks like who with pocket eights or something?
And a flop
Oh,
set.
flop set.
Yeah, jacks versus tens.
That's it?
That is it. Folks, that is your final table.
Wow.
Junwoo Hao eliminated in 10th place. Heartbreak for the man from Singapore, second on the Singapore all-time money list, runs tens into jacks on the final table bubble. A rough way to go. It had to burst at some point.
Not empty-handed still. Walks away with just shy of $80,000 for a 10th place finish. But our remaining 9 players now have a bag for the final day and the final table of our $10,000 main event freeze out. And you can hear the floor announcing there's some promo to be done.
So now we are going to take a final table photo.
There are some honors in the works, final table photo, final table interviews. Starting to become a little bit of a poker celebrity when you make such a big final table.
No kidding, everybody locked up just a hair under $100,000, all the way up to the 1.2 million. Some very deep stacks, you know. We noticed Don't Nietzsche, Martin Finger, two of the most notable players that will be returning today, and 2 out of 3 of them have returned. Martin Sedlak, the only other German who's in the field, was eliminated. Very, very deep run. No stranger to the APT, has done extremely well. And I mean, this is a cool cast of characters. Nobody too conservative. I think it's going to be a very, very fun final table, folks. So don't forget to subscribe. We will be live tomorrow at 11 a.m. local time, 11:30 a.m. local time.
And look at that. The last remaining payouts of this tournament. Like you said, Sam, just a hair under 6 figures. $97,660 is what everyone left in the tournament is guaranteed. They will show up tomorrow with no less than that money that they will be leaving with, and they have their 1 in 9 shot of winning that grand top prize of $1.2 million. up top. That is an absolutely massive pay jump from 9th to 1st. Over $1 million difference they will be fighting for tomorrow on top of what they've already locked up.
It's going to be so interesting just seeing how much each of these players is going to start taking ICM into account. I don't think we've seen it too much at the beginning of day 4, but it has slowly started to influence some players' decisions as they come into it. You know, locking up the $27,000, now up to $97,000, and then so on to the $1.2 million. I'm very interested to see who's going to respect ICM and who's just going to go, you know what, I want that mill.
Yeah, and I mean, I think there's always going to be a bit of a balance, especially with this level of skill that we've seen it kind of boiled down to at this level of play. But with a higher skill level also comes more bluffing, more aggression, more taking advantage of anyone who feels a little bit too timid or is giving into that ICM pressure. And of course, those final table dynamics always very exciting because it's kind of similar to where we started at the end of today. The pressure was building, but now everybody consolidates to that one table, and you're going to have those different stack sizes all come into play depending on the seat draw, who's going to be able to apply more pressure, who won't be. And eventually, we will be playing it down to a winner. Who will prevail? Will it be mostly skill? Will it be a bit of luck, a bit of runouts? We don't know, but that's all coming up tomorrow for this final table that we've been waiting for all year long. Over $1 million up top. That's absolutely astonishing. This is a world-class poker tournament we have here set up for the final 5th day, our final table, all coming up tomorrow. Don't miss it. It's going to be a big one.
Yeah. Congratulations to our 9 finalists. Hope you get some rest. I hope you come back ready to battle it out. We've been blessed with so many fun streams in a row. The poker has not stopped. It's been so much action. I hope you folks continue it tomorrow. Thank you so much. See you then.
副班的嘛，你不要搞我，你又打不赢啊！谢谢 guys。喂 ，cheap。He maybe win. So maybe he have slightly better outs. Well played, guys. Well played. Well done. Quad? Wow. Wow.
We rented the whole house. We thought he's gonna buy it. But it was sitting room, main floor.
Yeah, go on. Local players from Oh, hard, scary.
You're hard?
Wow. Lucky fish.
Let's go hunt! Let's go hunt! Let's go hunt!
Take back your time, huh?
Wow!
Jacks again. Switch jacks?
Let's go, Marvin! Marvin! We made it!
That's it?
Prize is 4,000, 8,000, run number 12.
I'm not gonna.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.